from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, cause everything about you is the key to my heart. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Hey. Alright. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Hey.
Stand to attention, you could get a mention. Take one, here you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness? My star rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Win. Win. I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so cash? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing?
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. Turning in a smile, you're turning me around. Can you feel that? Oh baby, baby. Turning in a smile, you're turning me damn fine day. So let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming. I've been up and down the walls. I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day.
Hello there, tacticians. It's your boy Morgan, and this time I have very good news. SuperBrawl is finally back. For the first time, we only have very few updates from the previous one, so don't blink or you'll miss out. But first, SuperBrawl is a standalone team-based tournament with the best TRC players from the EMEA region. 4 players from the 10 currently TRCs will team up to fight for the glory of becoming the best region in EMEA with a very unique competitive format. SuperBrawl will be split into 2 stages. Before the group stage, the teams will be sorted into 5 pools of 2, and the teams will be as follows. 1 team from each pool will be randomly drawn to be in Group A, and the remaining team will go directly into Group B. Each team will then fight against all the teams from the group, and then the 4 players will battle to acquire the highest amount of points according to their placement per match. The team with the highest combined points will win 1 point. After 5 games, the best 4 teams of each group will pass into the elimination stage. At the beginning of the elimination stage, the first team from each group will get to choose their opponent from the other group, choosing between the 3rd and the 4th seed. The remaining teams will then face against each other, and all the games will be a best of 3. The winners of these matches will face off in a grand final in a best of 7 on day 3. But the loser of each game will get to choose the portal for the next game, so expect the unexpected. At the end of the day, the first team to acquire 4 wins will be crowned as the SuperBrawl champion, becoming the best team in the EMEA region. So don't miss your chance to cheer for your region and follow us on all social media to follow the latest broadcast updates. Good luck, tacticians!
One, two, three. I'm only here for the vibes, just trying to have a good time. Already jumped the line, and you're on the outside looking in. So come and make your move, 'cause I got nothing to lose. There's plenty of choices, and I'm feeling all of them. 'Cause girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls don't talk about it. Yeah, girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls can come and get it. It's going down. Turn up the light, let's start a fight, 'cause it's feeling like it's going down tonight. Turn up the light, let's start a fight, 'cause it's feeling like it's going down tonight. It's going down. I'm only here to make moves, to show me what you're gonna do. You're running out of time, and you're on the outside looking in. While you way over there, come and play with my hair. You're close enough when I can't feel you on my skin. 'Cause girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls don't talk about it. Yeah, girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls can come and get it. It's going down. Turn up the light, let's start a fight, 'cause it's feeling like it's going down tonight. Turn up the light, let's start a fight, 'cause it's feeling like it's going down tonight. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. You better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. 'Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no, you gotta let go. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no, you gotta let loose. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Baby, get out of your head. Won't you come on out and dance with me instead? Focus on you, leave them all on red. Trust me, I've been through it, I've done it all. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that
no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter, 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell, 'cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh, my moment. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell, 'cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh, my moment. Oh, it's my moment.
Welcome to the SuperBrawl day number 2, and we are here. My name is Makes, I'm with Wita and Morgan, and we have a lot prepared for this pre-show. I know, you want to get into games, but first, let us talk about the competition a little bit. Morgan, how have you been feeling about yesterday?
Yesterday was very, let me quote Peter when he said, vicious. So many teams were playing extremely aggressively. So many teams were doing something that we have not seen before, which is so many stars applied. Whether it was someone that is always entitled as the team griefer, someone that always goes in 8th, 7th in order to make sure that he can test other boards and stuff. And we've seen people that have just went fully win streaking, even if it costed the price that they had to eliminate one of their own teammates, they still did it. So yesterday the competition was, let me say, getting amped up, getting heated up, but I'm sure we'll be able to get way more of our players today.
I think so too. Of course, there was some more, well, I don't want to say drama, but drama happening at the end of the day because teams did get eliminated, but we'll get to that in just a second. Now, Wita, for anybody that just tuned in who doesn't know what we're about, can you give them an introduction to what Rising Legend is?
So Rising Legends is the premier EMEA competitive circuit for TFT esports. So this is how we normally find out who's going to go to the championship, who's going to be the regional champion. But the SuperBrawl itself is about celebrating the TRCs, our regional leagues below that level of competition. And that is what we're all here today for. That's what we're all here for today. Speaking English is hard.
For today. Yeah, words, I'm not very good with them, which makes you wonder why I'm here, but SuperBrawl, new format for anybody that's unfamiliar. We kind of take 4 players from every single TRC and then we throw them in a pit and we let them fight against each other. At least that's how day 1 works. 10 teams, only 8 can make it out, and unfortunately there were 2 teams that did get eliminated. Italy and Eastern Europe, big shout outs. We loved seeing you, but it just wasn't in the cards. There were so many brutal comms and some crazy open forts. So we do have a video ready to check all of that out, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome, one and all. It's Friday.
Friday.
And you know what that means? It's time for the SuperBrawl, our once per season event as we step outside the Rising Legends competitive circuit for 4v4 team action. Players from all across EMEA coming together to determine who has not just the best players, but who is best as a team.
Kalista ripped through every single unit in the front line with all of these spears shining and then ripping them out of one unit. Has the focus on that Azir. Arisha's not going to be able to defend the title for Spain, and she's going to be going out right here. One from your same region. You have that Radiant Rabadon. The Jewel Gauntlet dealing a lot of damage, but the Slayer Emblem and that Kale is just doing enough damage, but gets deleted by the Sona.
Coming in to buy a little bit more time, but Felios One, I just don't think has got enough gas in the tank.
Yeah, well, he will try his very best to make the maximum speed, but that's just,
Not quite get rid of the Azir. I think Duronis is ready to claim the title here of MVP of this game, but it's been an absolute red letter day for Northern Europe.
But as it's now full stacked and Unboard Yodel is looking to take out his teammate with that challenger board.
Skipaeus goes down here, then we've got a chance for a surprising turnaround. As Skipaeus' Azir will get knocked out, he goes out on -1 HP.
Kardax is brought to then beat Sl1ckz and Cynar. The victory, the Urgot does not manage to cast again, and the healing orbs will keep Sl1ckz
Kardax is down! So Eastern European fans, celebrate. You've still got the smallest sliver of hope. Sl1ckz gets the triumphant win at the end there.
Okay, so I was about to say, in one of the games previous, the game prior to this one, actually, from the rest of the EMA, they did play they did play a rogue composition here. Now, this fight is going to be absolutely insane at the moment.
But no, he heals enough in time, all thanks to the Shurima. And now it's only one person left on board for Ceremonious. Travis takes another win as Poland does come out on top in this lobby, and they will have a chance.
For now, though, we will be back at 4 p.m. CEST tomorrow, where we will start the playoffs and we will cut down our remaining 8 teams to just 2 for our best of 7 finals on Sunday. For now, though, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
You know, in my memory, I was also part of day 1, but it seems the highlights just deleted me from existence. So I'll try my very best to be memorable today, it seems like. But yeah, there were some crazy, crazy moments. I think my favorite one was I believe it was Sl1ckz and Cynar, both of them having a board in like 2-3 or something, and then selling it off right before the round started because they knew they were going to face each other and they did want to continue their loss streak. And then none of them had a board and just went 50-50 and Cynar lost out on that. That was really cool.
Yeah, I can also, like, it's actually kind of crazy, right, that Richard didn't even, like, edit in his own, like, birthday wish from you, right? Like, that, you'd think that would actually make it into the highlight reel, right?
I try so hard to be nice to our videographer, and then he does me like this. Somebody's gonna hear about it, I'm sure. But day one was giving us some more comp variety as well, Morgan. Talk to me. What was your favorite comp that we saw?
What was my favorite comp? It's definitely not the Lux Azir. We've seen that one in every single game, and not just once, maybe twice, maybe thrice. Hell, we've seen it 4 times. Yesterday when we were playing in the Spain match, it was Arisha playing it. It was, I think, I wasn't sure
John
if I was
playing it.
Yeah, John, thank you. And even if it wasn't just based on Azir and Lux, we've seen Akshan reroll attempts. Even though they did end up selling him, they did end up revoking that board again with the Shurima emblem, playing with Nasus as a carry with long distance spells with Azir, completely removing the Lux, completely ignoring sorcerers. So that's a combo we've seen a lot. A combo that I liked was the boss. Even though this one didn't really have that much light shot into it yesterday in the spotlight, it came up 5th. So I love when people take hero augments. Now, I promise you, today, if we see a single egg, if we see the boss, Riftwalker, and someone doesn't get it, whether I'm casting, whether I'm on the desk chilling, watching the games on my phone, I'll be spamming Bedge in the chat. So if you get that egg or the boss, you take it or I'm not vouching for you.
All right. Let's check out who's actually playing today before we're going to go into what they should pick up for augments. Here's our bracket, and we do have some crazy cool games lined up. Now, there's a change from yesterday. We're not going to play round robin anymore. We're in best of 3s in the quarterfinals. Then we're going to hop into the semifinals out of that. Northern Europe, Spain, France, Poland, Turkey, rest of EMEA, and DACH going up against MENA. All of these, I think, are quite promising, but we have to shout out the 2 teams that were incredibly dominant throughout the entire day yesterday. Both Turkey and Northern took a 4-0. Both of them won every single game that they played, and it does make you wonder what they've been up to, what kind of water they've been drinking, Wita, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Northern Legends finally living up to their name, right? Like, for the first time in SuperBrawl history, I feel like that's kind of the first time the Northern Legends have actually put on like a legend-worthy performance, right? And I think that for a lot of people looking at this team as well going into it, we weren't really expecting on a name basis this team to be as powerful as it has been. But think back, Todman in the interview yesterday said that this Northern Europe team is actually quite scary, and well, it turns out he was right.
Yeah, it does turn out he was right, and we do have 2 interviewees here with us today. Of these 2 teams, it's Sl1ckz, and I am trying so hard to say it right. It's Cynar, is that correct?
You can say Cynar. No,
Cynar?
it's
Okay.
actually Cynar in Turkish, but it's hard to say, I know it.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to have you both here. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us. Now, both of your teams were incredible yesterday. Both of them just dominating throughout the field. I'm going to ask you first, Sl1ckz, how has your team kind of approached SuperBrawl? What do you think is the secret sauce there?
I think it's teamwork. Teamwork
Okay.
is so important in this format because, like, everyone when we're here now knows how to play the game. So I think how good your teamwork is what decides the best teams.
Okay, what's one thing you do as a team that you think is really important?
Or you want to know our secrets?
Surely you can give us one.
No, don't slam items versus your own teammates. A lot of teams do that.
All right, Cynar, what about you? What's one thing your team is doing that you think has been paying off?
Our communication is really well, like, especially in stage 2, like, we decide on what comps we play, and like, yeah, we do it like probably better than most of the teams.
Yeah,
just,
thank you so much.
So like sticking with like the approach to the team in general, right? Because in the Northern European scene, you guys were able to play a team qualifier. So how did you kind of put your team together? Because it's again, when we look at these players on a name basis, they aren't necessarily like the superstar hitters out of the Northern European region.
I would say it was a little bit random from the start. Vince asked me if I wanted to play, and I was like, "Yeah, sure. Should we find 2 more?" And I have played versus Sante on the ladder in NE, and I think he's a good player. So I reached out to him and asked if he wanted to join us. And Vince know the Rondas, so he asked him, and yeah, they joined, and here we are.
Yeah, so kind of because I believe, Cynar, you guys came out of just like as the top performing individuals, right? So, do you think that that's a disadvantage in the long term against a team like the Northern European team that has kind of built a team dynamic from the start?
I believe that question was aimed towards you, Cynar. I'm not sure.
Towards you.
It was for me, right? No, sorry about that.
Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
so I think it's a huge disadvantage actually, like because like all the other teams they choose their teams, like most of the teams, not all of them, but and like prepare with each other. Like we knew what team we are playing last week, and like we had a little time to prepare. But I think we handled it really well. Like we played a bunch of scrims against other teams, and like improved our team play. Like it's a disadvantage, but like we take care of it, I think.
All right, I have one more question for you, Cynar. There's a reason that you guys maybe picked Rest of EMEA as your opponent for today. And I want to know, is there any specific thing that you wanted to highlight that maybe influenced your decision in taking Rest of EMEA as your opponent? Is there any hidden rivalry? Is there some competitive banners? Some reason that you maybe think they were the region that you guys would easily run over and get an easy qualification to day 3? Why did you pick Rest of EMEA?
Okay, there's like 2 main reasons. One of them is like Poland, I think they're like really like they're a strong team. Like
Very.
they knew their team like 2 days ago, but like as tournament moves on, like they will improve better, and like I think they have the most chance winning tournaments.
Okay.
Like they are better than the German team, I think. And
Ooh, Mix is not happy about that, but okay, keep going. I want to know the second reason.
and like second reason is just like I'm a huge Daisy fan, and like I want to play against him as soon
A
as
huge
possible.
Daisy fan.
Yeah.
A huge Daisy fan or a professional hater? Do you want to go against him and tell him, oh, we mashed your head in that tournament? Or do you just want to go against him in a very sportsmanship, like all love, all friendship, that kind of manner?
No, I'm a huge fan.
Okay. You're being too nice. You're being too nice. What about you, Sl1ckz? Is there anyone that you would like to face in this tournament and brag after beating him to the ground and like be like, oh, we won you. We smashed you. Your region got smashed by us. Is there any rivalry that is behind the scenes that you want to tell us about?
Nah, I don't think there's any rivalry, but I think we as a team has believed in ourselves from the start. So it's more like proving that we are not the underdog, like take it all home.
You're definitely not. You took a 4-0 yesterday, so you're not an underdog. What do you think about this, Mix?
I think that's amazing. Also, props to both of you for not jumping on it. I think Morgan was trying to serve you some mean questions there to get a little bit of banter out, but I appreciate it. We are farming those clips.
Nice.
Now, before we send you off, because of course we know you do want to prep, go back with your team and so on, we of course want to give you the chance to give a shout out to your team or anybody else that has supported you. Why don't you start with you, Cynar, first, and the stage is yours.
I want to give a shout out to my team. Like they have been super well since last week. Like and yeah, it's super fun to play with them.
Awesome. And what about you, Sl1ckz?
I want to shout out to my team, of course, because it's a team effort, and we have been doing a lot of work with the scrims and helping each other improve. So Derondas, Vince, and Sante, shout out to you. I also want to do a shout out to my girlfriend because she's been supportive when I play, and I appreciate that. So shout out to her. Eli is her name.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was really kind. And I hope you guys are having fun today. I wish you the best of luck. And we'll see how you do out there. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. With that, of course, now we do have to go into the nitty-gritty and talk a little bit about the actual game of TFT, because we do have some data ready for you guys in our meta talks. And personally, I was hoping we can talk about all of the kind of niche compositions that have shown up, like the Akshan reroll, the Rek'Sai reroll, and so on. But instead, we're going to go with the true and tested. We're going to show you the comms that have been doing really well here, Wita.
I mean, we were talking about Azir. It is Birdman City out here, right? Like, we got to put some respect on his name. And it's just, Azir is just such a good comp. It's flexible. Sure, that average placement might look a little bit bad to most people, but then you realize it's been played 30 times, right? Like, that's an absurd amount of times.
And that's not even all of them, right? Because we do have another 7 comps where it was straight up Shurima and then 3 more Akshan boards. So out of 20 games, we had 40 Azir boards in total at the very end of the game. Now, I'm sure there's been more Azir holding throughout those games before. Definitely very, very popular unit right now. And something that we have been seeing is how players flex off of it. So when they don't get a good shot at the Sl1ckz, they go into those vertical Shurimas if they have the emblems, or they go into a strategist, or even that Akshan that did came through. All of these variants doing really, really good here, I think is a nice little heads up for what we can expect today. But of course, we do want to shout out our hero players as well, because there were 3 players with an incredible 50% win rate in all of their games. And I think that's something we do have to shout out, Morgan.
Yeah, Travis was really insane yesterday. We've seen him do really good. This is a player that his name was always shouted, not just because he won 1 game for Poland yesterday in the highlight, just as we saw. And it was also he was also someone that you'd always see in the top 4. Oh wait, Poland is playing. Guess what? Someone is leading that squad. It's gotta be Travis. Same thing goes for Tuxedo. His average placement was always in the top 3. Soji would say that this is like, oh, it's an average 2.5. It's an average 3. But this guy actually does it, and his average yesterday was insanely good. Now, someone you're gonna speak about when it comes to averages and wins, Dark Hydra. He has not played a single game where he was not on top of the leaderboard. He was extremely consistent, leading Dach to victory, and I bet that makes a huge fan of this guy for that specific reason, that he's been leading this region always to victory. An average of 1.75. I would be scared if I went against that guy.
To be honest, I think Dark Hydra has a long history in Germany specifically because of how long he's been in TFT, and I think we're all very glad he's back for the Dach region. But I believe we have some more intel, Morgan, about smart itemization.
Yeah, I mean, we have such a legendary analyst. They call him Wita. He also happens to be one of the best color casters, if not the best. And they tell me that he has a video prepared for us. So if we got this guy on the live, why don't we get to see some of his studies and he can tell us his secrets, unlike the players. So let us go to Wita's video as he gives us some really good in-depth info on this one.
Thanks, Morgan. Wita here to guide you guys through the final fight between Ceremonials' Challenger board and Travis Seawatt's Azir board from yesterday. This fight is super interesting to look at because we do have a few itemizations on the side of Travis that you don't normally see in this composition. His board is being enabled by the fact that he has 2 Shurima emblems, allowing him to skip the somewhat middling 5 Shurima point and get that team-wide ascension going at the start of the fights with the emblems on Jarvan and on the Aatrox. The other interesting itemization here on the screen from Travis is that Quicksilver on the Azir, which is going to allow this Azir to be safe from any CC. And you might think that that is going to cost him in the damage department because this is not a JG, it doesn't give AP. But fear not, because Travis has long distance pals linked up to the Nasus that is going to scale with that Titan's Resolve, as well as the Chalice of power on the Teemo that will allow the Azir to get a little bit of extra AP at the start of the fight, and that Azir will then just scale continuously with that Rage Blade. As the fight begins, I want you guys to keep a very close eye on the top left part of the board here, as the Jarvan will be ulting into that massive clump of units that Ceremonials has set up. As you can see, due to the Spear of Shojin on the Kai'Sa was able to get enough mana to dash out of the way before the Jarvan came down, which means that the Kai'Sa was not CC'd, was not interrupted, and can now do enough damage to the rest of the backline unthreatened for now. Now we move our attention to the Yasuo in the front line here, and as you can see, this first tornado is going to knock up the backline outside of the Azir here, where his Quicksilver is going to allow the Azir to just continuously attack without missing anything. And as we can see, the Azir goes quite low from this next set of abilities from the Kai'Sa, and that may or may not have been the difference maker in whether or not this fight would have gone Ceremonials' way instead.
I love that QSS. I think it's a very smart item, especially when you know that challengers are meta and that Yasuo is coming for your backline. So I think that was really cool to see. And we've seen some similar strategies from all of the players. So thank you for lining that out for us, Wita. I hope we can do more of these. Now, Morgan, I know you have a little bit of a fable for languages because we do have this broadcast available for our co-streamers as well. So why don't you tell us about all of the different languages that we offer?
In order to, if you want to see any of the broadcasts in your specific language, here are the list of our co-streamers that are currently live on these channels listed on the left. There, you can also see them going around in the command center. If you're paying attention in the chat, you're going to see that command come up always. So wherever you're from, whichever region you want to be completely biased to and have people from the community absolutely cheering for you without our mods telling you, oh, hey, stop spamming. I mean, okay, they're nice and everything, but you can go and watch the stream in any of these co-streamers channels where they vouch for the region and commentate and also give highlights in your, let's say, mother tongue? Your original language?
Native language. We'll take, we even have British in
See,
there. All
I forgot the word native.
I kind of hope that Morgan would go through and be like, so in Espanol we have AKAWonder, just like take every single language you like the native and then just go through and be like, he's like, I know we have, but I don't know how you say Romanian and Romanian. Right, just go through that. It would be like a great bit for something. But no, I think it's great that we have so many like different ways of enjoying this, like all of our events pretty much right here on the Rise and Legends circuit.
I agree. It's amazing. And because we don't want to just stop there with giving you every language that we can, we also are bringing you alternative lobbies, which means that during today, you're not going to be able to watch one lobby with us, but there's more casters deployed to make sure that none of the lobbies get lost. Because obviously, if they're all happening at the same time, we cannot be following them, but we do have these great lobbies here. And I'm going to tell you which lobby is going to play which teams. So get your notepads out and make sure you know. For game number 1, Lobby A with Fearless and Barry is going to have Northern Europe against Spain. Lobby B with Celia and Lusher is going to have Turkey versus rest of EMEA. And Lobby C with Sir Black P and Maisie is going to have Dach versus MENA. We, of course, are going to be covering Poland versus France because that's the one that's over there. And I think all of these are so promising. So if you want to see a specific team, make sure you do check them out. It's an amazing feature that we have with the command center. The streams are going to go live as soon as game 1 starts, so you can check it out then. And it'll just be, if you're on mobile, you can tap the screen and it comes underneath it, I believe. I checked it out before. And then on the broadcast, it's right under the stream. So Morgan, if you could point downwards, it's basically under Morgan.
Yeah, it's right under me, right here. And just one more thing, by the way. Not only these players can compete, not only me and Mix can be biased for our regions in the Dach versus MENA lobby, you guys can also get to compete in a contest that we have right now running on Twitter. All you have to do is go to the official Twitter of the Rising Legends EMEA, or you can go to the chat, you're gonna find the contest link. And if you're unlike me, you didn't used to skip math classes, this could be kinda easy for you to solve. And you're gonna be winning a lot of rewards that contain eggs, little legends, and all of that sort of stuff. Now, solve this contest, go on Twitter, and give a nice explanation of why. So it's like, you don't go, copy my homework, but don't make it too obvious so the teacher doesn't know. They will know, so you have to give an explanation of why.
I'm going to give you a quick tip on this one as well. The very first one is 20. the final result cannot be 20. Okay, I saw someone saying 20. It's not going to work. That's not how the math works. So please don't say that. That's wrong. I'll give you that tip. Everything else you have to figure out on your own. I'm very sorry for that.
I have the solution though, right? Because it's A plus B plus C equals
Okay,
X.
it's math. That's it. I'm out. That's math. I'm done.
I think you just lost me. I stopped listening as soon as you said A plus B, but I hope chat is still
Same here.
there and paying attention. We're going to see what it is. And with that, I believe our casters are getting ready. As I said before, we do have Poland versus France in this main broadcast. And I think that's going to be a very special treat between these two regions. They've been facing off for a long, long time. And Counterfeit and Apache's Panda are here to talk to us about that.
You're still muted, Peter, but I got you. Don't worry. I know you wanted high energy, so I will lead us in. I'm so excited to be here today for what is my favorite tournament format, 4v4 competition. TFT is complex. This adds a whole other layer of complexity, of communication, of strategies, and I'm so excited for it. Peter, you're back?
I am absolutely back. And I mean, I think we've had a lot of discussion on the desk, but I really wanted to get your view as well on this, particularly from the Northern Legends side of things, Northern Europe. They were talking a lot about their teamwork, their team play. We know that from DACH, they have very much gone the opposite way and said they're going to work as individuals. Where do you, again, I think I asked you this yesterday, but I'll ask you it again today. Where do you feel like on that kind of line between teamwork is the most important thing and individual skill is the most important thing? Where are you now finding yourself?
It's going to be a balance of both. If communication detracts from the overall strength of your team, and you decide it's best not to have as much communication, that's also correct. I think too much communication could also be a problem. If someone is whining because they're losing every fight and low rolling and not hitting their 2-star upgrades and kind of flooding the channels of, the audio channels with a lot of nonsense, that could also detract from the overall experience for your team and the overall kind of level of communication. So I think a fine balance will be key.
So looking specifically at this matchup then, of course, as we've noted, we have got all the quarterfinals going forward on our alternate lobbies. We'll be hopping around today, going to the various different quarterfinals, trying to cover as much ground as possible. But do, of course, remember, you'll always be able to find an alternate lobby covering what you're looking for. So to France and to Poland, as I noted in the pre-show, both of these teams are extremely good, and they've got some very, very heavy hitters as part of their lineup.
Yeah, individually, just a lot of raw talent. The only biggest difference is the fact that Poland's team was not fully known until the Ultra Liga finals finished on Wednesday. There wasn't as much time to prep their own kind of teamwork and really go as deep maybe as other teams when it came to their own prep as a team. Individually, though, they are, I think, the Polish rock stars, finishing top 4 in that championship. So they have proven their skill level. There's also good vibes all around. The players have told me they're all friends with each other. There's fun, positive vibes all throughout, but they are playing to their own individual strengths for the most part, with some key differences for this specific format.
Yeah, of course, we saw Cynar before, with the good vibes towards Dasik, but coming into this matchup, as noted on day one, France in our last SuperBrawl were one of the first teams to really leap on the opportunities presented to them by this format and really go after the opposing team in a meaningful way. Do you expect to see that in this game?
I think France will have the best teamwork out of any team because they are used to this environment where they're exchanging information. They're kind of working as a unit individually as well, all throughout GSCs all the way back to set 6 or even before that. So I think any combination of French players, they know each other, they're comfortable communicating and sharing thoughts on the game. And this format really already easily applies to that environment they have over in France as a whole, where as a region, they have the absolute best kind of sharing information and the best friendships overall.
And we're certainly expecting very big things. Of course, worth noting again, Texita and Travis Siwap, or Travis Cat Meow Meow, 2 of the 3 players who've won 2 games overall. So, 2 of the most dominant players in the tournament coming face to face in this particular game. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. Shredden as well, in particular. He's had some very, very good performances. But one thing that stood out for me is that Shredden has won 2 games. And in both of those games, his win did not matter. It didn't get the win for Poland. Why does that happen to a team?
It's tough. You have to always balance the idea that to win a lobby, your team has to finish at the very least somewhere in the first or second position, with the rest of the team finishing in the appropriate spots to try and get more points. So if there's a case where a team has two low role players, things just really don't go right, they go 7th and 8th, there's so much pressure on the other two players to finish first and second. Some spots do simply just not allow it. Obviously, the rest of the lobby is going to be very, very strong individually. And off of some spots, you're playing for a 4th, for a 3rd. You can't really try and contest for that first or second place.
So as we get into this one, let's talk a little bit about the meta. Of course, again, it was mentioned on the desks that we'd be seeing, our kind of main 3 compositions, Shurima, Deadeye, and Challengers. Are there any other compositions you want to bring to the forefront of our mind coming into this game 1?
There are more niche strategies that can be played, but you can't really force them, every single game. Rek'Sai from a very high roll spot can work out, although usually, averagely has not really had the best performances. Similarly with Invokers, for example, but they do have the chance to maybe even get a first off of a really high roll game. The big thing to note, I think, when it comes to strategies, especially at the start of a game, will be the overall roles players on each team will have. You have 4 players in total. I expect most of the most prepared teams from a teamwork perspective will be playing at least one Master Yi player, opening up the entirety of the AD flex line with Aphelios and Zery as carries to, 1, have more space for their teammates on other comps, and also to have a chance to, with pumping up, scale into the late game and be one of those players contesting for first or second.
It's looking like we're going to be, yes, on Yorick's Graveyard. Now, Panda, of course, this is something we saw yesterday as having a massive, massive influence on the team play here. Again, a quick reminder, whenever a player dies, one of the items we shipped out to every other player in the game. But, of course, whichever team loses their player first will end up with one less item than the opposing team.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal, especially in this format where it's kind of the anti-symmetrical approach to how the items are given out depending on who's dying in one position, as you just mentioned, Peter. So I think it's going to be really, really interesting. Overall, key thing to remember with this portal is that you're going to have way more items than an average game of TFT, especially in the late game. So comps that are trying to itemize 2, maybe even 3 carries will have a chance to do so. And your item slamming and the way you manage your item economy throughout the mid game is going to be really relevant to keep this in mind.
All right, so we have got a little bit of information about the Legends being played. Exactly as you predicted, Panda, we have got ourselves a couple of Master Yi players, but we have got Jedusor sneaking in with the Earth. We know, of course, we've seen plenty of compositions be enabled by having those extra emblems.
Exactly. You want to keep space so you're not all contesting the same kind of core default 4-cost carry comps like Azir Lux, like Aphelios, etc. So this is where we see the Legends coming into and making a big impact. The Ezreal players are trying to lean towards win streaking stage 2. The players on Master Yi are trying to lean towards lose streaking stage 2 to keep a balance and try and have as much positive streaks going as possible, either on the win streak side or the lose streak side.
This is what I love to see coming from players. As was noted, while we've got various amounts of time for these players to gain experience as a team, it definitely feels like the 4v4 meta has become so much more developed since last time round, where people were still innovating all the way up into the finals. Now it feels like we're much more settling in, and we'll see whether these teams get a strong start to get those early wins in.
Jedusor, the only Earth player in this lobby. As you mentioned, the reason for this is to open up those niche comps that can only really be played successfully off of, +1 emblems, maybe +2 emblems in some cases, with Ancient Archives on Prismatic Augment starts. But in this case, we'll see if branching out will be a pickup for Jedusor. It is, as we know, Peter, a bit risky. You have one chance, maybe 2, and it's going to be the case. Branching out is picked.
Oh, so it's going to be
Freljord there, yeah.
So, while we didn't get a Freljord emblem for Kabixon, he has managed to find his way into Piltover early on. This was a big source of interest coming into the tournament. Is that based on the qualifiers, everyone's saying you've got to have Piltover players. Maybe both teams need to have Piltover players, but that hasn't really been so much of the case.
Kubikson is laughing, and I see why. I think I heard some rumors that France was playing against the rest of the MEA in a scrim. Someone tried to play Piltover. Every single French player sold the entirety of their board. They open forwarded and they forced the Piltover player to just cry. And I think scrims were canceled after that. So if you're playing Piltover against France, be careful because it will not work out.
Exactly as you said before, France are absolutely on top of all of the latest developments, and oftentimes they are the ones making them themselves. In the previous SuperBrawl, we saw players being fully focused, having all of their champions taken away and basically being deleted from the game. It feels like this approach to trying to mess up with the Piltover is really just more of the same from them.
And in the same way, we're in a normal game of ranked ladder. You think, if everyone did this, we would really screw over this player. If everyone held these few units, this very strong player trying to force a reroll combo is going to just really not have a good time. You can do that in 4v4. You have so much more agency over the big picture stuff going on in the start of the game. So we're seeing here the impact this will have. Kubikson will not be able to play Piltover in a regular way for this game.
And even pushing that further for France, they've got augments like Blood Money in place for Texita. Of course, it's going to benefit even more from open forting. So, I mean, let's try and work out this kind of line here then. For Kubikson, if he's not going to be able to get wins against the French team, do you just abandon ship on the Piltover entirely and say, you know what, I can just play something else? Or is there some way you think that he can maybe make this work?
You have to have just an immediate pivot. Every single player on Poland has to say, hey, they're all open forwarding. Let's try and win streak all of this stage 2. Let's try and really have a high tempo stage 3. Force them to, again, they took a lot of damage, maybe 20, 30 damage in stage 2. We can make them take even more damage in stage 3 and kind of make use of this high level strategy from France in their own favor. But we'll see if they adapt in time. It's hard to do this on the fly in a tournament like this one.
It's so tricky to be in a situation like this where, yeah, you're being faced with a novel situation. I'm hoping that there's been enough forewarning here for Poland to, to have thought about, if we get into this situation, how we are going to approach it and what we can do differently. Because, you talked about communication, trying to play your own game. When you have to change everything you're doing to account for the 4v4 situation, it's very hard to play your best TFT.
And we're seeing the Death Blade already slammed for Kubikson. So right away, this late into the set, and with players of this caliber, you can just see, an augment pick the 2-1, a few items that are slammed, and generally what direction they're going in. So players, so important to scout in stage 2, kind of get the general idea of what lines or what few comps certain players might be going down, and then already have a much more clear idea in stage 3, what comps or what trees to go down yourself to make sure you are uncontested.
Take a quick look through the items on display for our players here, just checking to see. So it's not every French player who is down, or French, or in this case, spanning into Belgium as well. For Texita, in the bottom of the table, Topman and Lyris both managing to keep their health up and high. Lyris managing to keep hold of the win streak as well.
I think generally you don't really need the Piltover player to win every single fight in stage 2 to kind of, deteriorate their own game plan with a Piltover start. Really, as long as they win 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 fights at the start of stage 2, it's really not going to be a big enough cash out to matter come end of stage 3. So I think just a small little thing that France is doing, and now they'll start playing much stronger boards. We see Lyris here already pretty much set to playing challengers, a Kalista pair, Shojin for Kaisa already slammed. So we have one French player already has 100% decided his direction, and the rest of his teammates know it.
Yeah, well, we certainly will be expecting to see Challenger in pretty much every game being played from our big 3 compositions. It was the most successful, the best average overall. I mean, we can see already with this very strong start set up with 2 Kalistas there. It's doing a lot of hurt, though it might not quite be enough to keep the win streak going.
Pearson Ren hasn't come through in time. Samira versus Casio at the very end. The Shojin could be the deciding factor here, and it looks like it won't be the case. Cassiopeia wins the fight. The healing orbs, too effective in terms of, skewing that fight in favor of his opponent, and Lyris, with just a buried treasure and 2 unslammed components, not able to do it.
So that leaves Shredden in a #1 position. As we said coming into this one, Shredden has won his fair share of games, and perhaps we can expect to see him do the same here, especially with that strong augment setup you mentioned before. I guess our main concern then goes to the rest of the Polish team and making sure they finish high enough to make sure Shredden's potential win doesn't go to waste.
And it goes to show how not everything always goes as planned in a game of TFT. Shredden is the de facto Master Yi player. That means usually you're pumping up as your first augment, and usually you're trying to lose streak stage 2 because of the lack of combat power. In this case, the opposite is occurring. He's the win streak player, and the rest of his teammates are on the opposite side. So it is so important to adapt into your own kind of initial game plans on the fly, depending on what you're being given, what you're being offered in a game of TFT when it comes to your augment, your units, and your items.
So Shredden remains our only undefeated player coming out of stage 2, whereas the Texita on the other side, as we noted before, with the blood money, gaining gold for losing HP, is on a full loss streak and has a lot of money in the bank. The board, of course, as you'd expect, hasn't really come together as of yet, but things seem to be going to plan mostly so far for both teams, with, of course, the big exception of the Piltover before.
One quick reminder for Tartaman, you might be thinking, oh, he's looking pretty healthy, he's doing pretty good at the start of this, stage 2. He's on a 5 lose streak. He has Tiny Titans as his augment though, which is why he has so much of the extra health, but that's another French player that has lost a lot of health already and is not, in theory, strong right now on his board.
Well, that's true. In fact, looking through the loss streaks there, we can see there's 3 substantial loss streaks all on the French-Belgium side of things, whereas the win streak's really only in place at the very top for Poland. So there's presumably going to be quite a lot less money going into the Polish bank accounts than the French.
Well, if Tacticians had any questions about playing AD or AP in this game 1, I think the game has decided for him. He has 3 rods and 2 tiers waiting on his item component bench. He has to decide now which is the best way to combine these items, but pretty surely he will be playing some variant of AP in this game 1.
For Jedusor, you can see with the Freljord emblem coming in, it's certainly going to be pushed hard towards the AD side of things. We've already got the Jinx there, providing item carrying duties and keeping Jedusor from falling too far down. Certainly, we talk about Shanders being popular, Aphelios with the Deadeye, incredibly powerful as well. I mean, from what we've seen so far, do you have your eye on any particular one of these players, perhaps with the exception of Shredden, to go forward and be powerful long term?
It's going to really depend on, I think, more so than one individual player, how the rest of the stage 3 plays out in terms of how you can test each other. I know Jedusor is leaning towards AD because of the Freljord, that just being the easiest fit for Freljord overall, the entire set. But for example, Tartaman is also usually the Master Yi player who plays for AD. So we'll see how players are adapting. There's an early Sejuani here as well for Jedusor, so already a good start for him. If I have to answer your question, maybe it's going to be him who's going to be doing so well, because we see great items, Deathblade and Rageblade already found. You're going to have the extra Freljord once you get your board online, and a very early Sejuani to keep things stable.
As we check back in with Kubixon, who, of course, as you noted, has been frustrated by the French strategy. I think, as you noted really well, we've seen... I think this is how France really stay ahead of the curve here. Is that, previously everyone was open and forthing to make sure that this strategy was completely unviable, but it maybe made the team vulnerable to being attacked in different ways. Now France have adapted and just made sure that Kubixon doesn't get very many stacks. He's still staying on this line for the time being, maybe looking to get out a little bit later on.
And preserved a ton of HP, has great itemization as well. This is the power of Ezreal. We see already 4 great tank items have been built. And right now, obviously, it is Orianna, the main carry, and she has a Deathblade, so not exactly BIS, but it has the potential to become a very, very strong AD board if you're able to hit your 2-star upgrades in stage 4. A Sejuani carrying these Vi items would be an absolute menace in terms of how much you can buy time for the rest of the comp. And similarly, 1 rod away from having that Rageblade, either for Aphelios or for the Zeys. So overall, the makings of a very good comp.
As you can see there, you do get the 1 gold coming in each round for Piltover when you're winning every single time, so it's not completely without worth. I mean, all credit to Kubixon, he's managing to put together even a little winning streak while having some units which are low power by themselves. But Tacticians, who has been lurking down the bottom, that blood money is paying off now, as has found a very nice looking sorcerer board to tide him through the mid game.
And we were talking about it. He had an angle towards AP. He found an early Swain 2, which is really the best tank in stage 2 and 3 for the most part in terms of how much he survives and how much time he buys for your very frail Sl1ckz to do damage. And an early Lux as well with perfect items. So overall, a lot of players are really starting to be rewarded for the lines they were picking all the way back in stage 2. And if they can hold them off and really navigate them correctly, very strong players in stage 4.
We've just seen in that last round, Tacticians running the Sorcerers, Lyris running the Invokers. Can you talk to me a little bit about where each of them are in this kind of team meta and how high priority they should be?
Invokers, we saw the stats, not looking so hot. It is a risky comp. If you hit everything, the cap is very high. You have a Karma 3, you can play towards, Ahri with an Invoker emblem. Shen 2 is an absolute Giga Chad when he has full items and he's upgraded. But on the flip side, if you don't hit these things, if your Shen is not upgraded in all of stage 4, if you're very far away from Karma 3 on your roll down, you're going to go absolutely dead last, maybe 7th or 6th if you can outplay some other opponents.
It does feel pretty freaking risky, but one player up at the very top I do want to draw attention to again, for the time being, Shredden has managed to maintain his spot as #1. No one has taken him down as of yet. Across the rest of the team, we need to keep our eye out on where the Polish players are right now, and if we'll see any early eliminations.
And Shredden will be fighting Tuxedo on these Sorks. Tuxedo looks like he had a strong board, but he's at 43 HP. So maybe most of these Polish players will be thinking, hey, let's try and put pressure on Tuxedo. If he's in our player pool, let's try and roll down, let's try and get stronger so we can try and beat him out. And then Shredden, able to play Sorks uncontested, hit his units, and maybe be that one player on Team Poland fighting for that first or second place.
Of course, we do need to remind you folks, though we haven't seen anyone getting close to being eliminated early on, one of the big reasons why players are playing a bit more aggressively is we are, again, in Yorick's graveyard, so the first elimination could very well swing the entirety of the game. Back with Jedusor, who's moved in up to 4 Freljord. The itemization is looking crisp as anything, and I'm with you here that it feels like Jedusor has got a real big chance to make a splash.
Only thing you're missing really is the damage carry. It is still a Jinx 1, but we're going to have the chance to really get that going. Already level 7. We're going to be, 40 gold after the next PvE round. The 4-round roll down should be hitting at least one Zeri, maybe a Zeri 2, maybe Nephelios 2. But overall, the trait spikes are huge here. You have an early rise as well. You have the makings of a very, very strong comp. And we know that this comp, once you hit everything with the right combat strength augments, it can be a comp that can fight for that first place as well.
Let's take a moment to visit with Fyfek, who's roughly around the middle, but building up a small win streak of his own. The Challenger Shadow Isles board seems to be coming together pretty nicely, and the itemization is looking good as well.
We're seeing kind of the predictions with the meta pretty much coming to fruition in this game 1. I think throughout every game in this tournament, it will be the case with how solved the meta is, at the end of this set now. We're seeing 2 players on Challenger, Lyris and Fyfek. We see 2 players on Sorks, Tuxedo and Shredden, 2 players on AD from each team. And then you always have that kind of niche spot with things like Invokers coming in and those comps that are only found when certain conditions are met.
Honestly, I think it's probably this is a really good time to have this kind of team format, just because there's so much extra to think about. But so let's take stock of where our teams are overall. You see that while Poland has got possession of 3 out of the top 5 spots at the moment, we've still got Travis Cap coming in from the bottom, and Lyris has managed to maintain a pretty good spot and a good amount of HP along with Topman, despite the fact that Shredden has been running into everybody and taking off fairly substantial chunks of HP from them.
I think it's at this point of the game, coming to stage 4, where every team is going to scout their opponents and themselves as well. And you have enough information on the current set, enough comfort with all the different conditions and variables to understand from a player's spot what chances they have of placing first or second, what chances they have of placing in the top 4. And this is where teams have to now adapt their strategies. If Shredden is guaranteed to be first this game, has a very high chance to do so, everyone else on Team Poland has to play for high tempo. They have to finish as far as possible in the standings. They have to really play for upgrading their board right now at level 7 and rolling down to 0 or close to it. We see the same here happening for Travis. So very important to adapt on the fly, especially coming into stage 4.
Yeah, there's been a huge amount of upgrades coming in across the field here. Travis definitely a lot stronger than he was before. The Strategist Azir board, of course, hugely contested in day 1. So Travis gonna have to make do with some 1-stars for the time being, but the itemization seems pretty good. Is able to chunk through a lot of what Tuxedo is putting out. That Swain is doing work in the front line.
That roll down to 0 makes sense for Travis. He knows how strong he will be if he upgrades his entire board on level 7. He has a Zhonya's on Azir, he has a Rage Blade. The 2, I would say, BIS items on Azir are already here. He has 2 great combat strength augments, Laden Forge, which scales into this exact part of the game and gets to the Fallen. And if I'm a Travis, I think Infernal Contract is the guaranteed pickup here. You're going to have gold to guarantee all these upgrades. You're going to have enough time to really put tempo on everyone else in this lobby and let Shredden try and contest for first place.
So as I'm seeing here, the Nasus being upgraded very quickly, and the Azir as well. Exactly as you said, the board is getting quite a lot stronger. Something which did jump out to us yesterday was, we were seeing more people pushing towards Nasus-centric boards. We don't have, the Shurima emblem here.
Oh, it's time. It's time. 6 Azirs have been found. Jarvan, another Nasus. And this is the game plan for Infernal Contract. You're trying to either guarantee high tempo, get into top 4 100% of the time, or try and have that high roll game where you get a 3-star 4 cost and play for first. What a great spot for Travis here.
All right, so 6 Azirs, 5 Nasi. We'll see how far this can go because the money has run dry, but that front line is looking real good. Now, it's worth noting that Shredden, from being completely undefeated before, is now settled back a little bit, has lost the streak, but has picked up level up along the way. So it's still feeling like Shredden's got a huge ceiling in the game.
It's perfect. I'd be, very, very surprised if Poland finds a way to lose this because Travis and Shredden are both in such commanding spots. The one downside for level up is the question, are you going to make it to level 9? Are you going to make it to level 10? Do you have enough HP or gold to do so? And the answer for Shredden is yes. He was 100 HP. He won streak, 10 fights in a row all throughout stages 2 and 3. And now he has a way to cap his board even higher and guarantee he has that same strength in stage 5 and 6 as well.
So tacticians in a little bit of trouble down the bottom. That's going to have himself some comforts to fall back on, but hasn't managed to find the upgrades as we saw from the other side of Travis. I think it's going to have to struggle now with so many of those units being taken out of the pool in the search for the 3-star.
Exactly so. You might think Travis, rolls down to 50. He already had the Azir 2. He had the Nasus 2. He's going to stop rolling there and greed out and have as much gold as possible to hit his 3-stars. But in this kind of format, you want to try and hold as many 4 costs as possible. Hold Luxes so the Sork players can hit. Hold the Azirs and Nasus in case there's someone else trying to go down that same line. And really have that chokehold on every other player in the lobby.
But it's worth noting, tacticians, a player definitely had a lot of eyes on. In the previous SuperBrawl, he's the only returning player coming back to the French squad. In the group stages, he didn't do so well, but from what I've been told, that was a deliberate strategy on France's part. In this tournament, tacticians has been the most valuable player for France, so if he goes out straight away in Game 1, that's going to make some big impacts.
Of course, only 4 games were played yesterday with TFT and a sample size of that size. I think, maybe Tixie to high roll 2 games and he was, let's say, the star of the show. But he's told me that every player he thinks are individually strong on his team. Everyone is capable of also dominating on this day 2. So maybe it'll be a switch in the roles depending on what these players are given when it comes to their augments in 2-1 and kind of the spots in general they're given from the game.
No, I'm with you there, and I think that's what characterized the French team before, as well as being absolutely brutal to their opponents, is knowing how to play their role as it develops during the game itself. Jedusor looking so strong, but it's worth noting, even with that Sejuani coming in, still in a rough spot along with tacticians and Travis. They're in the 20s of HP. Sl1ckz is only barely above on 31. We are not far from that incredibly crucial first elimination.
And we're seeing why Jedusor, he's on Aphelios, has a duplicator, but doesn't have the second Aphelios. And despite all the frontline you have, Aphelios is your source of damage. If he is not upgraded, you're going to have big trouble. And we're seeing maybe why the upgrade is not being found. Kubikson on the opposite side playing the same comp, but he's hit all his upgrades. Sejuani 2, great items. Has the Aphelios with double Rage Blade and the Deathblade BIS, and also has a Aphelios sword, also has just all the upgrades. So he's him, but better.
Yeah, you shouldn't have messed with Kubikson, I suppose, from the very beginning of the game. Has recovered incredibly well from, you mentioned before in scrims how the player playing Piltover, was basically out of the game when they were actively, had countermeasures used against them. Kubikson has recovered incredibly well, now on a win streak and looking extremely good to keep the Polish squad moving further up.
And we're seeing the other player that might be able to contest Shredden and Travis for a first place in this game. One early Ari was found from Tardamon on level 7. He's been able to stabilize off of just that, keeping all of his HP intact, and now going to be able to go 8 and try and roll down for Ari 2 and the rest of these upgrades to make this a game-winning board.
Going to be relying very heavily on that Swain with the Radiant Gargoyles there for maximum power. Unfortunately, a lot of the front line getting nailed out before the Swain even takes any serious aggro. The Aphelios is getting plenty of time to stack up, and I don't think the Ari's got the one-shot power she really needs to take this board down.
And we see just the perfect pivot to a high-tempo game plan for Team Poland. Once Shredden had that crazy lead in stages 2 and 3, every single last augment picked up by the Polish players gave them immediate strength on the board, immediate control over the entirety of stage 4, so they were able to win streak and put so much pressure on every single French player. Lucky gloves for Sl1ckz, who's the player who had maybe the worst start or the worst stage 2 and 3 out of all the Polish players, but still Lucky gloves gives him immediate power on the board. Infernal Contract for Travis in the same way, and we've already seen how strong Kubikson is right now.
So, if we're talking about tempo here, and the Polish squad have seized control of the game in that kind of way, if you're on the French side, how would we expect to see them kind of react as a team to this? How do they stop this from just spiraling out of control?
It's hard because it's a product of what happened in stages 2 and 3. This is TFT for you. You know, there's impact and consequences for everything that's happened throughout every stage of the game. You can't just start wondering in stage 4, how did everything go wrong? You know, Shredden on a 10 win streak, no one able to stop that. No one able to roll heavily in stage 3 to try and break that win streak, for example. Everyone playing for too big of a lose streak start because of the Piltover incident with Kubikson is now paying the price. If you roll down 7 and you don't hit your upgrades and you're already 30 HP, you're going to be in big trouble.
I mean, Travis has got a pretty decent board to arrest any kind of descent for himself. Jedusor and tacticians both down to potentially a single life. Tacticians has at least got the upgrades, so it's got a good chance of surviving the round, as the challengers will do their best to hit that backline, the Yasuo onto Lux, but I think may just not get the kill in.
Moves out in time, the last breath, not enough to take down any of the units, but Kalista and Kai'Sa are here to clean up. Surely Aphelios, Azir rather, is able to still do it there. And Lyris, despite being a player that is at the top of the leaderboard for France at the very least in the HP standings, he's doing so with a comp that really spikes in stage 4, start of stage 5. At this point in time, unless he's able to find, you know, these crazy 5-cost upgrades to add to his board, he's going to start losing a lot of these fights. We are seeing the upgrades coming in.
What is this? Lux 2 coming in as well. Level 9 delivers for Shredden. He's been sitting back in the game for a little while, waiting for this chance to come fully online.
Level 9, Heimerdinger 2 online as well. The professor has entered. He's ready to teach these kids a lesson. And we'll see what exactly France can do in this stage 5. Kubikson is still streaking counterfeit.
Oh my gosh, but it's a long way away from Jedusor and tacticians. Both of them are on opposing teams. Oh no, sorry, on the other side, we've got the Sorcerers trying to punch her again. The big art recast doesn't quite take down the Aphelios. The self-healing is good, but the front lines will evaporate in the face of each other, and that's going to be another hold on. Jedusor, tacticians, they both survive. 5-Peck on 13 also gets a win.
We're seeing, just as I stated, Lyris has taken a huge hit, now down to 22 HP. Jedusor and tacticians still at 12, holding hands, same HP, and same doomed position. 1 fight loss, and they're out of contention with how much damage you're going to be taking for any fight loss, really, in stage 5. It's all looking like, again, Poland's going to be on top. Shredden has taken a lot of damage thanks to that scaling game plan he was trying to go for, going level 9 with level up. But he's now hitting. We saw Heimerdinger 2. We saw there the RE2 as well. Every single Polish player looks like a menace.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good. I mean, you know, Poland came into this one as the underdogs, 2-2 out of Group A. France only lost a single game against Turkey in Group B, so they're definitely favorites coming in. But in this first game of the best of 3, Poland is, I think, really showing up. They came in as one of the tournament favorites, and we're seeing why.
So important for Fifek to win this. If he can stay alive and get just a few more placements, a few more positions, it'll be so big. The Kai'Sa cast is about to come through. The Cathian range doesn't come in time. And Fifek will stay alive, though, on 1 HP. And this is groundbreaking how important it is for the final point tallies among these two teams. tacticians taking 8th place. Maybe Jedusor also taking a loss here. Looks like it's going to be the case with Yasuo and Kai'Sa still alive, but not dead just yet.
Ooh. As we said before, this is a huge turning point in the game. Yorick's Graveyard will kick in. tacticians' items will be shared out unevenly between the two teams. And it means that Poland is going to be benefiting tremendously. You can see on the other that we've got several players who've left a lot of money in the bank to take advantage of all of these items and all these item carriers that are going to need to set up for the late game.
And Fifek, I'm sure in the Polish comms, he was told at the start of stage 4, your plan is to finish 6th place. If you do that, we pretty much win this lobby. That's all they needed from Fifek. So that's his role here, trying to roll down. We saw him level 7, 10 gold. He's probably been rolling to 10 gold every single fight since stage 4, trying to stay as strong in the moment as possible playing that challenger's comp. And for Travis now, he's doing his final roll down. He needs 2 more Zeers. He's trying to become a player that can have a chance to win out as well. Skipping the Luxes. He's only focusing on a Zeer now. He's not finding it though.
Lux is in the bin.
Oh, 1 off. He can sell the Nasus. He has a few more rolls to go. He can find it in time. Can he win this fight is the big question.
Travis just sees a few more moments. There's so little HP separating our players. If you check back in with Jedusor on the other side with... Oh, no, sorry, it's to say, it looks like Kubikson's board over there, and it absolutely is. Jedusor throw me off a little bit there. I think this is going to be a pretty tough one to survive, though. I mean, the front line is pretty good. The Aphelios actually takes quite a lot of incidental damage, and Jedusor will survive for one more round as Fyfik goes out,
Travis is also out.
evening the numbers.
Travis is out, Fyfik is out. This is very good for France. Now they have a chance to come back into it, but they have to defeat the two, boss number 1, boss number 2, Shredden and Kubikson, currently holding hands in the HP total, holding hands in their board strength as well. But I think Shredden will probably be the one to come out ahead. He is on level up. He is going to be able to cap out his board with so many two-star legendaries. It's going to be very, very hard to beat him.
So we knew coming into this one, the game plan was, with the assumption that Shredden would again take first place, was just for the Polish players to stay out of 8th place. It's a kind of a monkey's paw situation. They've ended up with 6th and 7th, but at least it does mean that Poland doesn't have to get the top 2 spots to win the lobby.
And considering the position that Poland was in coming into end of stage 4 and start of stage 5, everything has gone fairly wrong. Travis 1 away from hitting a 3-star 4 cost, not able to do so. Fyfik bleeds out to 7th in the end, so France has a chance to come back into it despite how doomed it looked at the very start of stage 4. For Jedusor, it looks like the game is over here, not able to do enough here. Taken out in 5th place. 2 French and 2 Polish remain in the top 4, but I think Poland is still coming out ahead.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, just getting, it's kind of crazy to think for the team format, the players who, I think you highlighted before really well, that the players who finish towards the bottom of the table can be just as important as those who finish towards the top. Even 1 point can make the difference, and getting into the second half of this lobby with even just a 1 or 2 point advantage can change everything.
We're seeing for Lyris, he's played his game perfectly. His job playing challengers to finish in the top 4, to play high tempo, to put pressure on the Polish players in stages 4 and 5. He's done so. He's outplaced his other challenger opponent, which is Fyfik, and he's done his job, but it's just the rest of the Polish players or French players that had to try and fight for that first or second have not. So I expect Lyris to be losing this next fight. I think he's going to have some tough opponents, Tardaman in this case, as his next opponent in this next round. And we're in stage 6. One of these French players is going out.
Oh boy. So we'll have to await the final calculations there to see how this one goes, but it does seem like Poland have pretty much got this one, unless we see something truly amazing coming through for this next fight. Shredden, of course, on the win streak, will be playing on the left-hand side. Oh boy, it's worth remembering, of course, this is best of 3, unlike yesterday, which was best of 1, so France still will have a chance to come back.
And Shredden, very smartly, he's taking out his main carry. The Ahri is not on his board, it's on his bench instead, to try and make sure that Kubikson can stay alive and win this. Shredden had more HP to work with, so he's trying to take a hit here, have both players still remain alive, and in this way, guarantee they outplace at least one of the French players who was eliminated in this last fight. Teamwork at its best.
Oh boy, so Kubikson and Shredding left in. I'm going to wait confirmation, but yeah, the points being accumulated by the lower placing players seem like it should do it, as Shredden, of course, looking to take center stage here in the first game of playoffs, goes up to level 10. This has been quite the game for Poland.
And the only way for Lyris to win this for France is to win the lobby outright, but it's not going to happen. Challengers is not a comp that is made to win lobbies. We've seen it so many times before in tournaments. 0% win rate, 55% top 4 rate. This is not what this comp is made for. It would be a huge surprise unless Lyris is able to 3-star a 4 cost, and we see he's not really close to that at all. So I think either versus Kubikson or versus Shredden, he will be taken down in this fight or the next.
Lyris, I mean, does manage to keep the Yasuo alive for longer than you might have expected. Just a heartbeat away from getting anything more, as both of the Polish players survive. I mean, we came to the lobby maybe expecting the possibility that Poland would have to get first and second to win the lobby. In this case, they didn't have to. They just did it anyway.
And Shredden on Yorick's Graveyard especially, we see how many very important, very strong units are itemized in this case. With level up, able to go for a comp that has so many units is so relevant and important. But all in all, I think Poland won this off of Shredden's 10 win streak in stages 2 and 3. It set everyone up to know their exact roles in going into stage 4, and I think they executed perfectly.
Yeah, it's really promising stuff. We knew that it was really about trying to bring the team together to support Shredden and what he was doing and make sure the team delivered exactly as it could do. I think it's going to be a tough blow for France, again, coming in as the one, as the favourites to this matchup, to lose this first game so convincingly. I mean, it really puts the impetus on them to change up what they're doing in game 2.
And it goes to show, despite having a core game plan as a team, things can go differently depending on the augments you're offered, and we see there the plan has changed entirely. Shredden is in theory the AD flex player. It was SL1ckz instead playing AD flex, and Shredden pivoted into a level up comp and played all throughout just a very high tempo board in stages 2 and 3, taking advantage of the French players lose streaking on purpose in stage 2 to try and mess with Sl1ckz's Piltover start. So many moving parts in how this game played out. All in all, I think Poland rather executed perfectly. Their stage 4 augment picks were perfect, all picking very high tempo augments to really pressure the French players who were already in dire straits because of that, questionable stages 2 and 3 off of the lose streak start. So just a great first game. I'm just so excited for everything else today.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and honestly, somewhat refreshing to see France actually outpaced in that kind of a strategic way. But general friends, again, a reminder, we'll be on our main broadcast, we'll be hopping between lobbies, so we will not be following this lobby going forwards. On the analyst desk, they'll give you information about where you can see the rest of this series. We'll be heading across to see Turkey versus Resto Amir in our second lobby. But for now, we're headed to break. Stick with us, and we'll see you soon.
My name is Marcus. I'm from Sweden. My gaming name is Sl1ckz. I am 35 years old, so I have been playing for a while. I actually liked both formats. It was really fun to play in a team for some different environment and the teamwork, and you play with like friends. So I think I actually enjoyed this more than when I played the qualification, because this felt more for fun. Even if it's serious, it felt more fun in one way. Yeah. How good are our region? I think we are in the top 3. I know France is really good. I haven't seen all the players yet actually, but I think we are top 3, no matter what players advance from the other regions. Yeah, I think we have a pretty big chance of beating them. Our team play is really good, so I think that would be a big benefit for us that we are so... We have played a lot of games already. We played like 15 matches in the qualifiers, and we feel the more we play with each other, the stronger we become. So yeah, I think we can win based on team play. That's a tough question. I think I'll just go with myself, so I don't tell who's of my friends that's the best player. So if we fail, it's on me. If we win, I give credit to them also. Yeah, to my team, of course. And I also want to give a shout out to my girlfriend. She's been supporting me playing TFT, and sometimes she brings food when I play and stuff. And I appreciate that, so a shout out to her.
That was very interesting. We've seen a game where a lot of stuff happened, going from silvers to gold to prismatic augments again and again and again. And it was extremely strange that for one of the very first time ever, Wita, we see France staying and living up to their word, doing something that we've never seen before. Everyone sold their board as soon as we saw an early Piltover from Bowland.
Yeah, Yes, for sure, right. And I think that's something we saw, like something we talked about yesterday. We didn't get to see. We didn't want to fully leak the tech, right? But you kind of got to ask yourself, at what cost did this griefing of the Piltover player actually come, right? That's the thing that we also got to figure out here, because Skipaeus had quite a good game afterwards.
Yeah, it's like, it reminds me of that meme where it goes like, I've won, but at what cost? We made the Piltover player get a 2-win streak or maybe a 3-win streak until he started facing off his Poland peers. And again, it goes to the same point. You have someone like Shredden that is quite literally living up to his name, Shredden. He doesn't really care if the entire French team is going to sell their boards, because he's a player that really relies a lot on playing when it comes to, let's say, his tempo. He wants to win. He's a player that has not lost a single round in stage 2 or stage 3, and that is his composition. And guess what? It was with Master Yi, and he didn't even take a single Master Yi augment, by the way.
No, so Morgan, a name that Shredden normally can have played on before is Teach Me Shredding, if I recall correctly. So no, Shredden, you teach me, because you have been playing some incredible TFT all throughout the entire week, right? Had a great performance in the Ultra League as well, right? He has just been performing quite well. We got to see the power in this competition, the power of that prismatic final augment in that level up, really allowing him to elevate his board state. And we talked about the fact that this level 9 really came in big for him.
Yeah, and then when it came to prismatics and we spoke about them, Travis, he was having such very hard time making his comp come into light. And he was very early with the Inferno contract, rolled down to 30 or 20 gold when it came to stage 4, and he started getting these Azirs. He had a wholesome amount of 7 Azirs, but he was not the only one playing it. There was Tixida. Tixida was contesting with that. He had 4 Azirs, and just soon as Tixida went out, he did his best, Wita. He did his best, but he didn't even find that last Azir. He sold the Nasus. We saw so many Luxes appear in that shop, but he knew he was not gonna get it because it was highly contested in that lobby. So him pivoting to try and find that Azir was just unlucky, man, coding Pie Hat when he was with us in the stream.
I mean, the other thing is also worth noting here, right, is that Tixida was stuck on like playing Seri item holder with no synergies for a while after he got that massive booster of AP items after Crux, I believe, right, where like his direction was really laid out for him. And I also think that just in general here, I think the French team got the weaker end of the stick in terms of the prismatic augments, right? I think that you're looking at Kubixen, for example, picking up that Freljord Heart was a massive pickup for him because the 4 Freljord effect is so big, because that additional stun that comes through really allows you to buy so much time for your scaling compositions, means that you are just going to be in a fantastic position to work that out as well. So really rough game for France here, but it's the best out of 3, so they do have the opportunity to come back.
Yeah, it wasn't just him playing the 4 fairly old. It's also worth mentioning that there were 2 4 fairly old players in that lobby. It was him and Jedusor. This lobby was quite interesting. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen, from people selling their boards to 4 failures to a lot of crazy stuff. But one thing that is very well worth mentioning is that Poland, on the same level, on the same par with France, keeping up that synergy, but not selling their boards. No, they made their boards weaker. In that final fight, we saw Kubixon survive just because Shredden removed that Addy, he removed that Rise, he made sure that this board will get the victory against, will get the L against Kubixon, making him live and granting Poland the first and the second spot. So, Wita, we've seen a lot happen in this lobby. What are you expecting from the next lobbies when it comes to other regions playing against each other? Do you think that these people were just warming up, or is Poland just going to dominate just like we've seen them do in day 1?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because you're looking at Poland and you're looking at the French team, and on paper, these are 2 of the strongest teams in the entire tournament, right? So whoever comes out victorious out of this best out of 3 could go the entire way, right? But then you also have to look out with the fact that we spoke with Sl1ckz from Northern Europe earlier on. We don't know how they've been doing in their first game. We're going to see the Turkish team for the first time on the main broadcast this weekend coming up as well. And we don't know how their initial series went against this rest of EMEA squad that I think is one of the biggest sleeper squads in the tournament. They didn't have a great day 1. They did make it through to the knockout phase, which is all that matters, right? Because once you're in the knockout phase, anything can happen.
Once you're out of that, anything can happen. So let us look at the standings to see what's happening with the players in the region, specifically that we just saw a beautiful match from Poland versus France. If you take a look at it, you're going to see that Northern Europe is still dominating. They're not going to lose a single game, apparently. They managed to get an amazing win against Spain. Poland, as we just saw on the mainstream, has managed to get a very nice victory against France, with 2 players from France being in the top 4 and the 2 players being from Poland top 4. Almost same to what happened in the Northern Europe. So it was a little bit close. On the other hand, rest of EMEA really dominated in the game against Turkey. They had at least top 3 places, and Doch against MENA guess what? Mix is not with us on the stream right now. I don't get to banter that much, but we won, baby. Mena has managed to get a ludicrous victory against Duck, and that's that.
Morgan this morning is like, I'm all in on Dark now because I don't want to jinx Mena. But let's look at the individual standings here as well. So these are going to be a little bit out of order. It feels like, right, they haven't been sorted fully, but we can kind of see that Shredding obviously went first, Schwarzman went first in the other game, Nico went first in the Spanish games, it seems, and then we're going to have another screen. Dark Hydra yet again, Morgan, with another strong performance as like the superstar, quote unquote, of this Dark team. But if they lose the game, him being in first place isn't necessarily going to be big enough, and you can see Memo again really another weaker performance from his end. So a lot of really interesting pieces here being moved around, a lot of the same tendencies we saw yesterday being continued today.
Yeah, we saw in the highlights and we saw in when we spoke about standings and the player performance overall, Dark Hydra has had 100% amount of being top 4. He is the only player that has not lost a single game, because in TFT, if you're top 4, we consider, okay, that's a win. If you're bot 4, we consider that a lose. But the only thing that matters is that we need to make sure that Dark Hydra is definitely feared, and Dark Team has a very strong opponent on them. Now, ladies and gents, we're about to go into a game where Turkey faces rest of EMEA. So let us go to our lovely trio, and also, we have Lobby A right now with Northern Europe versus Spain, we have Lobby B with France versus Poland, and Lobby C with Dach versus Mena. But now, with Lobby 4, with our lovely trio, Makes, Panda, and Peter, take it into game 2.
Thank you very much, Morgan. As you said, we have had a very surprising opening round of the playoffs with, I'd arguably say, 3 out of our 4 games all going the opposite way than we would have expected. Now here, of course, again, with the Makes and Impetuous Panda. Makes, going into this one, Turkey versus Brest or Mir, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, Turkey looked incredibly dominating yesterday. Of course, we talked to them at the beginning of the day, but now that rest of EMEA actually took them down a notch. I'm wondering what happened in that lobby, right? You kind of want to figure out, and I'm very happy we got to hop in there and see what their team play has been looking like. And I think that's a very interesting storyline that we're set up for.
I casted the Wrestling MMA qualifiers last weekend, so I've seen this team in action, and they look very good. They were definitely the deserved winner in that qualifiers to make it to this tournament today, or yesterday rather, I guess you would say. So I'm surprised they didn't do as well yesterday, despite qualifying. They weren't one of those dominant teams. I think this win is not a surprise to me, despite Turkey looking so dominant.
And I've got some information about the lobby which was played off stream, because the winning composition for Shamochma was very different indeed. We're seeing an Echo reroll, something I don't think we've seen nearly anywhere else in the competition, taking first place using the Veigar legend as well. I mean, it's a reroll, Makes, but it's not one which we're familiar with, at least in the tournament level recently.
Well, as much as I love to see a golden echo, this one wasn't really the carry here. Despite being a three-star, it's not really the main character. The main character is, of course, going to be your Zed and that Gwen too, who are doing most of the heavy lifting. And then that Echo's just in there because we can, right? It has Thief's Gloves equipped, and obviously that can roll high or low. I think in that final round it was Redemption and Bramble, so not necessarily the Echo items you'd be looking for if you want to dish out some damage, but definitely an interesting comp variety that we have been seeing every now and then, like listening through with the rogues now being changed. They're just so much better, and I really enjoy seeing them, and I think we should be seeing them a lot more, to be honest with you.
And the same comp won out in the Spain versus Northern Europe lobby. It was Nico SM, the all-star player for Spain yesterday. Seems like also today in that very first game with the same comp. Zed reroll, Zed with the new changes to Rogue and the backline access onto carries like a Zeer, who at 1 star is going to be very squishy in stage 4, similar for Lux, for example. So it has good matchup against a lot of the best tier 4 meta comps right now. Aphelios, Zeer, and Luck can all die to one Zed ult if he is able to position in the right spot for them. So I think we're going to see more of this comp today as well.
I'm loving to see that, coming in today, we have got the reaction. I'm so distracted by seeing Ari just poking out from the bottom of the camera there.
You're used to it by now. Lots of players hit Ari early in their games nowadays.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, let's talk a little, for anyone who maybe wasn't here for day number 1, Makes, you mentioned that Turkey was one of our teams along with Northern Europe who managed to have a completely unblemished record. As we take a quick look at... in fact, we're going to go straight into the lobby here. Of course, one of those players who did a huge amount was Cynar, who managed to be one of our top 4 players overall.
Yeah, he only got top 4, so that's always good. But now we're going to choose our portals and we're going to go into the Ecliptic Vaults. Now, my personal interest is always about what legends players pick up, and I am confused by Sl1ckz.
It is Veigar. Veigar is a very good legend if you like playing very specific comps that want the extra crit. There are players in NA that were playing it all throughout this set. Again, you have things like Sorks, you have things like challengers who want combat strength to really benefit off of Jewel Lotus. You want to build these items anyway on things like Kaisa, things like Lux, sometimes even Azir because he gets the flat AP from strategists. So it is a comp you can play if you're trying to angle for a few very specific comps.
I mean, we saw it work well for Tremenchpa with the Z composition, as you pointed out before, mates. We will take a quick look across to see if there doesn't look like, for the most part, we're seeing anything stray too far from expected, with the one exception of Ineffable bringing in the Caitlyn for some early power.
I think both the Veigar and the Caitlyn are a little bit of outliers. Of course, now with 9.0 nearly ending, Legends are in a better state when it comes to balance, so we are seeing a lot more diversity when it comes to them. But it's really cool, and I think for Ineffable in particular, that's going to give you good direction early on, which can be a great help in SuperBrawl.
And speaking to Ging a bit before this tournament, or before this day 2 started, he told me that they're not doing anything too crazy as a team. They're really just playing to their strengths, playing flexibly. They're all comfortable in every single type of comp in the game, so they're not really assigning specific roles. Similar to rest of the EMEA, it looks like there isn't a dedicated Master Yi player, for example, on either of these teams trying to go for AD. I think every team is just playing very flexibly, and with Ezreal and Caitlyn players trying to win streak stage 2 in most cases.
We'll see what that first augment's going to be. Jewel Lotus, of course, is always been very tempting. A huge amount of power for a silver augment there too. As Tremenchpa, interesting, decides to completely open up. That does suggest, based on what we've seen before, we might have a built-over player in the lobby.
It's like your little hint already that someone is maybe having a few pulled over players on their board if you see someone open forting. It could just be a very slow start, not any upgrades, you don't really have a chance to contest anything, and you have teammates that are trying to win streak. You can just open fort instead and play for the 3-5 roll down.
Sometimes you really just want to greed for that econ, and if you're that player out of your team who has kind of a start that's not really giving you anything, then I think there's a world where you can just really open for it and grade it out. We've seen this from other players before, even without Piltover players present. But of course, we're going to check in and see whether or not we do have one in this lobby. On the side of ceremonials, we're already seeing a Teemo and a Vel'Koz, really big pickups here right at the start of the game.
I wouldn't mind at all seeing some more multicaster in my life, as both of these players making a relatively decent early game board to try and avoid taking too much damage. Of course, again, we're not in a Yorick's grave like we were before, where our players were massively worried about getting knocked out early on. We've got the vaults this time around to provide a good chunk of change for our players to work with longer term.
And Ging almost rewarded for a very, very greedy play. Despite having 2 upgrades, doesn't level to 4, tries to make 10 in this first round while still winning the fight. Doesn't slam 2 items either. Could have slammed Sunfire and Guardbreaker. Instead slams what will be better for the late game with the Warmogs, the Open Glove for the Jewel Gauntlet later on, and still almost able to win it. So showing the world-class strategy coming out from Ging.
And looking at our augments here, we are seeing something that we don't get a whole lot of. Dasik on the AFK, and that does make you wonder why Sl1ckz sold his entire board. Because usually with the AFK, you just want to lose streak. Like you don't really get to do anything. So whatever you have, and often that is a losing streak. But Sl1ckz continuing to take big hits here right at the start alludes to not having a board online. We're going to see how it plays out for Dasik. Both of these players are in the same team.
This is a really fascinating approach to this game. I mean, of course, Dasik has been absolutely everywhere and seen everything, so we know that long term we expect to see Dasik do very well off this. I do want to highlight another kind of the augments I saw coming through, one on each side. Inconsistency being picked up by both opposing teams. We know that some of our squads have been trying to be very flexible with their win streaks and loss streaks to kind of let them play with their teammates more and be what they need for them at that particular point. I really like inconsistency in combination with that.
Yeah, if the teamwork is not great, then just pick consistency and you're saved. It doesn't matter if you win streak or lose streak, everything will go right in stage 2.
I guess that's one way of looking at it, yeah.
It is a very good augment overall. It's been so the entire set. You have the chance of, again, win streaking and lose streaking. Great, you have a ton of gold. If you do win streak, you don't get as much gold, but hey, you're win streaking, you're saving HP, that's a good thing as well. So it kind of has a win-win situation with it throughout the entirety of the set.
We do have two of the Turkey players meeting up with each other here, both on 100 HP. Somebody, unfortunately, will have to lose, ending the potential win streak here. I think you probably would have preferred for it to be Matt Black, since he has that extra HP, and that is going to be the case for the team here. Ceremonials also being able to hold on to that streak together with Cynar is going to be a big talking point as we move forwards toward that stage 3. But there has been one more statement augment that we kind of need to quickly hit on, and that is Ineffable picking up that Challenger Heart. That already tells you what he's in for, that already signals direction, and that is something that everybody else can now kind of work with or not. We're going to see how they react once more as Carousels is coming up.
I do want to highlight, again, just as we get into this second game, WrestleMania won the first game of this series. Very much not expected to do that. They didn't just win that first game, they absolutely crushed the first game. So I think there's got to be at least the elements of, uncertainty in here for the Turkish squad. Knowing that they don't have quite the opponents they thought they did.
And we're understanding why Ceremonials has been win streaking. Very strong combat strength augment, a lot of upgrades on his board. Not the best items to slam though, that is the only thing that is missing here. You don't want to slam QSS or Last Whisper if you're not fully committed into AD or AP just yet. We do see an upgraded AP carry in Cassiopeia, but not really the items to give her that much more power. So this could be close to the end of the win streak for Ceremonials if he faces another of the strong players in this stage 2.
But he does face Sl1ckz, his teammate, who has been open forting, so no worries there. That win streak is going to keep on going, and it does make you wonder what Sl1ckz is planning to do. He's just racking up that money, not really playing any board, and we of course are going to check whenever he does make big moves. The AFK from Dasik now also being broken, still losing here, so hopefully we'll be able to get a board online. And speaking of boards that are online, we saw this Vel'Koz 2 pop up right after the carousel for Fabulotus, and that's going to be an extremely good start into a sorcerer board.
Yeah, really excited to actually see them coming through. I mean, we've even got the upgrade as well, sneaking in there for the Malzahar. I mean, the itemization is very good at the moment, and with the Void spawn coming in to just provide a little bit of extra frontline, I think Fabulosus is in a really good spot.
The only problem here is that is 9 gold invested into a singular unit. That's fantastic now. You're going to win a lot of fights. It's a great upgrade to have, but your economy will be in the gutter throughout most of this stage 2, most of stage 3 as well. So if he is not able to carry over this current board strength into the end of stage 3, he might be in a lot of trouble in terms of finding all his late game upgrades like Lux 2 and be able to go 8 at the end of stage 4.
We'll have to check out how that plays out for him. I'm still intrigued by those win streaks. Now Ging, after one loss, still on fire here. 98, we take those. Ceremonials, is he able to keep that going? Is going to be a big question. Not going to be happening here. Takes a loss. So now it is only Ging on fire and Turkey up on top. Keep in mind, Matt Black only here because of that Tiny Titans. He would be a little bit lower in the overall standings. And we're hopping on board with Sl1ckz, who, is building out a Zed, I think, just by looking at it. But he already lost so much HP. Now, 50 gold, great. Losing streak, great. You're going to have that econ. But you need to make sure that you hit those 2 stars at least to stabilize your board quite quickly.
I think it's a sign of how confident Sl1ckz is with this line of play, that he's willing to put this much HP into making sure that he gets a lot of gold, his teammates' streaks remain intact as well. And I mean, it's a big gamble, but at least in game 1 it did pay off, and perhaps as underdogs for this particular matchup, the rest of them are willing to take those bigger risks.
And this is a comp that won the last game in game 1, is uncontested pretty much every lobby because it's very recent resurgence with the changes to Rogue. Players may be late to pick up on the fact that this comp is a strong real comp to go for, like it was 3 or 4 patches ago where Zed was an absolute menace in any stage of the ranked ladder. This could be a huge thing for this rest of the team, and maybe the difference maker in that game 1 win versus their opponents. I mean, if this works out again, if Sl1ckz finishes first or second, then I think other teams in the tournament will start catching on.
Hopefully they will. I really like seeing those rogues come out. I think we've also been seeing some very little Noxus comms throughout yesterday, and hopefully we'll see them again today. With the SuperBrawl rewarding, not competing other people's units, it's just so good to play these kind of assassin rogue Noxus boards, and I think they're on to something here with that. But Sl1ckz just keeps on bleeding here. I'm starting to worry with 46 HP as we hit second augments. They're going to be golden here, but are they bringing enough luck for him?
Well, I mean, it's worth noting, and of course, Pano will know this as well, that when they were playing in the qualifier, it was known as Team Schmachma. So, if you're going to have a team based around a single player and their success, why not just name yourself after them?
But that was a front counterfeit. The real all-star player was Fabulotus, who I think top 4 every single game in the SuperBrawl qualifiers for the rest of the EMEA region last weekend. And could be the player to do it again here. We're seeing he is leaning heavily on Vel'Koz. He did have a 4th Vel'Koz on his bench at the end of stage 2 and sold it. So already indicates he's not going for a Vel'Koz 3, which I think is correct. Looking at the stats yesterday, the Vel'Koz Sona reroll game plan did not have good stats at all. So I think Fabulotus is very correctly dodging the bait.
Sometimes you have to do that, and I think we're in a good position to do so, but we are going to check in, and Sl1ckz finding a great upgrade for what he was playing. Getting those Vampiric Blades there is going to be fantastic news. I really like seeing that, and I think it also makes sense with seeing that Vigor being picked up so early. If you knew that this is what your game plan was going to look like, you're going to go for the Rogues, you're going to go for Katarina Zed, then I think it's so smart to lock yourself into this.
I do love seeing... No, please.
Oh, go ahead, Peter.
I was going to say briefly that the...
I'm just going to talk if you both keep going.
Yeah, we'll just keep bouncing off each other. But seeing Schmachma, playing out this line so well that we've got the Vampiric Blades here, which are functionally, just there as a way to make Zed stronger. We've got the Jewel Lotus being there just to make the Zed stronger. This is an incredibly all-in approach to the game. It's an incredibly all-in strategy. I mean, I don't think there's any better way to upset a team that you're not expected to beat on paper than to play this close to the edge.
And in a 4v4 format, you're opening space for your teammates to be uncontested on certain other comps, like playing a comp that no one is contesting. If you're able to play this and also find success, that's a huge upside for this kind of format. One thing to note though right now, currently the bot 4 is only rest of EMEA players. Purely from an HP buffer and tempo standpoint, it already puts you in a risky position. We saw it with France in game 1. If you don't stabilize in stage 3, there is no plan B. You're dead. You're going to have too little HP to work with coming to stage 4.
I'm really worried about that, and we are going to see at least Sl1ckz turn this storyline around, but are 34 HP enough to make that dream happen? He really relies on those golden units later out throughout the game, and he needs to get there somehow. Thus far, no Katarina. Not even a single Katarina did show up in that massive roll down that we just saw. That is going to spell a little bit of sweaty hands for Sl1ckz at least. Now, everybody else that is above them, I think is still close enough to the Turkey players, so I'm not too worried about them just yet. But with Ging and Ineffable both still on fire in 3-4, that's massive. That's a lot of pressure that is coming down from the top of this leaderboard and serving out extra losses to the rest of the players.
I think that's one of the strongest points for Ging and the rest of the Turkey team overall. For anyone who's coming to us for perhaps the first time, not familiar with Ging, he's coming back from his 3rd global championship. There's an enormous amount of experience to impart to the rest of the squad. And when one of your most experienced players is on a roll like this, when Ineffable is also just barely behind, you're putting down such a gauntlet here that I just don't know if WrestleMania can duplicate their game 1 performance.
Okay, hold up. Just real quick, Sl1ckz skipped that Katarina, saying this is not what he wants. He wants to go into those Slayers, so maybe he's not as doomed as we think he was.
I just think he doesn't have the goal to hold it. He's missing 3 copies of Zed. He's at 10 gold now. I think he identifies he's very low HP. He has to try and, again, hit a spike at some point in stage 3 or he's just going to be dead. And he's going to allow the Turkish players to have just too much leeway when it comes to the general kind of totality of the HP between the teams. But it is not going well. The roll down has not been in his favor, only on 6 copies of Zed and no gold to roll with almost for the rest of stage 3.
I mean, yeah, in the ideal situation, you have the Z3 and you could use that to get those wins and generate the gold you need to push the board further forward. Instead, Chimochma is going to be forced to try and get those wins just to get the Z3 in the first place. The rest of the board's looking a little bit anemic as well. So I just generally don't know if this is going to be rest of Mia's game. If they do take the Swift 8,
Anemic?
then everything goes to hell.
Sorry, there's an Azir 2 on day 6 board? That's anemic? This guy just has a massive upgrade for this board. We're in 3-6, and that's an Azir 2 you're looking at. 5 Shurima as well, 2 Luxes on that bench. Of course, he did roll down a little bit. Gold has been invested to find this. Also only point on an Nasus 1. But that's a massive unit to have for day 6.
Oh no, absolutely, Megs. I was being anemic on the side of Chimochma's board, definitely not on the side of Dasik, who has very much turned around that early dive in with a lot more HP and a much more stable base to be able to build towards the late game.
And some miscommunication maybe as well. Dasik rolling down and hitting that huge spike when he knows Shushma is in his pool of players, and it ends up hitting there and taking even more HP away from Shushma from his own teammate, now down to 21. So all in all, looking at Ineffable, looking at Gang players that have put pressure on the lobby throughout the entirety of stages 2 and 3, if they can roll down and keep up that pressure and start kind of choke holding out these rest of UMA players into a 7th or 8th place position, this is looking very much in favor of Turkey for this game too.
Something that's standing out to me on the right-hand side is, we've got 2 players with ludicrously huge streaks in play, and they're both from Turkey. King on a 9-round win streak, Matt Black on an 8-round loss streak. There is so much going right for Turkey right now, while things seem to be falling apart for the rest of EMEA.
Speaking of going right, Ineffable finding a Zena and an Ahri naturally in the shop here on level 7. Kaisa coming around as well here. I think that's less impressive than the 2 legendaries, but that's exactly what you were looking for. The way that Ineffable has played out this Challenger Heart also has that Not Today, which is going to help the Yasuo even more so. And now the Senna is going in. 6 challengers are online. This is a massive board.
I was very surprised the Senna was not coming in for the Gwen earlier. I think I'm like, wait, did he forget he has a Senna on his board? But no, finally does come in. So good with this Challenger's comp. The extra shielding really helps the Yasuo and the Kaisa. Again, ramp their attack speed off of the takedowns and just stay alive for longer in what are usually very fast-paced fights.
Oh my gosh, Mochma takes another hit there. You can just see the 2-star Zeb was desperately trying to do enough to get through the board, but, makes me know with these reroll compositions, they really need to be getting online pretty darn quickly. It doesn't seem like it's happened. We've got a last augment coming in to try and turn the tide for the rest of EMEA.
Is it going to be enough, though, has to be the question for some of these players. Of course, if you're Ineffable, you're taking that extra money. If you're Schmuckma, you're very happy here. Finding that extra emblem for the Slayers, allowing you to get them online. Also has the Z3 now, and that is going to be big.
The only problem is you're at 9 HP. You hit your spike, great. Is there someone else in the lobby that has hit their own spike? Possibly. Do they beat you do you get eliminated if you lose one fight? Yes, that is the case at 9 HP in pretty much every stage in TFT. So I think too risky of a position for Chochma. For sure, there is at least one player that will be strong enough to beat him at some point in this game, and that could be an almost guaranteed bot 4 for rest of EMEA.
Positioning is going to be absolutely everything, and the Zed got moved to the right-hand side, entirely the opposite position where he needs to be against Fabulotus. The Vel'Koz, you can see in the corner, fully itemized, will be staying safe for most of this round, but Zed does make it into the back, kills off everybody else, and maybe for the time being, Mochma will deny the Executioner and keep the Zed alive.
There's just not enough DPS to take on the Zed here at this point in time for Fabulotus' board. There isn't an itemized Lux yet. The Vel'Koz does a lot of great damage, yes, but the single target damage is not ideal on Vel'Koz, and this Z3 with double healing items, the Hodge and the BT, and the Vampiric Blades, too much for that Vel'Koz to deal with.
Okay. Let's see how this goes. Rajma holding on here with 9 HP for now, but of course, other players are up there and it is going to get closer, like you guys said. Hopping over to Fabulotus, though, we were talking about this Vel'Koz being maybe a little bit of a bait. However, it's back. It's waiting for you. 2 copies more, and then you are going to be fully locked into that carry on the Vel'Koz. And check out the damage that's coming in here. This Kai'Sa is doing incredible amounts on the side of Cynar. Now, he was looking a little bit upset here, but I think this should be something you're happy with.
Oh boy, I just want to touch back on and ask you about this specifically, David, before we move on. You mentioned we haven't been seeing the Vel'Koz being played. How does it kind of compare to the other sorcerer boards we've been seeing have big success that we haven't been seeing Vel'Koz 3 being pushed for?
Just any 3-cost or 3-star 3-cost is going to be risky because you have that period of time before you hit the upgrade where you're going to be very weak, or weaker than you would be if you were going for a 4-cost comp instead with the Lux 2, for example. We've seen it with Karma all throughout this set, especially the end of it, and the similar can be said for Vel'Koz. And what I mentioned earlier, there isn't that much single target damage from Vel'Koz. It's more of a bursty, frontline killing unit. So things like Zed might be troublesome for the Vel'Koz to deal with as well.
But players are getting more and more upgrades. You can see that Azir 2 coming through from Met Black here as well. Now Dasik and Met Black both have one. Dasik now also being able to find that Lux. The only thing that I'm a little bit worried about is not having that Nasus. Jarvan is also only Jarvan 1, so you're mostly relying on that Swain to do the most. But here's Cynar's board once more. You can see why it's so crazy. There's an ice cream cone. There is a Rise 2 for some reason. And that Kai'Sa 2. And that's just so good. With that Piltover Rise doing as much as he does, I think this might be a board that could take out Chmachma if he should need it.
I mean, what I love about seeing this Rise, so as we saw there, with the money in the bank, we've got such an incredibly strong backline. If you can save up the money, if you can itemize as well, the Zorn Rise can be absolutely monstrous in just killing everything on the board.
Oh my god, Chmachma holding on here. This set will do it on the back of the healing. Chmachma totally unfazed. He knew that this was going to happen. It's calculated. There is not even a single muscle being moved in that face as he's in full concentration. Look at that damage.
And Ceremonial's trying to cap out his board, has Hammerdinger online as well, has upgrades on both the Zeri and the Sejuani. Will that be enough? He has a lot of combat strength elements as well, so overall does look very strong. Babylotus has finally hit Vel'Koz. Will it be enough? That is the big question here. Is the burst of damage coming in from the Vel'Koz going to be powerful enough? The Sona's still 1-star. I mean, it's really only the Vel'Koz doing anything here. Lux, 1-star as well, no items on her. And the front line is just not there.
Yeah, just the minimal amount of roadblocks. See if Dasik's able to punch through there. They've certainly got the double Gwynzus and the guard break on his ear, so he should be able to punch through what minimal protection is there. But the damage from the Vel'Koz 3 is good enough, and maybe even with Vel'Koz standing by himself is still good enough.
And Chmachma is holding on, still winning here, now on fire, but he needs to get so many more wins, and the enemies are just going to get stronger and stronger. Now, Ging finally taken down from this massive win streak that he did have going on, and still looks like Turkey is on top here in this matchup between them and the rest of EMEA, but we're into the Raptors, so hopefully some upgrades coming around.
The losses coming in for players like Dasik, like Ging, it is, expected because they have not rolled most of their gold. They've been kind of saving up and greeding and using their HP as a resource at the end of that stage 4. Whereas other players like Chmachma, like Fabulotus, have been doing the opposite. They've been trying to desperately roll down and find any amount of combat strength to stay relevant, to stay healthy in the game coming into stage 5. But that should be a different story for this roll down now for Ging on level 8. Can hit still so many important upgrades. Similarly for Dasik, who was about to go 8 as well, coming to stage 5.
Again, a reminder that up at the top of your screen, this is game 2 of a game 3 series. We won't be covering the third game. We'll leave that to our alternate casters. But in this instance here, if WrestleMania win this game, they will have knocked Turkey out of the competition despite having a clean sweep through Group B. The signs so far seem to point towards us equalizing as Ging finds a big upgrade to Aphelios 2.
Not enough time to scout, and just as the last minute pivot on the sides of the Aphelios as well, so really big for this fight.
but Cynar is on the other side. Now, the good thing is Ging does not need to worry about himself. He has so much HP, and so does Cynar. So it's a little bit of a friendly battle between teammates just to show off real strength. But check this out. The sheer power of that stacked up Kai'Sa. She's just handing out damage left and right. And the same is true for this set. Schmachma finding yet another win, and now the rest of the lobby is moving closer. But the problem here is that it's his teammates who are coming towards him in terms of HP.
So, David, you pointed out before, the weakness for the Z board is we've got an enormous amount of eggs in one basket. From what you've been seeing from some of the other boards, are any of them moving towards the point where they could provide enough single target damage to take him down?
Oh, for sure. Coming to stage 5 now, multiple units are dealing a lot more DPS, especially when fully itemized and upgraded. We saw the Aphelios, for example, for Ging. So as long as you're picking the right side, I think this Zed will be dying and will be, leaving us in this game too fairly soon. I think just the HP totals right now with Fabulosa, Ceremonials, and Schmochma, even if all three of them have gotten very, very strong, they'll be facing each other as well. And the moment they face each other, one of them will have to lose, which is why it's so hard to lose too much HP in stage 3 as a team.
We're going to be figuring out how it goes right now. That Zed is under attack.
Go, Timo, go.
He has the upper hand. 1, 2, 3. Goes down for the side of Fabulotus here. And Ceremonials, it looks like he's also able to hang on here. No! The other Aphelios is stronger. And now Ceremonials joins Schmachma on the 9 HP. But maybe that's a magic number for rest of EMEA. And they are going to be able to just capitalize on that, stabilize on the 9, and streak together magically.
I'm thinking more on David's side here of being somewhat cynical of the chances of rest for me, because you're right. No matter how each individual player goes, the table has been set for what will be a very tough next few rounds, where we could very well be seeing Resumir going out in 7th and 8th. And if you've seen our previous games, you know that means the Resumir will need to land 1st and 2nd to equalize those numbers.
If it was double up and these players could not face each other, that's a different story, but they can, and so it's going to be very hard to not have these players start dying off in the next 2 or maybe 3 fights maximum. And if 3 players finish in the bot 4, we know it's the end of the road, at least for this game 2, in terms of trying to win it versus Turkey.
Yeah, Schmachma, though, holding on still. And on the other side, Ceremonials was also able to dish out one more win against another player. But I believe we're now in the land of chopping blocks. Fabulotus, 1 HP. Matt Black, 4 HP. We have 9 HP on both Schmachma and Ceremonials. And then there's a comparatively big gap towards Cynar, who's on the 21, looking a little bit healthier. But there's an Aatrox, and I'm so surprised Schmachma goes for that Slayer emblem instead. It's also fine, I guess.
Yeah, Slayer emblem from Schmachma is absolutely huge. The biggest thing for this next fight will be the matchmaking, and the player pools for each of these players can be extremely decisive in terms of which team is able to win it out. The end of stage 5, these next 2 fights will almost assuredly decide the entirety of the outcome of this match.
Oh my gosh. You see Cynar rolling down everything to try and get this board just a little bit stronger. The turning point moment is ineffable. Up at the top of the table finds the Kai'Sa too. I think our players are very much aware these next few rounds swing this one with the other. I don't think this will be the game that is the ending of Turkey, but it still could be.
And the problem here is that you could be meeting Turkey,
no.
but you could also be meeting another player for Cynar. We're hopping on over. It is going to be Fabulotus going up against Ceremonials, and we do have Matt Black going up against a teammate as well. Unfortunate for both of these players. Hopefully there was a little bit of coordination, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The Vel'Koz goes down for Fabulotus, and Matt Black also goes down. The minus HP matter here, and we might be having more players getting knocked out here, but doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Fabulotus taken 8th and Matt Black taken 7th here, which means thus far, if rest of EMEA can hold on a little bit longer and get into those higher places, there's still a good chance for them.
And the size of that loss ends up mattering so much. 1 extra unit alive on the side of Fabulotus is matchup, and in the end, he takes an 8th, which is, as we mentioned, so decisive in this team-based format, especially with the HP lead that Ging, Cynar, and Ineffable have over the rest of the players.
Oh my gosh, Mochma could go up against Ceremonials in this round, but manages to duck them this time. We'll see if he manages to hold on On both left and right, you see Rest of Amir's future written in these 2 rounds.
They're holding on as best as they can, right side. It is all about that Zed and whether or not he can make his way towards that entire backline. Gets stuck on the tank there for a little bit of time. Is supported by the Kale. Goes down, and on the left-hand side, we're seeing a battle of a Professor turret against this Kaisa, but it will be a loss. However, close enough for Ceremonials to hold on with a single HP.
Wow. Day6 down to 3 HP. We now have 3 players on a single life, while everyone above them breathes a sigh of relief. If Day6 actually does go down in this next round and gets taken out firmly enough to push into 6th place, then Rest of Amir can breathe again.
And Day6 has Ceremonials in his pool that I've been talking about all throughout this stage 5. At one point or another, you will be facing your teammates, and if you're all on 1 life, it is absolutely doomed. You have to, at this point, finish in at least 1 player first or second from Rest of EMEA to try and actually win this game in this team-based format, and it's not looking like it's likely.
Yeah, the numbers are not numbering, as a good friend of mine would say. I'm not going to say his name here, but...
Hey, everyone's going to be friends themselves, right?
Come on. Don't put me out like that.
I respect it.
But yeah, I mean, he could be going up against King or Cynar here as well. There's a good chance that they do not kill each other. Maybe the numbers are going in their favor, but even then, still, Cynar and King have so much more HP to work with. And is doomed for Rest of EMEA as Day6 goes up against Ceremonials, and only one can survive here.
Zeri is fully pumped up with a double Zeeks out of the corner. Absolutely amazing itemization. Vizier stays alive in the corner, but gets knocked up by the Cyan charging all the way in, buying just enough time for Zeri to get the shots off. Day6 goes down. Ceremonial's alive. Mochma, I think, is just about going to stay alive as well.
And at this point in time, I think Shmutman needs to get a first place with his Zed board for a 2nd game in a row, with Ceremonials somehow climbing up to, I believe, at the very least 3rd, considering Day6 got 6. So quick maths are done. Is it likely? No. Is it possible? Still yes.
I'm so glad you did the mathing here, so I didn't have to. We all know I'm very good at math, but yeah, I'll let you have this one. Panda, Shmachma, Cynar, and Ceremonials all on that last live. They're trying their very best to make it through here, but once again, King and Ineffable, they have so much to work with. They can tank 1-2 more losses at least, and that is going to be bad news, especially if you meet up on the single digits. Once again, it's Shmachma against Cynar here. And it's all about that set in the backline. Now, the Kaisa does have a lot of damage, specifically AoE damage.
Whoa!
But healing on the Zed. He's just so strong, but not strong enough. And eventually, what goes up must come down. Shmachma taken out here. Is Ceremonials going to follow? Is the big question. The answer is no, and he goes into 5th.
And Kaisa has been warned of Shadow Assassins wielding blades. She gets away from danger, the last Acathian range, able to clean up the house. And we were talking about it. Once you get into stage 5, stage 6, enough DPS comes through where Zed, despite his Omnivamp, despite the healing, it's not able to out-heal the amount of damage coming in.
So with that result coming in, and with 3 members of Rest of Amir landing in the bottom 4, that will be the game decided. Turkey will be going forward to a 3rd game against Rest of Amir to decide who moves forward to the semi-finals. For now, we can only sit back and enjoy what Turkey has wrought, which is an extremely well-played game.
And of course, there's still MVP points that you want, the bragging rights within your team. You want to be the player that carried your region, of course. So these players are not backing down just yet. They want it all. We can see it play out here. Ceremonials in honor for his team, taking out Cynar here. Ineffable and King fighting it out between the 2 of them. And somebody will take a loss here, but not get Ellen.
And Ceremonial showing that he's hit all his upgrades, he has a strong board, and he has 3 combat strength augments to boot, so it is not surprising to see him able to cling into this top 3, maybe even fight for 2nd or 1st. It doesn't matter for Turkey, though. All players here playing Challenger comps especially, their goal was not to win the game. The goal was to outpace the rest of the lobby, have high tempo in stages 3 and 4, and punish with huge HP defeats their opponents in those stages. And that was the case. We saw entering stage 4, entering stage 5, how low in HP the rest of EMEA players were.
I think this is a real gauntlet being thrown down by Turkey here to say, absolutely, as you say, Panda, that there's a fundamental approach to the game that I think our teams are going to need to adapt to if they're going to make it further through the playoffs. I think Resumir maybe got a little bit of the advantage of the surprise factor in game one, but going back to that well again, just didn't work out this time around. And I think in a third game, Turkey will be even more prepared for it.
We're going to see whether or not that is the case. Of course, there will be a third game. In this matchup, we're going to see whether or not other teams also are going to go into the third round in this best of three. But for now, it's ineffable, and he could possibly be taking out two of the players here, depending on what Ging is facing. And let's see whether or not he has the chance to take out Ceremonials here in this very last round. The Kaisa does come in, does a lot of damage, does not take down everything, though. Professor is still alive, trying his best, now being taken down, and that Sejuani, despite her best efforts, I don't think there's anything she can do. Eventually, the charged up Archangel's Kaisa will take her down, and that is going to be a loss for Ceremonials here. Double knockout, ineffable, taking the win for Team Turkey here in the second game of the best of three with a very, very early inclination and dedication into the challengers. It was really, really great to see.
And both games 1 and 2 on stream have been won from a team correctly identifying their position in stage 3 and executing their strategy perfectly. It's not about having the best strategy coming into the game. It's about once the stage is over, seeing where your current spot is for all 4 of your players and knowing, hey, we have to pressure them now. They have terrible boards. They have a lot of money, sure, but their HP will be dwindling in all of this stage 3 if we all roll down and play high tempo comp, which was the case with 2 challenger players.
Well, gentle viewers, this does bring our second game to the end. So what we're going to do is take a break. And during that break, of course, we'll be figuring out where to go for game number 3 to give you the best possible game here in the quarterfinals. Of course, after this break, we'll have our analyst desk breaking down that last game. So stick with us. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Hi everyone, it's Zeys, TFT content creator and caster from Turkey. I'm very happy there are so many content and tournaments in TFT. Also pretty excited for today SuperBrawl. I think Turkey loves TFT very much and we have very good players. For example, Rubik, Cynar, Ging, Matt Black, all of them. They are so good. That's such a difficult question because all of players, they are so good and that tournaments is very difficult tournaments. I think Turkey will win again. I think it's Cynar because of my favorite player. He has a great competitive spirit and I like his game and mentality in tournaments because it's Cynar. I want to say good luck and have fun to all players on SuperBrawl. And last thing, I want to say Turkish. İzlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim. Tekrardan görüşmek üzere. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hoşça kalın. And I said thank you for everything and see you later and goodbye.
And we're back. It's your boy Morgan, and I'm here right here with Wita, and that game was absolutely crazy. We've seen Turkey finally come out on top, and it wasn't just a normal win, Wita. It was, as Peter always says, vicious. 3 of them in the top 3 spots. Matspat was for this time the griefer of the game, the one that always takes the L for the other people, the punching bag for his team to actually come out on top. But it went up pretty nicely. They got 3 spots in the top 4. So that was an amazing win for Turkey. There's a lot to break down in this game. We saw so many things that were not present in yesterday or in day 1. What do you want to speak about first?
Yeah, so I want to talk about something because on the desk in the game, the casters were talking about something about the way that Smashman opened up his game, right? So with the combination of the gold given from the Ecliptic Bolts as well as the gold that he had from the open forting as well, it meant that he actually hit the breakpoints where he goes from getting above 10 gold, going into 12, then going 20, and then going 30. And then just hitting those natural breakpoints. It almost paid off for the rest of the EMA team, but it was the Turkish team at the end of the day that took home the victory, Morgan. And we got to see a challenger composition finally take home a first place.
Yeah, we've always said that challenger compositions are really good into getting some good early game tempo. It's a composition that can do really well into both early and mid game. And we ever rarely see someone choosing Caitlyn. She's one of these legends that really took us with a very good hint that you can actually work on with her pretty nicely. And we've been seeing some good stuff in this game, like Veigar. We don't see Veigar every day. We see a lot of Ezreals here and there. We see a lot of Orns there and there. And Ineffable has been able to find that decent combo. Challenger hard, getting in that 4-6 challenger as soon as possible. Not today, giving the Edge of Night and making sure that Yasuo has one of his best in slot items, as well as giving a lot of attack speed. And again, with Unified Resistance, because this is something that challengers kind of lack with their frontline capabilities, but he pulled it off.
Yeah, I kind of want to just touch on the Caitlyn choice here for a second, right? Because Caitlyn is, generally speaking, at her strongest when you get the Prismatic, the starter kit, right? And in a game where you can kind of discuss with 3 other people about which direction you have, having that direction in a Prismatic opener lobby is one of the main reasons why the Caitlyn pick here makes a lot of sense. So, and you know as well, like, the rest of EMA had some issues in the early game kind of getting going, right? Because we saw Daisy also go for that AFK, so you had 2 players in the same team really just aiming for these lost streaks, and the remaining players here on the side of Fabulotus and Ceremonials had a hard time really putting on the pressure, which meant, as the casters were pointing out when we got to the later stages of the game, that once that the HP divide that had to be, like, closed was between teammates, not between teammates or opponents, right? So it was just like such a tough crawl back from the rest of the EMA team, but they almost managed to close it out with the fact that Mad Black didn't block that Slayer emblem on that carousel, almost giving the final spike over to Smartman Spot, who then ended up losing the challenger matchup for reasons that are kind of self-explanatory, with the fact that, as we can see on screen right now, Kaiser is very slippery as a unit, and then he had to move away and didn't get the continuous healing.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that point with one thing. You were really excited when you saw Veigar, and you were also very excited when you saw Smoshma fully open forting in the analyst desk. We were speaking a lot of the time, and I saw you really happy with his decision to open fort because he was able to make a lot of money. So now, has this portal really affected the gameplay for so many of these boards, do you think? Like, if we got a normal Yorex Graveyard, if we got some of these boards like the Orns Forge that we always get to see, do you think that Zon being put here really get players to change his boards? But before that, let us look at standings, because again, this game is over and we need to know what's happening with all of the players in all other regions. But we'll get back to that point really quickly. Wita, what's happening? And Turkey really didn't get a win, but what's happening with standings?
Yeah, so the only 2-0 is going to be Northern Europe versus Spain. I think most people expected that when looking at the teams here, but some closer matchups across the board here. Dark really, crawling back here, claiming what most people would expect, right? So we have 3 game freeze going on here, and that's going to be insane because this is full-on crunch time, Morgan, for those semi-final spots.
Yeah, Northern Europe, again, is the only team that is keeping it without a single game lost from yesterday. Now, I don't want to jinx them, because yesterday I vouched for Mena, and we barely got to make it into day 2. So, I'm looking at you, Mix. I'm not going to curse that.
Are we talking about your Italy vouch, Morgan?
Come again?
Are we talking about your Italy vouch from yesterday? That also worked out.
Yeah, that almost got Mena outside. So I'm not going to vouch for Northern Europe. I'm just going to party with them for being to be the only flawless team so far in the Super Brawl. They're showing very good results, extremely consistent. And when you speak about players, again, Dark Hydra got another top 4. He's been 4th in that second lobby. So we have so many players that are extremely consistent. It isn't just about the regions, but some individuals are doing really good. Who do you vouch for from all these players, and who caught your eye?
I mean, I'm going to go for Northern Europe, obviously, right? That's the thing that's worth noting here as well. Again, in case you, just quickly, a quick point here. If you're wondering why we're doing average points, it's because there could be some series that go 2-0 and some series that go 2-1, so you shouldn't get punished for playing fewer games here. Right before we are going to be going into the final game of the quarterfinals here, it's worth noting that we're going to have Lobby will be the Turkish team versus the rest of the EMEA team that we just saw. That's going to be over with Vilas and Barry. Then we're going to have France versus Poland with CLE and Lusher on the B stream. And on C stream, we're going to have Dark versus Mena, which is also going to be the game that we are going to be following on this stream. So pick your choice of casters. Morgan, I think that they are going to be ready as well. So let's see if their microphones are unmuted as well this time around, because we wouldn't have another incident.
You don't want to have another incident again with our casters. And again, if you're in Command Center, you can see your favorite casters. But we here got 3 amazing talents. It's going to be Fanda, Mix, and Peter. Take it away.
Morgan and Wita, we never speak about the incidents, but what we will speak is about an amazing third game coming. As you point out, nearly all of our quarterfinals turning into a third game. Honestly, makes I feel it's what these teams deserve.
I would agree. Now, one thing that does make me a little bit sad is that Spain, unfortunately, is already out. Of course, we do want to shout them out. I think they played fantastic here. Northern Europe is now on a 6-game, 6-win streak. That's scary. We're going to see them in the semifinals. Once again, they now have a little bit of break time. We're going to hop on board with my favorite region, MENA and DACH.
I do have to say I am in Spain without the S, unfortunately, after that result. But it's not surprising
without the P. What a nice incident.
As Wita mentioned, I think Northern Europe has been so strong this tournament with Rondas as their captain. I think he's one of the breakout players the entire set in TFT and EMEA. But as you mentioned, Makes, we are on your favorite team, DACH, of course, who were able to come back in Game 2, had a slip up in Game 1, losing to what could be considered an inferior team when it comes to individual prowess. This is not an individual tournament, though, and maybe MENA is able to accrue a much better teamwork kind of vibe coming into this Game 3 and still perform.
You know, I'm a little bit worried because 2 of the DACH players weren't even here. Asa and running off. All right.
Even a moment longer at your computer than you need to. But,
Sasa was lighting the candle, I think.
That's good.
That's true. So let's talk a little bit about the previous games then, which we didn't get to see on stream, but have, of course, happened. In one of them, Dark Hydra managing to get a win out with a pretty solid Azir Lux kind of ball we normally expect to see. In the other one, Sasa, also on the Dark side of things, managing to get a win with a Sejuani 3, but the score as it lies is still 1 game apiece.
We'll see exactly what kind of changes these teams want to make coming into Game 3, if they think everything is going as planned. Maybe when it comes to Legends, especially if they're spectating other games, maybe seeing some strategies that they could emulate instead. We've seen a mix-up of some teams going for the Master Yi strategy of having a kind of de facto AD player in every single game, and some teams are not going for that at all. Instead, doing things like playing Poro, for example. I expect Ezreal we'll be seeing still a lot of as just that one win streak legend that can also scale into the late game.
Now, Panna, the question is, with all of these portals up and ready here, I know you always get a little bit excited about Hall of the Nine,
Don't do it.
I am afraid that the Orange Forge is much more interesting for players here. However, some of them seem to be hopping onto the Flashing Arena. I'm not sure what's going on with Team DACH, but I love the little legend that they chose to go with. Only person I have to call out here as we are heading into the Flashing Arena, Dark Hydra. What the heck? Could you not have gone with the same letter? Like, what is this? Memo, Asad, Saza, all of them, same little legend, have that little Porodoy, amazing. Dark Hydra, not even on the Mole Diver. No, he's on Burno.
I just wanted to quickly answer your question just before we move further into our critique of the players' little legends. It's worth noting in the series we're seeing played out now, when a team loses a round, they'll get to choose the portal for the next round coming in. So that is the advantage for the team who takes the loss heading into Game 3.
I was going to say Dark Hydra. He has Dark in his name. He's not going to pick a pink little Poro as his legend. Clearly a Burno, fire, volcanoes, lava. That's more his essence. That's just my interpretation.
He normally plays the basic Mole Diver. You cannot tell me that that's a dark little legend. However many times
if you know the rumors, Makes there's some
to buy into it. Oh, they're close. Don't bring them up. Don't bring them up. No. We're not going there.
Let's talk about the legends. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of Ezreal.
And Ezreal, just, I think, a comfortable kind of the evolution of Ornn. You want lots of items. You want to itemize many carries in comps like Challengers, comps like Azir Lux, for example. And Ezreal is able to do that for you while also giving you a lot of chances to win streak stage 2 and have that same strength that Ornn used to have, despite obviously Ornn now having less options for his gold portable forge in 2-1.
And something that I always get a little bit excited about, not only because it's an outlier here, if we are looking at those legends, is the Master Yi that's coming through from Xprio. So we're probably going to see that pumping up, being picked up, which is going to give us a little bit more of an AD comp. Now, is Unborn Yordle going to be baited, maybe, by the Loving Invocation? It's great for Karma Reroll, but Karma Reroll is really hard to execute, especially in a format like the SuperBrawl. Now, we know he already has at least a Cassio on board that I can say that is an Invoker. You could be going for it, and he does. Let's go.
He has the Karma, he has the items, he has the JG. It's not a terrible spot, but we saw the stats. They were not good, Peter.
No, I mean, we were talking about this before the tournament even started, how you need to have all of the stars aligned to make these reroll comps work. For the Rek'Sai, you really wanted to get several different pieces in place. The Loving Invocation, though, this is a really good augment for Invokers.
It absolutely is. It's the best one you can get, especially if you get it right here. You do have the Karma already. You have the Jeweled Gauntlet. This is an amazing start for Unborn. Now, the only problem is Dark Hydra also has a Karma already on board here, and now they know that this is what he's looking for. He has that Statement Augment. I believe he's the only one with a Statement Augment like that one here before, and the Know Your Enemy is going to do the rest of it, taking a loss right at the beginning out of Dark Hydra. And I am a little bit worried for what we're headed into here for. Aurelia 2 coming around is definitely going to be nice, especially for unlocking that Ionia soon.
And for Dark Hydra, it has Karma, but it has a Rage Blade on it. I'm pretty sure overnight the meta has not changed. I'm pretty sure the Rage Blade is not finally
But it's a
BAS on
unit
Karma.
you can now not have, right? As long as it's on board here, you're not going to be able to pick it up.
That is true.
One more
singular Karma.
out of the pool. Yes? It might be the one that matters.
So I would have looked very silly if I've got this augment wrong, but I do believe we saw an escort quest coming through from Assad in this game, which is an augment which we almost never see being played, which will help give a boost to the economy if those rounds can be won. So hopefully we'll check with them a little bit later on, as Dark Hydra, as noted before, the incredibly powerful player for Dark Squad here, has got a strong early start.
Xprio taking the bottom of the leaderboard on the other side, but we still have a couple more players on 100 HP. Talil and Zaza are up there as well, and another Karma goes out of the pool and onto the board of Dark Hydra. He's maybe not planning to play it, but he's definitely keeping them close to kind of deny Unborn just a little bit.
Make sure you're going to count every single Karma that is bought by every single player in this game, because if we're going to go that way, I'm about to warn you, I am not going to keep up with the amount of Karmas each player is holding. But what you mentioned, Peter,
Karma clock.
If Escorter's Quest hasn't been picked up, I'm very curious to see what that board looks like. It's a very interesting augment because it actually has, or had when stats were publicly available, very, very good stats. And that is because it is kind of an augment that gives fake stats. The confirmation bias of the fact that you only pick this when you have a very, very strong board that can guarantee you'll be getting that gold every time in stage 2, which means it ends up with very good stats in stage 4 and stage 5, but not because of the augment itself, more because of the starting position of the players when they pick the augment.
It does make me wonder, though, here in this team format, if maybe there's something a bit more to this from Assets before I go. You know, given that you can know a good portion of your matchup pool, perhaps there's ways to manipulate your opponents a little bit to guarantee, or at least make it more likely you'll keep that gold flowing in.
Yeah, it is the escort quest. We are getting that confirmation here, and now we are going to check in with him in just a little bit. But you can see that some of these players have quite a lot of items on the board, notably Assad and Xprio. Not really happy with what they have been served thus far. Didn't slam anything. Maybe also not to break up any winning streaks that are happening in their games. We'll see whether or not that is going to be the case, as Zaza, Talil, and Hydra still have the 100 HP. But here it is, that escort quest coming through with an Akshan and a Deathblade.
Well, there's no confirmation bias on this one because that's a 2-loss streak to start things off. Questionable pickup here from Assad, maybe misvaluing the strength of his comp or misvaluing how strong other opponents might have gotten as 2-1 and 2-2 and 2-3 went through. Maybe just a lot of extra upgrades coming in from his opponents and maybe a bad matchmaking pool rotation.
We know the leaves for Xprio and Memo and Sl1ckz are all below. In fact, Sl1ckz will be up here now. So, at least, I suppose, if you get the matchup RNG to fall your way, there is a bunch of extra money in, but yeah, I'm with you here. I really want to see this escort quest line work out, but it does feel like a pretty big risk here in the game that will determine which of these teams moves forward to the semifinals.
Going to be keeping a close eye on this one. Of course, if you're losing, that also means that this dummy is not surviving and you're not printing money. But this time around, it worked for Assad. We did get a win. The dummy survived. That's 3 gold in our pockets on the side of Team Dach. And it seems like the 100 HP players still haven't met each other. Zaza, Talel, Hydra keep on going here, checking in with Zaza, who's also on a little bit of an AP lean. Not going to go into Invokers, though, because he does have that Shojin slammed, and you would never do that.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, this is Mr. 2-time GSC winner, the only one of those that exists in the entire world. He's doing incredibly well right now. Even the lobby, which has got multiple win streaks going up against his teammate in Dark Hydra, this board from Sasa is still so strong that it's not even a question. It's Sasa who carries the torch forwards.
And we saw there for Dark Hydra, he does have a very, very early Kaisa on his board. No items, just a 1-star. Couldn't do enough here to win against Sasa, but a very good initial piece to have already of that challenger puzzle if he decides to go down that route in stage 3.
See whether or not that is going to be the case. Still has a little bit of extra units on bench here that we can sell off whenever. But you can see that Team Dach is doing exactly what I suspected after that Loving Invocation was being picked up. It's not only Hydra, it's also Zaza who's now holding a Karma. They are all saying, well, thank you for giving us an easy target. Even if it is a 3-cost and that's easier to hit than a 4-cost, we're just going to be picking up these karmas because why not? If we can throw out one of the players of the opposite team, why shouldn't we, after all?
And now it's 1 karma, now it's 2 karmas, making econ as well, so no need to even have the temptation of selling one to try and make that 40 or 50 gold threshold.
I suppose we haven't actually even sort of addressed this yet, but we are in the fleshing arena, so as we saw there from Sasa, we are getting some champions being dropped in for the boards. Unlike other iterations of this kind of idea, this is not catered to the boards. So we've got some real big variability, particularly later on, as to whether or not you get a champion that fits with what you're trying to do.
Level
That's
6.
okay. If not, you just take a little bit of extra econ. You can work with that as well. But the Karma now goes in for now, as we do have that Ionias in with an Irelia 2 and a Z2. That's going to be a really nice little upgrade for that front line. And the Karma and the back line will also be there and support as much as he can. Of course, that Cassiopeia doing the most of it, and that will be a loss for Talel. The win streak has been broken, and it's only Zaza who's carrying forward the Zaza candle.
And great play from Sasa, waiting until the very last split second to go 6. He knows he was possibly going to hit Talel in his rotation, both at 100 HP, both win streaking, trying to get that 6 win streak after that 3-1 fight. So very high level play, making sure he's the only one now in command of the win streak throughout the rest of the stage 3.
I do want to, as we get our last augment in, our silver augment, running a little bit more defensive stats for Sasa, do want to take a second to reflect on yesterday's performance from the dark side of things. 3-1 overall, but their only loss was on a tie to Northern Europe. They are a team who have really come together and played some exceptionally good TFT as a squad, even if they haven't prioritized, anything flashy, anything gimmicky here for the 4v4 format nearly at all.
Well, sometimes it's not about being gimmicky, it's just about playing well, and Team Dach has definitely lived up to that thus far. Now, with those silver augments as second one, we are getting a lot of extra pickups there, specifically towards the bottom of the leaderboard. We do have a Challenger Heart, we have an Invoker Heart, and a Deadeye Heart coming in for our players now. The top half going a little bit more generic, going a little bit safe with the other augments that are picked up here, but I'm a little bit worried about Memo and that Invoker Heart, to be honest.
And the commitment coming in from every single player, or most players at least in this stage. Oh my god, the early Aphelios pumping up. You picked that IHR already, You're 100% committed. And the game rewards you for the execution of this strategy, has the early Aphelios as well. Still, no Rageblade, could have slammed Titans much earlier in stage 2, decided not to, I think, just knowing that he wasn't going to be playing for Aphelios later into the game. Needs to try and find a rod on this next carousel. He's going to be first pick, so it should be fairly easy.
X-Pro is going to need to put something together to recover from the 60 HP he finds himself at right now, way below everybody else in the lobby. We've still got a clumping of players around 70 to 80 HP, but our top 3, including the still undefeated Sasa, are putting down that pressure and looking for some early damage.
Early damage will already have been served out of Zaza, and it doesn't look like it's going to stop now. Of course, we'll know after this round, but another unit that is able to do lots of damage is that Azir 2, and with those 4 Invokers on board, he's just going to have a lot of mana despite not getting items, allowing him to do a lot of damage. Not enough to take the win here, though, and I am fearing more and more for Unborn. Now, he does pick up a Shen here, which is incredibly good. The Shen has a tier. Usually those are not your favorite items. If you are running for those Invokers, of course, it could be something like a Redemption. But we don't see an open belt, and we don't see an open rod either. So Archangel is also not going to be an option.
But David, I really want to open up the discussion about Invokers here, because looking at our stats from yesterday, comparing them particularly to Sorcerers, we saw that in some games Invokers could win out the entire thing, but their top 4 rate was not good at all. What does that mean, particularly with us having 2 Invoker players in the same lobby?
It means if you hit good, but if you don't, you're in big trouble, and that will be the case. I don't think Memo is going to fall for the bait of playing for Karma 3. I think he's only picked Invoker Heart as a tempo option in stage 3. Memo has been one of the standout players for Germany this set in terms of his breakout performances on ladder and in tournaments, and I think he knows that it's a doom play to try and contest Unborn Yordle here. He will either take the hit and take Unborn Yordle with him by holding many karmas in the process, knowing that Sasa has a huge HP lead for his team, or just pivot off of Invokers, play with like a 2 Invoker game plan, and pivot into a different kind of AP comp in stage 4.
I think particularly the latter is something we could be looking at for Memo. Maybe if he finds himself a Shurima emblem some way or another, I think he has a really good way to kind of flex in that Invoker into a comp that is quite good still with the Azir carry, with the Nasus carry. And for Unborn Yordle, it is getting more and more tragic. Now, the Shen 2 at least comes around, but we still don't have a Taric, which would be really, really good for the front line here. We're definitely not even remotely close to the Karma 3, which is massive disadvantage. At this point, you would have liked to have that Karma 2 for at least 4 rounds already, and it's not coming around, and no other copies are coming around. And that's exactly what I was kind of alluding to at the beginning of the game, where if you are signaling your direction as early as this, and it's a 3-cost reroll, you're making it so easy for other players to take aim and, well, shoot you down.
Oh, no, I think it's really well pointed out by both of you here that when you're locked into the composition in the way with the Loving Invokers that perhaps you're not quite as strongly done with that Invoker Heart, you absolutely can be in trouble. I mean, at least the Shen 2 has done a really good job of making up for the lack of Taric here for Unborn Yordle, which will get Unborn Yordle to at least stop bleeding out HP for now.
Going to come down to the items you're able to pick up in this PvE round, especially. You have no Shen item whatsoever. Double Lux, double Azir. Unborn Yordle seems to be blinded by these Invokers. He had a Senna in his shop, which is a great fit for Invokers in general with the shielding alongside Targon, but either he thought he was too poor to hold a Senna and could not fit her into the comp currently, or just thinks it's just not valuable enough. I think would be a mistake. Could just be the lack of economy here, but the game plan is not looking good, as you mentioned, Makes. I think it's a doom spot. Most of the DAC players, I think, know this, and I think know that they've done their job already holding the Karmas in stages 2 and 3.
Well, at least that Karma 2 is going to come around. We also do have a Taric on board now that is going to go in, is going to give us that Bastion frontline. And now we can work on getting those Ionias back online. But so much was spent, so much HP was lost. I'm still not too confident about Yordle's spot, where we're going to hop on over to another player, which I was feeling a little bit more positive about, but does seem to be losing. Finds an Ahri, though, here on 4-1.
It's a shame that wasn't on our previous board. I think AKAWonder would have been very pleased to see that indeed. But for Xprio, it is going to be AD the rest of the way through the game. You've got 4 Deadeye in place, so should be able to drop a little bit of damage onto those backlines, bring them down a little bit faster. But Unknown Yordle has found the upgrade for the Karma and a Hand of Justice as well, meaning she's shrugging off that damage and handing out another L to Xprio.
No tank items for AKAWonder. That's the biggest problem. Had a single cloak on a Shen 2 and not going to get the power out of that upgrade that he's gotten so early. So his augment pickup will be so important. Similarly for Xprio, he has to pick an augment. He has to roll down right now and try and stabilize this comp. He has a Felios 1 still. He has a Sejuani 1, a Shen 1. No upgraded units whatsoever except for this Lissandra and this Taric. So he should be rolling down to at the very least 10 gold at this point in time because he's at 24 HP.
Yeah, another Sejuani is going to come around. That makes the Sejuani 3 come alive. You are going to be picking up some more units here. And I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't keep the Ahri to maybe have the option of going into the Azir still if it should come around instead of the Aphelios. But he seems to have his game plan laid out. Of course, with the pumping up, you prefer the Aphelios, but it's not really happening here. Taric 2 and Sejuani 2 have to do most of the lifting here and allow that Aphelios one to do at least some decent amount of damage. But with 24 HP, you're not really making big steps with 10 gold.
That's a real, I always, it's always painful to see, someone saying, all right, things are looking pretty bad for me. I'm going to go for a Cybernetic Bolt. I'm just going to throw out my components on my board and try and be strong right now, because looking at Xprio's HP compared to the rest of the lobby, there just may not be a later for him in this game.
Well, this Sejuani upgrade is going to be enough to win this fight against someone who was currently win streaking, so a good test of kind of internal feedback for how strong your comp currently is leading into stage 4. I do still think Xprio needs to be rolling down to 10 every single round, maybe more so than that if he loses one more fight, considering he's 1 off of that Aphelios 2, which would really stabilize his comp.
Checking in with Assad, though, we were talking about this board quite early about the escort quest, and as we are looking over his shoulder, he does find the Zeri 2. Now, Zeri was in a little bit of an awkward spot. Many players were under the assumption that you could really only play her if you play Zeri 3 because otherwise she's too weak. But in fact, throughout the SuperBrawl, this comp has been having some really, really great stats. Now, Panda, what do you make of that? Why do we see Zeri pop off in SuperBrawl, but not really when it comes to ladder?
A lot of the confirmation bias of, playing it from Piltover, for example, that'll be giving Zeri a lot of kind of fake stats where she will be doing, of course, very good if you have a Piltover cash out player. And similarly, just playing from a high roll spot. AD Flex right now with Aphelios and Zeri. We saw in the last game, for example, with Ceremonials, who was able to get 3 combat strength augments, hit his board, and then obviously have one of the strongest boards in the game right now that can beat out a Lelouch, for example. It's less consistent, but when you hit, it does have a very, very high cap, which leads to those first and those seconds.
And Xprio is so unhappy here with this loss, Peter, looking incredibly distraught in the camera that we saw for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing, isn't it? I think this is one of the parts of the teamwork we haven't necessarily spent a lot of time talking about is, when you're playing as a team, that kind of support that you can be given from your teammates to keep you from tilting at this point in the game, where the odds are not in your favor, and by all rights, you should be going out in a fast 8th.
Unborn Yordle, he is now win streaking, so something has changed from what we saw at the very start of the fight. I know he picked up Capricious Forge as his last augment. Maybe that went onto the Shen, if he had a remover to take off the cloak, or maybe just picked up a few more tank items along the way in this last carousel round. But looking at Talel now, a lot of key upgrades coming through. The Azir finally here, the Vel'Koz Dome, the Lux found in the same shop as well. So all of a sudden, a massive pivot to his comp with the upgrades he's got.
Yeah, those are really, really good upgrades. The fact that he was holding the Azir on bench and only brought him into play once he was able to get the Azir 2. I really like being able to now also slot that Lux in. Did find another one in the shops, and now we're on a pair. There's also some other legendaries on the board that could get into play, but with the Jarvan 2, you're going to get so much CC support that eventually is going to help out your Lux and your Azir. Only negative point for this board here that has me a little bit worried is that mainly the items right now are on the Lux, and the Lux is Lux 1 yet. The Azir only having that Hodge will, however, be enough to serve a loss to Zaza.
Yeah, for Talel, the items haven't quite played up perhaps the way he would have liked, but at least perhaps he can find a way to fit in the Rise onto the board. He can find a few more items to drop through due to that effect. But Xprio, though, you can see, she called out from 4 makes, starting to look a little frazzled around the edges, only likely with 1 life left to play with, and he's played every single card that he has.
3 combat strike augments, Aphelios 2. Will it be enough with pumping up, scaling him into the late game? We'll have to find out in the next few fights, depending on who he's facing. It could be a strong player like Talel or a Sad Fuego.
And you can see he's just hoping that this one works out. It is Talel, it is his teammate, but was there any modification to the board? I think not. Looking at the Azir and the Lux in the background, seems like there were too many players in this pool, and it's all about the Aphelios and whether or not he can do enough here to take down the board. But the Lux is on to him, taking him down, and Xprio getting an 8th in that very last best of 3 game between Dach and Mena, and that might be very bad news for Mena later down the line, because they now need players to even this out. They need to get more players into the top 4 to make this still work for them.
And Talel just rolled down 40 gold, knowing that Xprio was in his pool and he was at 10 HP. I think a lack of communication there. Possibly Talel had 2 other DAC players in his pool and opted to still do so, but all in all, spiking right before you're facing your weakest teammate is usually not going to be the play in a format like this one.
I do have to wonder if there is at some point, given how bad the game has been going for Xprio, that you just kind of cut them loose in terms of their ability to stay in the game. Because, you know, I think Xprio was going to be finishing in the bottom 3 at best, and for Mena, they need to now be looking forward to getting, you know, those top 2 spots in this game if they're going to be making it to semifinals.
Big upgrades coming through with Dark Hydra picking up that Kai'Sa 2 and Talel finding that Nasus 2. You are going to be able to find a little bit stronger boards when you face them. Memo on the other side did pick up a Cassante here on his Shurima board that we were talking about earlier. He's still running these Invokers right now with a Karma, but is that going to be enough against some of the other boards? Of course, you would like that Lux, but it is so contested with the Azir Lux Brian's coming through. I'm not too sure Memo can survive here.
Biggest difference is the Nasus. You have a 3-item Nasus on the side of Talel. You have a 2-item Swain on the side of Memo. The frontline is just a big disparity in the strength of those frontlines, despite the Azirs both being upgraded and very strong with the DPS. If your frontline does not stall for the Azir to ramp up the Rage Blade, you will not be winning these fights.
And an upgraded Karma was not exactly the ticket to making it stronger, so we could be seeing an equalization of player numbers in pretty short order, though Dark will, of course, still have the advantage from having 1 more point, even with Memo going out in 7th.
And it was the case for Unborn Yordle. He found the Capricious Forge to add on to the Naked Shen that had no tank items, so a perfect augment pickup at 4-2 for that player.
Yeah, really nice to get that tanky Shen a little bit of extra. And you can see that Unborn was also holding 2 more Shens, knowing that more players here really would like Shen in their front line. Is not going to come around for Cardex, who's on the other side of the board here. But can Memo do it? It looks like he can. This time around, the Azir 2 was doing enough to let Memo live on 1 more round. But there's a lot of HP between him and Cardex currently the 2nd weakest player in this lobby. It's going to get harder from here on out for Memo, and that is going to be worrisome. Talel finding that Lux 2, Unborn Yordle getting closer to the Karma 3 with yet another Karma 2 is going to be good news for Team Turkey.
And to go, you know, to hammer on the HP totals here, both of our top players, Assad and Dark Hydra, you know, they both won in the previous round, but maybe this will change things. I mean, this is certainly not going to make life any easier for Lars Cardex and Memo at the bottom, seeing the top boards are getting even stronger.
Did find that Zoraka 3 there, but is it going to be enough later down the line? Once again, we're looking at Memo. Zaza does not look like he made his board any weaker here. There's an Ahri with a Shojin and a fully stacked up Azir in that backline. Does get targeted by the Lux right away, and that is going to be a win for Memo. Now Zaza, however, also taken down to the 13 HP, and the lobby is speeding up in tempo as we are moving towards this carousel.
Perfect execution from Sasa. He was holding around 90 gold waiting to go level 9. He knows Memo's in his pool. He knows Memo's at 3 HP. Doesn't roll. Lets Memo take the win there. And now I expect Sasa with, some high APM will be going 9, rolling and hoping to hit the RE2 and capping out his board legendaries to try and win out off of this 13 HP.
Looking at our remaining players, you can see the country flags very much mixed between. We've got 2 players, 1 from each squad on 1 life. We've got 2 players, 1 from each team on 2 lives. But it's the top 3 where it breaks away. The German players, or Dark players, having 2 players who are both sitting very pretty, and Dark Hydra on a win streak as well. All the signs seem to point towards Dark.
There it is, a roll down coming through, but just barely, not quite enough. You have to duplicate it on the bench though, so you can just last minute duplicate this Ahri. Do not give extra information to your opponents until the very last second when it comes to positioning, when it comes to giving away the fact that all of a sudden this board just got a whole lot stronger.
We did see a Taric 3 come through for Unborn Yordle, but it's not going to be in the pool for Kardex. Right-hand side, he's fighting against Hillel. I'm not sure if Team Turkey is working together to give him that win that he so desperately needs to hold on here. On the left-hand side, we do have Dach going up against each other with Memo against Assad, but Memo being able to stabilize with that Lux is probably going to win this. Yes, he will, taking out the backline for Assad, stays in the tournament, but Kardex getting knocked out here, and that might be tragedy for MENA. If I'm correct, that's 8th and 7th for them, and that means they need 1st and 2nd to equal it out and take this one home, and that is ever so unlikely.
Oh boy, and that's a disaster for it to be Last Kardax as well. Coming out of the group stages, Last Kardax was MENA's standout player by a considerable margin. It's an enormous amount of pressure to be put onto Talal and Unborn Yordle. We can see Unborn, we're on his board right now because he's 1 round away from being the reason that MENA leave the tournament.
And once again, that karma does not come around. You have one in the shop taunting you. Would so much like to have her golden, but between Memo and Unborn Yordle, somebody has to go home here. Is it going to be Team Dach or MENA? If Unborn gets knocked out here, that's going to be all she wrote for MENA, but he will be able to hold on just 1 more round for MENA to try and claw their way into the first 2 places, with Memo taken out in 6th.
Just with the HP total that Unborn Yordle currently has, and without the Karma 3 especially, if he's not able to hit it, it'll be very, very hard to not face at least 1 player that's able to beat him on the way to that 2nd place spot, or 1st place spot in some cases. And as you mentioned, Makes, with Kardex and XPO not able to do their job within this team, it's going to make it very, very difficult for MENA to be able to come out ahead and win this game 3 versus Dach.
Oh boy. Well, at least with the Invoker player being taken out, there's a little bit more chance of seeing this Karma 3 arrive.
He's still here.
I was talking about the other Invoker player.
Oh, there it is.
Karma 3. Well, Memo didn't really play Invokers, right? He only flexed in like 2 together with the Shurimas, but this is going to be a big, big upgrade for Unborn. Now, he does have that Soraka 3 as extra support, and he has that Taric 3 as extra support, but is it going to be enough against some of those comps? Look at this, Assad looking for Urgot 3, as well as Sechuani 3, 1 copy away from each.
Most important thing is that Shen is rolling random items like a versus Forge. In this case around, they are not tank items. That could be the difference maker here.
Yeah, and Unborn Yordle needs to survive or MENA's journey is over. And Dark will be moving forward to the semi-finals. There's a lot to be asked for here, but we have got incredibly strong Invokers. We've got a loving invocation from the beginning of the game. The Karma is ramping up in power, but the NASA's so strong. Just get taken down the backlines, go face to face. The Karma gets a shot in. The Azir doesn't quite die, healing up, but Unborn Yordle stays alive a few moments longer.
And it is Sasa that does get taken out here against the other players. 1 more player down for Dach in the bottom 4, making it more likely for Unborn to Talal to make it all the way. But here it comes. Assad on his last leg, 3 HP, finds the Urgot 3. Now, I'd love to be incredibly excited about this one, but yesterday, Dach had an Urgot 3 before, and they went 5th with it. So I am a little bit cautious to get too excited about this one in particular.
For this Urgot 3, I think only one thing can be said in terms of analysis. Escort quest diff.
We didn't believe in the power of the escort quest, but we have our evidence before us. The Crab God cometh, and hopefully this time he'll deliver exactly as expected. Keep your eye on the right-hand side of the screen where he will work his magic. He is getting pretty hammered despite being a 3-star, but the shielding is enough to keep him up and alive. He will eventually finish the job, but I think we're getting a little taste of why perhaps it wasn't as decisive as it could be. Unborn Yodel, I believe, did take the L in that round, and that is going to end it.
Yeah, that is all from MENA, despite their very best efforts and a great showing towards that end to try and make the dream come true. They are going to get knocked out here in the quarterfinals against Team Dach, and I am still not sold on that Urgot 3. It looked mighty weak for a golden forecast, if you ask me, but I'm glad that Dach has gotten it online. I think the Sichuani 3 would have maybe been better, but we take what we can get, at least in this stage. And it is going to be Dark Hydra going up against Assad, and we'll see the Urgot come around one more time at least.
Dark Hydra, of course, yesterday taking the MVP nod by 3 points, the most valuable player in the competition. As we see here, we'll take the L against Assad Fuego. I mean, perhaps may not get the most MVP points coming out of this game, but it's an incredibly dominant showing from Dark heading forward to the semifinals, where of course they were upset last SuperBrawl. I think they're really sending a statement through to their semifinal opponents that they are going to be a terrifying force to deal with.
Looking to carousel items here, Cassante could be interesting for the Shurima players if he's looking to cap out his board even further with a possible Cassante 2. Maybe just looking for the right item for his current comp. Talel looks like he was confused, missed the Cassante, saw it, and then went all the way back to get it. This could be what Talel needs to try and fight against Assad Fuego's Urgot, which I think is maybe a little bit faker than something like a Kai'Sa 3, but still should be a fairly relevant unit this far into the set where balance for three stars especially have been ironed out.
And if I saw that correctly, Assad not only has an Urgot 2, but also a Senna 2 on board. So does Talel. So the legendary units are finally coming around and keeping us in here. And we're going to see how this play turns out. It's Dark Hydra against Assad that we know. We don't know against who the ghost player is, so it could be one ghost coming through here. Talel going up against Assad. Somebody is gonna go home here eventually, and Dark Hydra will probably survive as we are hopping in with Talel and Assad. This is one more time that Urgot is standing right in the clump in the middle here on the side of Assad, and if I see that correctly, it's still the Zeri that has the mod on the side of Assad. What? But in this case, we don't care because it's all we needed to take down Team MENA once and for all in third place here with Talel. And it is between Dark Hydra and Assad to claw this one out.
Before we flame the Urgot, let's remind ourselves he has a Gunblade, a Runons, and a Gargle Stoneplate. This is very far from his ultimate form. This is Frieza stage 1, all right? If he had the right items, he would be much more of a menace, and he's doing what he has to do, which is just solve for time for this Zeri and this Rage, but he can continue stacking and win the fight for Assad Fuego.
I never took you for an Urgot apologist, David, but now we know the horrifying truth. One more round, though, just for Dark to show off exactly how strong they are.
We're gonna see whether or not the Urgot can survive one more time. Assad going up against Dark Hydra once more. The Urgot taking down some of that backline. Kai'Sa still alive. She is going to dash away from the Urgot, losing that focus. Yasuo also onto him. He will get knocked up. No, will not fall before, and that could be all she wrote. With only Kai'Sa alive to def everything for Dark Hydra. We'll see whether or not they take him down. She's just jumping around like crazy. Aatrox will get revived here out of the Darken, and Dark Hydra knocked down to single digits.
That is absolutely bonkers. Of course, as you mentioned before, the Urgot 3 has become the calling card of the Dark team. This will be the third time in the tournament they've managed to put Urgot 3 together. For it to lose twice, I think it's just completely unacceptable.
The last PV round coming through, but two teammates are the only ones left standing on the battlefield. The final result here will not matter at the end of the day, and that will be Dach advancing. A shaky game 1, losing what was considered a matchup that was in their favor, one of the powerhouse regions in all of EMEA on an individual, but also in a team format. They were in the semifinals of the last SuperBrawl in set 8. In this case, trying to make a repeat and hopefully fight for the finals slot as well.
K'Sante 2 coming through here for Dark Hydra. That could be a determining factor to turn this around. If that K'Sante is able to knock out the crab on the side of Assad, I think there's a good chance to still turn it around, but there's so much more that needs to go right for Dark Hydra here. Last second, that Hodge is going to get popped up. We'll see whether or not it will make a difference here with that K'Sante.
Of course, the perfect way to end the game. So, you know what, Argot? You are excess to requirements. We don't need an Argot on this board. All we need is to knock through and just destroy everything. That's an incredible win for Dark Hydra as he marches towards perhaps a second MVP 2 days in a row.
Seems like Dark Hydra is sending a message. He is the captain of this team. Assad Fuego respects that, sells his units, lets Dark Hydra be the MVP like he was yesterday. Maybe trying to get that back-to-back repeat. Keep the spirits, the team spirits high, which is so important. The vibes looks like are on point for Team Dach, and they'll need it. Semifinals, I'm expecting a hard opponent for them, and they couldn't make it last set, hoping to do that this set. I think it'll be a great story to have a region like Dach, who have been powerhouse in set 8 and set 9 individually, make the same happen here in a team-based format.
All right, gentle viewers, that brings our quarterfinals stage to a close. During the course of today, of course, we're bringing you the semi-finals as well. And tomorrow, we have our best of 7 grand finals. So make sure you go grab yourself a snack. We'll take ourselves a short break. We'll be back with a desk, and then we shall move on to the semi-final stage.
Hey, I'm Skip. I'm 27 years old from Czechia, although I lived in Sweden very recently. I've been playing TFT since set 5.5. I really prefer team-based tournament. I actually really hope that at some point we can get double-up tournaments going as well, because that I find to be the most fun format. I definitely prefer team-based formats over individual in TFT. I think this might be the first time I don't think we are the #1 favorites. I think we are #2. The Turkish lineup looks really strong. So I think we are slight underdogs against them, but I do think we are favored against everyone else. The biggest difference between the regular format and the SuperBrawl format is not the teamwork between people, but the fact that griefing in this format has as much value as strengthening your own board. So the main differences between this format is gonna be how much value there is between holding opponents' units, between picking items they want from carousel. And that's where most of the changes are gonna come from, and easily griefed strategies are gonna be much weaker in a team format. I want to give out a shout out to Sl1ckz and all the people around him who organized the Czech TRC. It was completely amazing this time around. And I really do think that the Czech and Eastern European scene is growing thanks to them. So big shout out to them.
Yes, that is me trying to keep a sad face. Despite the fact that the game was very, very exciting and we had a lot of stuff happening go on, but officially MENA region is out. I remain as the last representative as usual in these tournaments. That game was crazy for Dach. They played it very correctly. They orchestrated very well. The synergy and everything was on point. Wita, you can speak for the rest of this segment because I'm just gonna grieve and I'm just gonna say over like, we're out, baby. We don't have MENA competing in SuperBrawl anymore after that game.
So you know what the opposite of losing is, Morgan, is winning. So let's take a look at the winning comp here from this previous game that we just watched, which was Dark Hydra's composition here. Yet again, another challenger win. We see the challenger hard, very much the same thing we saw in the previous game going on here. We see Know Your Enemy, a common pickup so far this weekend, and then we also see a bit of cybernetic leech. So there's a lot of big things here to keep in mind. Again, we see Sl1ckz and Cynar has been the primary itemization. I even spoke a little about that in the Meta Talk segment I recorded yesterday that we saw at the start of the show. I think that's something that's worth keeping in mind.
Yeah, it is not really your casual average challenger, vertical challenger board. It had a K'Sante too that was able to take out the Urgot. It was a board that Dark Hydra, as usual, our player that is only... Okay, we got Northern Europe. They have not lost a single game. And we have Dark Hydra, who's not bought forward a single game. So we have the MVP of Team Dach carrying them here. The team captain, as you would love to call him here, after winning out almost every single game, making sure that Dach always remains on top. Something we want to speak about when it comes to the difference in synergy between both regions. It kind of hurt me here in my Meow Meow when Talil took both SuperBrawl and Kardax out. We in MENA, when it came to the synergy, Talil had a lot of HP. He could have sacrificed a few of these points in order to save Talil and give him another round. Kardax was also very close. Unborn Yordle did kind of try his best to commit to that, but Talil was just too far ahead. I think if he was able to make his board a little bit weaker, like we've seen Dach do in a few rounds, MENA would have been able to secure a bit more points in the top two.
Yeah, and also worth noting, I think this game was a little bit more traditional in what you can kind of expect in the sense of the tempo. You had like 2 players from each team kind of going for a tempo line, then you had 2 players from each team going for a little bit of a less tempo-centric line, right? And I think that's something that was really shining through in how this comp actually ended up, like how this game kind of ended up. Then even Unborn Yordle really benefited from the fleshing arena giving access to the Shen a little bit earlier. Ended up kind of falling behind and couldn't close out the board because he found that Karma free a little bit too late, and those items with that Capricious Force on the Shen were not always the greatest, right? You would have much rather had the traditional tank items there instead.
Yeah, Capricious Forge did kind of save him, but for how long was it? The Karma 3 was contested. He was not the only one playing Invokers, despite the fact that Memo did pivot out from it. It did buy him some time, but unlucky enough, these other boards were just way too strong. Now, with this being said, and with MENA being officially out, let us look at the standings and let us look now at the remaining games from other groups and from other games, because this will help us to decide who we can vouch for. Northern Europe, as usual, was the only team from these last games that was dedicated to be playing in the final stage, because they've won their first 2 games, so essentially they secured that victory. And France appeared to have taken Poland out for a chance against Northern Europe. So now we're down to our top 4 teams or region. It is going to be Northern Europe versus France, and then rest of EMEA versus Dach for the next semi-finals, Wita.
It will be, and as I was talking about, this rest of the EMEA squad is a lot stronger than some people might think here. And let's take a look at the players that have not had the greatest days here. As you guys are talking about in the game, right, last Kardax was a player that had a very strong yesterday. Today was not really able to match those performances, it seems like, right? So that's something that's definitely a bit interesting to look at here. And looking at the top here, Dark Hydra, we know, had another first place as well. So very strong performance coming through from the players here. So I'm just super excited, Morgan. I think that we've seen some great games today. We kind of seen the evolution of the format even further.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you know that one player played 3 games and he came out first on 2 of them, and he came as 3rd or 4th in the 3rd one. So it's kind of very, very exciting for Team Dach to have such strong players on their side. Northern Europe is not going to be easy if they're going to face them, but so far everything says that we might have a finals that is going to be set between Dach and Northern Europe, because these are too far the most dominant teams. However, you never know. Rest of EMEA has had a very good run, so same thing goes for France. And we're going to be going with our semifinals. We still have 3 more games to go in for these little legends. And they're not little, actually, they're amazing legends. So let us go into a small break, and then we're going to be going with game 4, continuing the second half of our tournament today. 3 rounds were over and 3 rounds are about to begin. Ladies and gents, again, it's your boy Morgan. I'm right here with the legendary Wita, and we're about to go into round 4 of day 2 of the Super Brawl. Now, we've seen all these regions compete. We've seen so many regions have a few ups and downs, but a team that has been very, very consistent so far up until now, Wita, flawless victories here and there, is Northern Europe, and they're going to be facing off France.
Yeah, and again, as I alluded to earlier on the broadcast, remember yesterday in our opening interview with Sadman, right, in the face of interview yesterday, he was talking about how this Northern Legends team is actually pretty scary, and honestly, I'm just excited to see this match, right, because it's going to be the French league team against the Northern team here, right, and some of you might wonder why Deronda's here. He is Polish, but he lives in Ireland, so that's why he is eligible to play for this team, and for the first time, and what I feel like we've seen on broadcast here, do we have some disagreement about which poll to go for? Obviously, it's a team decision, so there's not going to be any split decision here, but a bit of heart home.
I do like Mayhem Hearth Home. Nobody hates own items, okay? They are very, very good when it comes to whatever comp that you want to play them with, whether it's a front line, but okay!
Morgan?
Some people just want to see the world burn, I guess. Okay, Texira, it's Marisol Magnum.
Yep, so we're going to get some tacticians crowns coming through here, but just to kind of set the stage, right? The French team here, absolutely predetermined favorites, no two ways about that, but Northern Europe, the only team to 2-0 their quarterfinal, and also they went undefeated yesterday when they had a tiebreak situation against Germany, obviously against the Dark region in their game, right? But they did win that, so they're 6-0 right now. That's pretty good.
It's so good. They're the only team that has not lost a single game. Now, hear me out. Every single team that I cheered for yesterday has ended up losing their games. So I don't want to stretch on this too much, but I'm a caster. My job is to state facts. Northern Europe has been undefeated, and that's that. I'm not vouching. I'm not cursing them. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that they're very dominant against France, which have had a few ups and downs. However, this roster that they're going with has been extremely strong. We've been lucky enough to interview Sl1ckz today. We got a few insights from him on how does the team play, how do they improve, and what are the plans. Let's see if they're ready to go now.
So I don't think you get gold, by the way, on 1-3 if you sell up here. So there's actually no reason, because you get free gold regardless, right? And you went from 10 to 13. But at least he has kind of already stated his intent here is to focus on the economic aspects of this game here. Has the Void opener available as well here with the Kassadin in the chat. So in the chat, is there a Kassadin in chat? I don't know. Chat, tell me if there's a Kassadin in chat. I'm not reading chat right now, but in the shop that is, right. So let's see here. No more gold coming through, most likely, as long as it doesn't come. Okay, actually, no man. So in case you were unaware, is this going to be the incident, Morgan?
No, it's not the incident. It's Israel. And now it's gold augments. If this was a prismatic lobby, I would have loved that. Okay, Maris Magnum with prismatics, with all of these tactician crowns, would have been really exciting to see. Now, it might be really good for a few players, but it might also not be the best. This is, I think, a gold star for him, so British Treasure sounds like a very good idea, so he can keep up with the augments with the items everyone has. Trade sector, not today. Scoped weapons, a very strange, let's say, combination of augments that Jedusor has now, and it's going to be trade sector. He might be going for that early win streak with such a very strong early game.
Yes, I was wondering whether or not he was going. Yeah, because of that, I was wondering for a second there if he was gonna go with a line around the KO or Tristana reroll setup, right? Because he did have a lot of those key pairs here, but not picking up the Callista right now, going for that Noxus opener instead here. He will still be able to pick it up should he win this fight, however, by selling off the tunes right on this. Looking at the Maokai, you're looking at the Viego, right? So it will still be picked up. I'm almost positive about that. And then once level 6 comes around, he'll be going for a 4 challenger setup. Or if a Warwick is found, then his level 5 becomes absolutely immense as well.
Yeah, now I really like the combo that Jedusor decided to go for, because trade sector, again, is an augment that once you're not saving economy. You're rolling every round, you're trying to get the best and highest cost units in the early game, and you're trying to win as much as you can. We finally get a built-over player right here, Lyra, so we're going to be switching the combo to that. But again, I wanted to say that the mix Jedusor decided to go for with an augment that wants you to win in the early game like trade sector, alongside Noxus, and a trade that wants you to win streak in order to reach its full power after conquering all of your opponents. This time, however, guess who's gonna be playing Piltover? It is someone from France, despite the fact that when someone picks Piltover against them, they all open fort. So,
Yeah, but they also are kind of the only team with that tech, I feel like. So it won't really necessarily come back to bite them here, right? And also, with the augment here that Texida has picked up, it's essentially just a Piltover +1 to a certain extent. It's just about getting that Piltover unit in to get the Piltover going from 2-1. As you can see, that's something that is worth keeping in mind here, but still, this board honestly feels a little bit stronger than it should be, playing the second Vi, especially when you look over to the board here presented by Zante, who is very much aware about what's going on in the rest of the lobby right now, trying to grieve Liras within reason, right? And I think within reason being the key determining factor here.
yeah, now he has the perfect combo. He started with a Piltover at 2-1. He also has what doesn't kill you. But the only thing that might kill him could be Zante, because if they face each other, he is in the position where he can just fully open forward, sell all of his board, but as a Piltover player, you cannot do that. You need that little dino in order to build up all of your loss streak and also cap up with the amount of gold and items that what doesn't kill you gives you. Now, Northern Europe are very aware of that. You've already stated that. Zante really wishes that this lovely RNG places him against Lyris. He'll be very happy to take that loss.
Yeah, that's the big thing here now. Bunch of stuff open on the carousel. Liras picking up a bow now. I mean, he can go into some interesting options here in terms of like Rage Blade, right? It's a very centric item for a lot of the compositions right now. You're looking at the Aphelios line, you're looking at a Sarah line, looking at a Seer line, right? Rage Blade is just such a powerful item for pretty much every composition in the game at this moment in time. So not surprised to see that being a big priority for him, even though he already has a bow. So that's 2 bows now, open and flexible for him.
Yeah, I agree. Rage Blade can be played on so many compositions, whether do be it Aphelios, whether do be it you're going to play something like Challenges with Kai'Sa. You can place it on even Kalista if you're rerolling that with Infernal Contract. Hell, you could place it on the comp that is currently playing, which is Zeri, alongside Gunner. So him having Last Whisper and also having Rage Blade, you can never have enough bows, okay? Let us both agree to that. Whether you're playing any comp, bow is one of the strongest components now. You can turn into a Giant Slayer, place it into AD or AP, whatever it is. And I would love to see that matchup between Lyris and Zante. But however, he goes against Sl1ckz. This is going to be a loss that will hurt. He's not going to kill a single unit. So Lyris HP could be bleeding out too much in the early. He's already 2-5 and he's already 668. That's a lot.
So, Morgan, there are some fun dynamics with Piltover, right? Because one of the big struggles about Piltover, generally speaking, when you're playing it all by yourself, is that it's very hard for you to cash out, being stuck in the Piltover prison, if you may. But in a team-based format, you can, to a certain extent, try to get easier matchups without really having to try too much for it, because it becomes pretty simple in terms of like a teammate dropping a unit or two depending on the matchup pool, stuff like that. So it's a lot easier to cash out the Piltover in formats like this than it is in a traditional sense. So that's something you gotta keep in mind here. And also another thing that's worth noting here, with every single player in the lobby right now getting that Tactician's crown coming through, as you're talking about, Morgan, Lewis's HP total will fall under immense pressure.
Okay, he does take that risk with maybe selling his entire board right now and hoping for Piltover to come back, or perhaps try to hide his units a bit more so he doesn't lose if he goes against Zante. But thank God he goes against Jedusor here, which manages to again give him that lovely loss he wanted, 58 HP. It's a little bit too low, he's bleeding out, but it doesn't matter. What doesn't kill you will be giving you a lot of components, it'll be giving you so much gold, so he's getting hella rich, and as long as he manages to avoid Zante at least for a 5 loss streak in stage 2, it's going really good for him right now.
Yeah, both of these players now, right, we speak about this HP divide for a long time, right? And this is a big one as well, Morgan, right? Like, you're looking at 25 HP between Zante and Sl1ckz already, right? And Zante is not on the... He doesn't have that Piltover bounce back, right? He's just waiting for a singular big roll down with the streak gold amassed, right? And that's something that is going to be really interesting to follow, whether or not Zante's role in this game is going to be playing for a first place, or he's going to be playing for a comp that can stabilize into 6th and maybe put a span on the works for Liras.
Yeah, now with the second set of augments coming in, we're gonna see the decisions that they all go to. He gets a lesser duplicator, which is what we call a smaller Nikos most of the time. But the way we see it now with Laris, he's not willing to be sending it anytime soon, unless he gets matched against Zante, which is very bound to happen right now, as it's like a 50-50 chance. Either he goes against him or he goes against Tournament and then it starts resetting. Oh wait, he also might be going against Deceive. So it's again a 1 in a third chance that he might have to sell his Dino and pivot off completely from the zone's board. Looking at Tournament right now, he's doing really good with Cybernetic Bulk and Sorcerers. Very early committing to that with the Static and Guard Breaker. It could be something like an Azir board. Maybe if he gets an early Vel'Koz, he could also pivot to that with multicasters. But, well, not mainly playing with the multicasters because they're very weak at this point. But Taurus Omnignum does Sorcerers a very good job because you can have an additional strategist. That Tactician Crown can let you have an additional Teemo thrown in for some AP and also some frontline.
Yeah, like that same thing also goes for the challenger lines, right? Comps that really have like 1 or 2 minor optimizations that can then add on level 7 on level 8. And that kind of means that like the spikes are going to come in a little bit differently here, and that's super interesting to follow. And you're pointing out the Cybernetic Bulk here. Cybernetic Augments in this Galaxy is going to be super beneficial to the holder of those, right? Because you keep in mind here now, you don't have to waste actual items to get the bonus. You can just use the Tacticians' crowns instead.
Yeah, now the question remains is why do 5 players have buried treasures? Who has been burying all these treasures and why? And now it's also a second set of gold augments, so now we also get to have another set of maybe... If, you know, one of these 3 people that didn't choose buried treasures, what if they got it now? What if they got more and more combat? I mean, itemization augments. This lobby is full of components, and each and every board has at least 3 fully completed items, except for Tournament, who's only been able to get Cybernetic Bulk, Unified Resistance. This front line is very tanky. The only thing he lacks now is some damage, because that front line is not dying, but there's no one to kill your enemies as well.
Yeah, and another thing that's also worth noting here is that Sl1ckz is actually staying on level 5 here, not going to level 6 here, realizing that his spot is actually not that strong, and that's actually pretty interesting on his part here, right? Realizing that he would much rather be able to build up more gold for a bigger roll down further down the road to assemble that Kaiser, that Yasuo 2 on full 1 without having to go to level 6 at this point in time.
Yeah, Sl1ckz right now hoping that maybe he could start winning from here, despite the fact that he didn't really send it. He did roll a little bit to try and keep up with everyone, having all of the units with Taurus Omnignum again. The Kalista doesn't get the final shot, but it's a 3-unit loss. It's not that bad. It doesn't hurt as much. He also sells his entire bench, except Karma, to try and keep up with the 50 gold and keep as much economy as he can. We're going to be getting another Tactician Crown pretty soon in the game. And now, the only person who's been able to win so many games, you would have think it was Durandus, but also Tixida doing the same thing. A player that has been playing for the lost streak in the past few games, as we saw him, is now on top of the leaderboard with Durandus, and both of them are on fire, Wita.
Yeah, the Runners and Tixida here are just straight up streaking right, and the Runners is a player that's had a very strong opening to this season in GSC terms, right? It's not a player that we even really knew much about going into the season, whereas Tixida is a player that we know, Hex League champion, all that good stuff on under his belt, right? So a player that we just kind of, we know and love already. The Runners is a bit of a newer name to the scene here, and seeing them, both of them just burn through, it's going to be an absolute pleasure here for this game, but you got to kind of keep in mind here that what we saw here was actually a potential cash-out attempt from the rest going into free fight. Now, you gotta see like how just overpowering this double rage bait setup is from Tuxedo's side of things here, and we are going to be seeing rolldowns into the Affilio setup most likely coming through on the side of Tuxedo, which means that Lires is going to be going for a different line. We already saw him slam a few of those AD-centric items, so he's going to be going for a Zeri cash-out instead with the Pillow, which is the natural progression of a Pillow board.
That is the fastest attacking Malzahar I've ever seen in my entire life. That unit was on steroids. Double Rage Blade and Rapid Fire. He already starts with a hefty amount of like, how much 50% attack speed do you get from the Rapid Fire? And both of the Rage Blades with their base stats. He casted out a lot. I don't know who woke him up from the void, or maybe he slept on the wrong side of the bed if they have beds in that region. But you definitely just stated Double Rage Blade sounds like a very...
Beds, Morgan? What type of place?
Do they have beds in the void?
In the Void, that's actually a good shout, actually, when I think about it. Yeah, the Void may or may not have beds. I feel like those creatures kind of sleep without the assistance of a bed here, but now Lires, he needs just to send it down here. He needs that speed that we saw on the Malzahar earlier on. Finds that Sarah. It's going to be massive for the cash-out potential here, but it is still a Serie 1 1 or 2 more rolls here. Zero-2 is found, but you gotta figure out, is there enough in the tank in the front line right now? Is the 4-Saw 3-pill that was set up here? This is actually pretty good, one would assume, but is it gonna be enough now? Who is he gonna face up against? It has none of the streaking players in his pool, and it is gonna be Sl1ckz's board.
Yeah, I think that this might be a very good round for him to cash out. His board is looking kind of stronger now with that Zeys with the adaptive implants, being able to heal. He also still has the lesser duplicator, so that Jace could be going to 2-star if he wanted. He maybe might even use it to sell off a unit if he gets something in shop that he could just use it for plain economy. That item on the bench, the lesser duplicator, you don't always have to use it to make a unit 2-starred. You can always use it to make a 3-star unit when you reroll and send it to fully just to get that 3 gold and immediately sell that unit. Now, he's cashing out. This is where Lelouch's villain arc begins, and he's with 21 HP, so that's arguably 2 lives. Should be more than enough to get him back standing on his feet and start win streaking in this game. And here goes the cash out, Wita. That's a lot of gold!
Yeah, but nothing more than gold here, right? So, gotta figure out now, do you roll, or what do you do with this gold? Do you go like, there was no additional power in terms of no extra items for this duo carry setup with the Urgot, right? So, I mean, gold is always nice here, will allow him to potentially go into a level 8 angle at some point now, but oof, this was not the plan here. Either of those 5 costs could have been a Cynar as well, and that would have been a bigger spike. Getting that Tristana off the board here while maintaining that 4 gunner would have been such a nice upgrade on the unit quality, but at least the board should still be stable in the meantime, but ooh, you gotta be able to put this gold to good use, because you probably would have liked an item or 2 in there.
Yeah, one very small thing that I would love to highlight from Tournament, by the way, despite the fact that a lot of people think spatulas and tactician crowns do absolutely nothing, guess what? You're wrong. Despite the fact that when you put them on a unit, they turn them into a king or turn her into a queen, but when you have cybernetic bulk and you put it on any of the units, they do benefit from that augment. So him putting it on that Kassadin, it does give him the cybernetic bulk working because it counts as an equipped item slot. So it was very smart from Tournament to give him some additional frontline boost. So just in case you didn't know, here you go. It counts for cybernetic bulk, cybernetic leech, well-earned comforts, and all of these type of augments that count if the unit has an item equipped.
I guess he is like doing his stuff, but he already has the 2-star Lux Alliance, decent frontline here as well. So another race play potentially as well for the Azir, but the question now is, do you roll down here, try to get that Azir 2 spike? It would be massive. Still looking for Jarvan as well to kind of boot, but does have that Heimerdinger. And he is putting in the upgrades on this Heimer here. So it is a commitment made, which is big. This could be the additional carry that he will need, right? The additional power coming through here. And he has picked up a Goldenator as well, I believe.
Yeah, he has a Goldenator, he has a Shrinko. Now, the Shrinko might not really bring the biggest value because you already have an Ionic Spark on all these units. Okay, that additional shrinking is good, but only if it's picked up with a Mechano. Because if the Swarm, if the Ionic Spark is far away from the unit where the Azir or Lux are currently facing, the Mechano spreads it to the entire board. So it's almost like having a mini Freljord where everyone gets shredded. But one sad thing about getting an early Heimerdinger, it is a double-edged sword. Why? Because it's a very strong unit. It gives you that additional turret, the CCs that comes from the Heimerdinger. The Goldenator may be able to generate some gold, but it takes up one of your 5 shop slots every game, and he's looking for so many pairs. He's looking for a Garen 2. He's still looking for that Azir 2, so that early Heimerdinger kinda hurts you reaching your board upgrades.
These are some good options here. So Shurima's Legacy is, generally speaking, a pretty interesting one as well, but will not be picking that up. Instead, goes for the Contagion, trying to get that spread in terms of just like being able to kind of just make that the enemies a lot weaker now. And Jedusor going on a line we haven't seen a lot of this weekend, actually. Haven't seen a ton of that Noxus line. I mean, it was a very strong comp in the most recent GSC, but hasn't been super powerful so far. And Tuxedo going for a 4-5 level 8 line here, and it's worth noting that he has enough HP in the tank to give up these 2 rounds and then go for a bigger roll down, replace this Vi in the front line with a more powerful tank, find that Sejuani, get that Shen in there as well. So a very good spot here for Tuxedo, despite the fact that pretty much nothing on this board is upgraded as of right now.
The way I see this Aphelios equipped with double Rage Blade and Rapid Fire, yo, to editors, if you guys are watching this, please notice that the joke you made in the earlier video that we saw in the highlights where it was Pov Aphelios and he was just shooting as fast as he can, this one will be a better fit. He has a double Rage Blade, he has a Rapid Fire, he's not doing any damage because of course he doesn't have that Death Blade, he doesn't have a Guard Breaker, Giant Slayer, there's nothing amping up his damage. So, okay, listen, hear me out. attack speed is really good for such a unit, but there has to be a limit. This is where you draw the line. You have my bow, you have a double rage blade, you have a rapid fire. That's cool. He has a lot of attack speed, but what's putting the damage? Nothing. He doesn't even trigger his Deadeye correctly, because Deadeye really relies on the basic damage. That's why Deathblade is such a perfect item on Aphelios, because he needs bare ED. Yes, you're getting these chakrams. He's healing himself extremely quickly due to him stacking chakrams in addition, but you lack damage with that much attack speed on the unit.
You definitely do here, and I think that's something that's worth noting. And now we're kind of seeing all the extra gold from Lelouch being put to use here, right? We see him having 6 copies of Zeys, was trying to roll down here. Have found that Cynar as well. Cynar was recently rebalanced a bit as well, so his shielding is a little bit weaker, but her damage is a little bit stronger than it was before. And speaking of strong damage here, this Darius free in the front line for Jedusor here could potentially be a big deciding factor, but despite the spike here, it actually is going to be his teammate that instead is going to take him down. And sure, it's not necessarily alarm clocks right now for Jedusor just yet. He still has 36 HP, still something to work with, but Sante and Lelouch here. Lelouch's win streak in 8th place right now means that a lot of interesting things will be moving around this lobby in just a second.
I'm a little bit worried about that Darius reroll again, because it's a composition that heavily relies on Darius and Katarina. If you were to roll both of them, getting all of these resets, reaching for the backline and killing them. Now, this is not an option with Taros Omnignum. Why? Because, Maros Omnignum. Because you have a lot of units. There are 2 additional units in the front line that just get executed by additional time for the Zeri to deal damage. So Darius reaching the back line after resets is not an option here. So I think that this composition will really suffer in a lobby like this, because Darius just wastes so much time killing all of these additional units when it comes to, for example, the Heimerdinger turrets, the Dino, the 2 additional units you're getting from the crown. So I don't think that this Darius is going to do good in this lobby at all.
No, another thing that's worth noting here as well, kind of just to point out what's going on here, right? Like, we've seen a lot of players on level 7, but they are essentially producing their level 9 board. So these level 7 players that can find their legendaries, so we're going to see right now from Jedusor has that Cyan, has the Aatrox as well. Those are potentially massive spikes here, and oh no, the Darius being potentially stuck on the Bramble Vested Swain here. That's actually going to be a big issue here, because Jedusor is going to take a lot of damage potentially if the Darius can get through.
Yeah, luckily enough, he was placed on the same angle as the Samira, so she's able to keep these armor pieces grounds one after another, giving Darius his resets, and that's a lot of crit damage being put in, and also all thanks to the Cybernetic Leech and Martyr. He stays full HP for the entire fight. Yes, it was a Bramble Vest, that's a lot of armor, it cancels most of the crit damage, negates it, but it's a lot of healing. Cybernetic Leech, Martyr, that Darius is not gonna die anytime soon if he doesn't get bursted.
No, and let's look at the entire overview of the lobby right now, because you have the Ron that's a 72 HP, and he's chilling. But then you look at the HP drop down to Tartman. 8th and 2nd are within 20 HP right now. Sure, that is not a big deal right now, stage 4, but we're going to come into stage 5 or stage 6. This entire table could flip on its head here. The Ronda's pretty much guaranteed top 4 right now, but is he going to try to compromise a little bit here to try to get some of his lower HP teammates, like Sl1ckz, for example, into the game at some point if they have him in the matchup pool? That is the big question, right? Because they are going to start falling like flies. Remember, there's a lot more damage in play due to the Tacticians' crowns coming through from the Maros and Magnum.
Yeah, again, Kaisa is a unit that spreads damage and spreads damage. That's a lot of, and is able to put in a lot of damage for the entire board. But when you have a single carry unit, something with the Cybernetic Leech, that Darius, I think Sl1ckz board doesn't stand a chance whether now or in the late game against him. Now it's his final shot. Does he go to level 8? Does he maybe put in a Viego for that 4 Shadow Isles? What can Sl1ckz do in order to make his board stronger or cap it up? And keep in mind that he still needs to roll for that Shen 2, he still needs to roll for that Yasuo 2. So what's the option here, Wita?
I mean, rolling for Shen and Yasuo here are going to be pretty big deals, right? I think that you would like to replace this Maokai with a Taric, because you're probably not going to be very likely to go to level 8 at this point in time. You are pretty much just...
No rods.
No rods, but you don't have any gold either, right? You can't like sit and wait this out because you have 7 HP here. You need to go all in on this turn now. You gotta send it, or you could also risk it, I suppose. Try to figure out what your options would be in that regard here. Yasuo and Shen paired up right now. 2-star Shen coming through. That is big, but he's not carrying the primary tank items. And now the question beckons, are you gonna put another carry item onto the Gwen, or are you going to make a Surratt portal here just to try to get a bit of extra frontline coming through?
Yeah, he answers you already, goes in with a Zeys Terror's Dissolve might have been a good idea for the Gwen, but he needs to buy as much time for the Kai'Sa as he can. Again, playing against Lyris board, who's been able to cap out pretty quickly. That guard breaker triggering extremely quick, all thanks to the Shen, all thanks to these units giving him a lot of shields to choose from. Zeys able to reach the backline pretty easily, and Sl1ckz will be the first person to go out from this lobby. Maybe followed by Deceive after that round, but is it the animation or is it just the delayed damage? No. Deceive is still in this lobby, and Sl1ckz is the first to go out and get eliminated from game 4.
Decisive way here. I mean, he is in a spot that is not going to be super good for him, but overall, it's actually looking very, very bad for the Northern European team here. Right, they're looking at their first game loss pretty much throughout the entirety of the tournament so far here. Sl1ckz out already. Decisive way, 2 HP. Zante on 13. They have not been able to kind of convert any of the advantages they might have accumulated in the early game. And when you look at the opposite side of your screen right now, you can kind of see why that kill over cash out is ever so big for the side of France here. And oh boy, Lidas, like, he's been at 21 HP ever since Free 5 when he cashed this out. It's just been such a massive game so far, right? And it doesn't matter if the Ron has been at the top of the standings, full on streaking for pretty much the most of the game so far. If the rest of the team cannot convert that doesn't matter. But Liras takes his first loss here to Jedusor, almost goes out in stage 5 too, and he almost lost 20 HP. That is just what it means when you have every single player in the lobby, 9 units. The fight becomes so explosive, and all of a sudden you're taking 7-unit losses when under normal circumstances you'll take maybe a 3-unit loss.
We were ambulance clear the way because 2 soldiers have fallen down from Northern Europe right here. It is going to be Sl1ckz and Decisive. Now France has 4 players still alive, claiming and aiming to go for that victory. Lyris is currently the lowest HP among all of them, but his positioning, and again with all the cash out that he got with the Terras Omagnum, Rage Blade, Senna, he does have a lot of damage. He also had that dino to clear up the way. Now, he took his first loss, just as you said, but it's going to be another board. The Aphelios doing his best right here, trying to slice through the front line. He has little to no access for the Zeri. Meanwhile, she has access to him, all thanks to her ability, spreading damage in the front line. And he will be able to deal a lot of damage to Tuxeda's board as he takes in that loss with a lot of units still left alive. I think Tuxeda, it might be done for him, and that's it. He also goes out. Zante, not Tuxeda, will be the 3rd player to go out here, and France is still dominating when it comes to the amount of players in game.
And that's going to be the win already locked down, but now it's all about those MVP points here. And even if Zante had survived, it kind of, the writing on the wall was already written, because you're looking at the Rondas here. He's on a 4-loss streak. This guy was dominating all throughout stage 3, stage 4, but has not been able to kind of convert that into a strong late game board. Whereas the French players, they've been playing a little bit on the edge here, some of them, but they have been able to fully make these boards come online. And here you can kind of see why the Rondas has been struggling. It's the song about the Yasuo one, right? Like, you're looking at Shen one, you're looking at, I mean, really, you're looking at all your key units, some of your key units here being 1-star, right? This is not necessarily an ideal position to be in.
Yeah, this game is so far massive for France. With 1 Northern European player still left alive, it's going to be all on Durunda's shoulder right now to try and get as many points as he can. Score a first, score a second. Do your best, because France is definitely dominating that lobby. Also, a Sejuani 3 Ghost getting shrouded just before that fight is going to be extremely unlucky for Durundas again. We will be watching the fight between Lyris and Tournament, despite the fact that it doesn't really matter who comes out on top. As long as Lyris stays alive, he has to win that one. And again, Lyris is being kept alive by his teammates. Durundas is still alive on 1 HP. Tournament might lose right now, and Durundas is going to stay on the top 4, so at least he can secure a few more points for Northern Europe.
A few points for himself, right? At the end of the day, here there's no tiebreaker in terms of which team got the most points, which was the primary tiebreaker yesterday, right? And it actually ended up having an impact in Group B, which meant that Menem ended up moving on. And another fun fact yesterday we kind of saw was that even though France had more game wins than Spain actually had more total points throughout the day. So it's kind of interesting how the dynamics of these games can work. And that also kind of speaks a testament to the fact that France didn't have a lot of these dominating victories yesterday. Now they get one on the board here in the semifinals. And again, they were the pre-tournament favorites, and they're kind of living up to their name already now again.
Yeah, now it's all on Tuxedo to get Durandus out and make sure that the top 3 spots are really kept in from France. I think Jedusor should make his board a little bit weaker now that he's playing against Lelouch. That Kai'Sa is able to put in a lot of damage, but he's not going to be able to survive enough, and Durandus takes the L here, but Jedusor did do as told. He kept his friend alive, he made his board weaker, and now we have France dominating the top 3 points in this lobby. The winner call-out is going to be done a little bit earlier, but it's fine. There's still a slot for the MVP, so they will fully compete to see who comes out and who leaves France as their most points individually. I think it might be Liris. That Sl1ckz 3 is nasty, man.
Yeah, but Sl1ckz 3 honestly isn't that impactful compared to, I don't know, like a Kai'Sa 3, for example, right? She is a tank at the end of the day. Her damage isn't incredibly huge. The shielding is pretty big, obviously, coming through as well. So you gotta kind of take a look into what it's gonna mean Zephyr coming through potentially. If you want to cringe your team with your team, you're gonna have some banter here. That could be fun, I suppose, but this is just kind of the picture of Zephyr. What. Yes. So another thing that's also worth noting, right? We saw in the first game of the day, we saw France like full on open fighting to avoid the situation against Poland, right? With the Pilda situation coming through on the side of Skipaeus. And here we kind of see why they're trying to avoid that, because you get so much extra gold, it's just so many extra resources that you can just completely flip the script here. Sure, they might have gone a little bit overboard because they weren't really able to attack him at the correct times, but these boards are off the wall when you combine with the Maris and Magnum as well.
Yeah, I don't think that this Affiliates is going to be able to do anything to that Sejuani, because Freljord essentially does reduce your armor. That's amazing. It shreds. That's also very good, but that Sejuani has a wholesome amount of shields. Redemption. Rabadon's also scaling with a major amount of HP that he's not going to be able to kill her at all. So this is going to be one of the easiest combats Liris can go for. Nothing from Tuxedo's board has any access to his backline. And Jedusor, I think, was playing against Liris Ghost. Or I think, wait, if he won, that means he played against Tuxedo's Ghost, because I think Jedusor's board will still lose against Liris. Who are you vouching for, Wita?
And that's the big thing here, right? Like, I think either board here is finally, you have the X factor of the execute coming from the Darius Free, right? That's something we gotta keep in mind here. That Darius is a super powerful unit here, but I think there's just no two ways about it. It's gonna be the capped out pill level board, right? Like, it's just that it is what it is. But also, no matter how you slice it here, this is going to be a great result for both players, for the team of France here, taking the first victory in this semi-final here. They're just one game away now from the finals of the SuperBrawl, second time running. That's incredible consistency, even though the only repeat player from that last team is Tuxedo.
Yeah, Liris doesn't have any issue right now putting Sejuani, whether on the right side or the left side. Again, Darius with his board doesn't have any access to the backline, and that's going to be a very strong loss. So we get the third or maybe the fourth dice of Teemo in a row coming in from Liris as he really manages to play. You know what, friends? They became what they really opposed themselves. Oh, if anybody plays Piltover, we're gonna sell our entire board. And now they actually win a game themselves with the thing that they very much oppressed themselves in their own lobbies. No one is playing Piltover. Now they play it with what doesn't kill you. They make him win at the end, and Liris takes an amazing win with Piltover.
Yeah, absolutely. And that just kind of shows that the French team is now here to play. This time around, I don't think we have the active griefing component that we had from the French team in the previous SuperBrawl, right? They now realize they didn't have the strongest day yesterday. Now they're here to prove that they are going to be the team that will be taking the final spot. And man, oh boy, Morgan, this is going to be a fantastic game number 2.
It is going to be a fantastic game number 2. Who knows, maybe it could also be a game number 3 if Northern Europe is able to come back and maybe lick their wounds up. So while we take a break in order to refresh, drink a few drinks, they also get a very well-deserved rest so for them to go into this series. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. It's a very short break and we go into our analyst desk.
I'm Lelouch. I'm from Poland. I'm a professional player for Zero Tenacity. I'm 21 and I can be known as regionals winner in set 7 and one of the top players in EU. So do I think if there will be any new strategies or like teams would have some different views or different legends on this tournament? I think there might be like everyone will be like playing maybe a different legend. So yeah, with addition of the legends, I think it can be really helpful to like have a variety of strategies in like one match, and also like an idea of like griefing the enemy team. I think also can be used with specific legends. The whole thing. So my mind tells me Germany, but if I don't want to be like biased and choose like by heart, I would choose probably the Northern team because there's my friend Diarondas there. So yeah, good luck. I want to give a shout out to all players in my country, my team Zero Tenacity, and my study group in the Discord, including Travis, Shirkane, Alansku, and the Rondas. And yeah, I think that would be it.
Welcome back to the analyst desk in a massive change of tournament go around. Basically, Northern Europe had been winning every single game that they played up until this point. Now here's France, and they took them down, Peter, in a loss that could barely have been any worse.
Yeah, I think me and David are absolutely of the same mind about this. When you come in as a squad and the first loss, the first sign you need to change what you're doing is one of the, I think it's 1 point away from being the worst loss you could possibly take as a team. That's a clarion call that you need to change dramatically what you're doing for game 2. And if you make a mistake in how you change, you are out of the competition.
Not just that, but Sl1ckz mentioned top of show. This is kind of a recently formed team that players knew of each other, but had not really been communicating or kind of in a relationship, as friends before this tournament started. Thing has gone perfectly fine. We all know when that happens, it's easy to be in high spirits and to be friendly and to be, positive vibes. But when one thing goes wrong, I think that's going to be the first test for this team to really see how they bounce back, how maybe a captain figure like Durandas is able to get everyone pumped and motivated for a game 2 against one of the strongest teams in EMEA against France.
And with that, let's have a look at Lyrus's board, who did find that Sejuani 3 there towards the end, massively done. And once again, Azeri taking everything. Now, this one was particularly interesting because of how Lyrus maneuvered everything that was going on here, Peter.
I mean, it's an incredible way to approach the game. Doubling down, loss streak. What doesn't kill you make you stronger, and Piltover as well. This was so incredibly risky, and I think it throws down to the gauntlets of Northern Europe in the next game. They have to have their own Piltover player, or there's no way they can match this level of power.
And not just that, it is a big pig with a Rabadon's hat to top things off, so he does big win for his team, yes, but also in style. Sejuani 3 is not legendary as you see. It is what she is. She's riding a big pig. Not Sejuani herself, of course. A boar. All right, same thing. I'm sorry, Volta, for misrepresenting the animal you represent. Volta's not here to punish me for that. But all in all, I think it was a great game. I think it was a game where all of the Northern European team, they were playing high tempo comps that were not high tempo at all throughout stages 2 and 3. And when you try and come back into the game with a comp that doesn't really have that cap, it's not going to go right.
It is not gonna go right. However, something that did go right was the comp for Jedusor as well. Getting that Darius online, we were kind of talking about how Noxus is really not that bad and more players should be going for it, specifically in the SuperBrawl format. So seeing this comp take a second place here with some support of an Azir too that was flexed into it, I think was really awesome as well.
Oh, it's great seeing, of course, with Maris and Magnum, we've got more bodies on the board, so potential for much bigger losses. On top of that, I mean, Noxus was almost invisible in the previous lobby. We did see a few of the people in the Twitch chat really memeing on the Darius board there, but I think ultimately it ended up being the right choice. And I mean, David, you mentioned it before in our previous games, with it being such a contested environment to play in, finding those unattended lines could be absolutely crucial.
And it's almost always the case in TFT when something is considered not very strong, considered a very weak unit, it doesn't mean it's unplayable. In the right situation, with the right start for it, with a very high roll start for it, it can still perform, it can still do really well. Darius is the case as well, despite Noxus not being anywhere close to the power level it had 2 patches ago, where it was, frankly, quite oppressive, with Samira and Darius being a very menacing duo to face at any stage of the game. You can still see it. Zed reroll, Darius reroll, it has its spot in the meta in the right position.
It absolutely does. So maybe something you can take away for your own games now. For me, the bigger talking point here is how are they going to deal with this massive loss? We're going to have a look at our standings. And of course, we will be hopping into the other lobby, which is going to be Rest of EMEA versus DACH. And Rest of EMEA took a win there after clawing their way through Turkey in the previous quarterfinals. Now they're on to Team DACH, and we can see that France against Northern Europe is also going to go into that second round, of course. I am worried about Northern Europe in particular, having so many wins and now taking that loss, needing to change something this far into the tournament that is going to be quite stressful for the entire team to deal with, especially like a team that works as a well-oiled machine like France does.
Take a quick look at our MVP scores. So see Ineffable up at the top. Dark Hydra, of course, we noted would be trying to compete for that very top spot. Always a little tougher to do in a losing effort. So we'll see how that one develops longer term. But I'm really sorry we're not going to get to see the second game of there. But of course, our alternate lobbies will have us covered in that respect.
As well, what's coming up, I think DACH on the back foot is a surprise for many viewers out there, for Makes, I assume, especially as an expert on the DACH scene. They've been, again, I mentioned so many times, powerhouses in the individual level from the mid to late set 8 all the way until now. They have not let their foot off of the gas. Sasa especially, who is on this team as well. So individually fantastic. Can they come back as a team and do what they could in the last set? That's my big question.
That is going to be the big question, and we will be checking it out in just a little bit. In case you do want to follow the narrative of France versus Northern Europe, which we just saw, you can of course do that. Check out our command center. Some of the alternative lobbies are covering it, and you can see that game follow on. We're gonna hop into Rest of EMEA against DACH, and Panda, I believe we'll be seeing you on the other side.
Now you see me? Now you still do. That was a slow transition from production, leaving me just, completely sold out. Wita, do you have, any? We prepped this, we timed this in production. We said you have to toss in time or else I'll look like a fool, and they just left me to hang. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and practice makes perfect sometimes. I mean, to be fair, you are pure perfection, so it wouldn't have changed anything, right? But no, I'm super excited to kind of go over to this, right? Because I've been speaking about this Rest of EMEA squad for, both on screen and also off screen, like in our discussions about like what teams are good, which teams we need to keep an eye out for. And this Rest of EMEA team is just plain scary, to be completely honest with you, David.
Basic, some would say, if they haven't watched the qualifiers last week and if they don't know anything about the rest of the players, would be the star of the show on this team, would be kind of that anchoring that can really show his experience and his game knowledge and share that with the rest of the team. But it's not the case. I think this team is extremely stacked all across the board. Much seems to be the spiritual captain. Fabulotus, when it comes to results, was completely popping off last weekend. I think he's doing really well this weekend as well. And all in all, if you beat DACH in a game like this, where everything's on the line, you're in the semifinals of a tournament like this with a huge amount of national pride and a prize pool on the line, it's for a reason, right?
It definitely is, and I think that for me, right, Ceremonials is a player that I have been talking quite a lot about as well. I think this guy is very, very, very good at the game and also really impressed me in their qualifier run. While it was definitely Fabulotus, it was the start of the show. Ceremonials' spot recognition is generally speaking very good, but obviously they were streaming. That 3 of them are streaming right now. At least Smudgeman and Daisy are streaming, but I don't understand the language of the comment, right? So it's very hard for me to kind of get the grip of like who actually does the most calling, right? That's a big thing. But we are going to be going with Immortal Bastion, David. Not a portal that I am super fond about, but it has been remade, right? That's worth noting here. It's no longer the Javan bait that it was before. Now we're basically just playing with 115 HP. What does this change?
Well, it is a teeny tiny Titan. Essentially, you get 15 HP instead of 30 all across the board. This does help loose streakers have that tiny little bit of extra leeway when it comes to their 3-5 roll down. Maybe that 3-5 roll down becomes a 4-1 roll down instead, trying to maximize their econ if they're trying to play an uncontested combat they know they will hit if they have that 20 or 30 extra gold. All in all, not much else. It's a very low variance portal. Doesn't warp the game in a crazy manner like Marisa Magnum did, for example, in that game 1.
No, that Marisa Magnum we saw in the previous game was absolutely crazy, right? Because then you take more damage. Now you can just tank for a longer while, and you kind of got to change what your sense of urgency is as well, right? Because again, when you are coming in a 4-way situation here, there will be some players that might be, I wouldn't say panicking, right? But it's going to be a little bit later for them to panic, like to start panicking. But also, they might have more HP, but also, okay.
Schmochma, he's seeing something he likes, a Zed and 2 Kleds. This is a comp he played 2 games in a row at the start of today. And it looks like if the game is telling me something, Schmochma will not be the one to go against it. He's given an angle for this Slayer Zed comp once again, and it could be a viable angle if he's able to hit a stable board in stage 3.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that he can just play this Noxus open if he wants to play for a win streak angle instead, right? And then transition into the Ionia setup once he finds his 2-stars. So very interesting to see what the angle is going to be here, because his item setup right now is not necessarily something that makes you go, yes, I'm going to play set. Doesn't make great use of rods. The BT component here could be fine, and the glove obviously also decent, but no slam here to kind of get going.
Blue Lotus, though, generally for Rogue's going to be very good to not have to build that JG or that IE whatsoever. You can teach Schmochma already, helping the viewers out, dividing the components he likes and the components he does not like on his item bench there, north and south of that divisory line. And all in all, we've talked about it before when this was played in game 2. It's a very good comp to play in a team-based format because you open up other comps to be uncontested for the rest of your team, and you're still able to have a lot of agency in terms of, I'm going to hit this left corner back line. Tell your whole team, everyone do not put your main carry on this left corner, put it on the opposite side. Always going to have good matchups against your teams and possibly outposition your opponents.
Yeah, it also seems like there aren't now. So again, we saw the first game was the day we had the rest of the EMA team on broadcast. We kind of saw them all of them not really fighting for that early game presence here, but this time around they are putting up boards. It seems like Daisy not on something like the AFK here either, right? So a strong setup all around here, even a bit of a portable forge action going on here with 2 players there, but I'm also spotting out another item augment that could be a big game changer.
All that shimmers, we'll see exactly how or what it does for Dark Hydra. It used to be Wita, the most broken augment in the game in 2-1. I think every high-level player would just automatically pick it if it was offered. Most of this set, really, more than half of the start of this set, it was just extremely broken. Now has been toned down significantly. Can still be very oppressive from a snowball start where you're able to make good use of the item you're given.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when we get Dark Hydra on the screen, we can kind of start to make an assessment about what we're doing. Okay, we were talking about fighting for early game pressure, David. Basic yet again, open forting. But this was also something I feel like he was doing quite a lot in the qualifiers as well here, which I find interesting, right? Because Basic is obviously a very flexible player, probably the most diverse player on the team, right? He can play every single style. We've seen that time and time again in all of our Rising Legends tournaments and even way before that, right? So him kind of just saying, you know what, I'm just going to take this spot here. I know how to navigate this. I will come back and make a strong board. You guys play for more tempo-oriented line, maybe. It's going to be an interesting one to follow for sure.
Considering some of his teammates like Fabulotus, who are on Buried Treasures, who are trying to slam items and stay strong in the early game, will want to have those kind of free wins in stage 2 to try and have a higher chance overall to have that 5-win streak and have that extra gold coming in throughout stage 3.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting, right, this is one of the teams that came together as a team, and I think that these are also players that all know each other quite well, being from that CIS space. And not really a scene that we talk too much about because it's kind of just been Daysig plus whoever, right? But I think that overall over the past year or so, there's been a massive increase in the skill level of a player like Fabulotus, for example, right? Because the first few times that we saw the players come through from the Russian server onto some of our regional qualifiers, the results weren't that great outside of Daysig. But now, over the time, we've had players like X-Crescent also have strong performances over a couple of sets, right? Ceremonious is a player that I'm super excited that we get to see now. He's able to compete again, and I think that's something that could be exciting. Now we can kind of see why Hydra is losing there. But now, Diamond Hands in this situation, in this meta, what's the take on it these days?
That's an interesting question. I assume Nasus is the easy one because he's is already such a massive tank. The extra seconds of invulnerability allows him to stack even more stats, steal those stats with Soul Eater, and just become an absolute menace with 2 other tank items as well. But looking at Memo's board, he has an Invoker emblem. Last game, game 1, where Doc was not able to beat rest of EMEA, Assad Fuego went for a pretty fat 8th place with Karma 3 playing Invoker as well. So Memo, I think, is not happy to be on this line. Probably was just the best option he was offered from the Tome, but has to make the best of it and try and make it work with a comp that we've seen is very 1st or 8th in this patch.
Yeah, it's a very inconsistent comp, right? Because sometimes you feel like, okay, I have a Shen 2, everything is good, Karma 3, I'm all good, baby, and then all of a sudden I'm 8th, and like, how did this happen again, right? And I feel like that also have kind of been the space for Memo, because if I recall correctly, Memo has played this comp a couple of times this weekend already without great success to it. But again, it's a comp that can actually very well be very good at stabilizing into something like a 6th place, right? And that's actually pretty valuable in this team-based format, right? They would understanding of which players have to play for whatever situations to develop. And also the Karma comp tends to need a lot of time to find their units, and with that additional 15 HP, all of a sudden you have 2 more rounds most likely to find that Karma free and stabilize.
And a Spark slammed on the Swain. Not the best of starts if you're trying to triple itemize your Zed as soon as possible. Of course, Zed will spike massively near the end of stage 3, start of stage 4, once you're able to hit that 3-star if he has 3 items. If you're behind on your item economy, he has only 2 items, it might not be enough. You might have damage, but no Omnivamp, and he might just die to whatever amount of burst comes through off of something like a Lux or a Vel'Koz in stage 3. So don't have to be very careful. We saw him in game 2, complete disaster with how much HP he lost in the middle stage of the game.
Yeah, but in that game, if he actually had hit the set free 1 round before that, I think he wins the game. But there's a different vertical aspect that we haven't spoken too much about, right? And that is the Noxus line. We saw it in the previous game do quite well, come into 2nd place, and Dual Lotus is so powerful in that composition because you can go for like 3 items on a Darius. You can go for Hand of Justice, you can go for Bloodfist, you can go for so much sustain and so much power. On a Darius, for example, skip the IE, that you can get more power into that. And it's kind of the same itemization tree as well as a set composition, because the items we put onto the Echo, for example, would then tend to go on to like Katarina if that's a secondary carry. And a lot of these Noxus units tend to pack quite a punch. So I think overall here, this is not necessarily a line that is 100% committed to playing set just yet, depending on the situation around Free 2. Nox is still very much an option that also needs to be kept open.
Sasa already indicating with his augment pickup, with the item he slammed, he will be trying to lean towards the Felios, towards that AD flex carry with Transfusion as a key augment to power up those Bastions in the late game. You have all this shielding, you want some extra health to go along with it, and that allows that Felios to stack that Rage Blade and stall for so much time where Felios can clean up and have that ultimate power. Still very, very far away from that point in time. It's all about now preserving HP, which Sasa is doing magnificently with his Akshan. 5 win streak for him ending stage 2, and for Memo as well. So Doc looking so strong right now.
Yeah, a lot of gold being given over to these players here, right? We can see it's coming at a little bit more of an expense for Sasa compared to Memo. Memo, who has like 10 gold ahead of Sasa, right? And that can snowball into a lot of extra gold here, depending on whether or not he is going to be able to avoid having to roll very heavily on Free 2, because all of a sudden, if all the gold you have to pump on Free 2 is just to get to level 6, then all of a sudden you're going to be in a great spot in terms of being able to kind of say, you know what, I'm just going to full chill here, take my HP lead, turn it into a fast 8, and then roll down and have a fantastic spot to play from.
You do already have the Shiv Slam, so the Spark, not ideal, but the JG definitely will be if you are trying to kind of guarantee you will be playing into this Invoker Karma for Memo. We have Renekton with an Invoker emblem. He doesn't know what he's doing on this board, neither do we, but it's working out. 5 win streak for now. The 2-star upgrade is just enough with the extra cash from Renekton, who can kind of, he's an independent, strong crocodile. He can kind of take care of himself with a healing, and that's really has helped Memo stay so healthy this stage 2.
Yeah, and you can also see like he does have a few outs for a Bastion on the bench, right? He also has a Bruiser here, so he can actually level if the need is there for it because he has Sasa in the pool. But keep in mind, they can communicate. Do either of us go to level 60 to guarantee the winner? How are we going to go about this here? Decides I'm going to go for more of a pseudo frontline here. But there's also another angle here, David, right? Because we got to keep in mind that while we might expect Memo to sit on level 7 and roll for that counter-free all's good in the world here, having the emblem here opens up for the ability for a fast 8 into sending it down to potentially finding an Ahri, getting that Invoker emblem onto her instead, treating her as the primary carry in the composition with additional 20 mana per second, and then that's a completely different beast from the Karma Free.
We even saw it in the quarterfinals versus Mena. Memo had a similar situation. He was playing with the Invoker emblem, and I called out that he probably would not be playing Karma, and that was the case because there was someone else already on the comp. And I think this player knows how to pivot out of this Invoker emblem. This is not, you know, a player that is just blinded by, oh, I have an emblem, Reddit says to play 6 Invokers, and that's my board. This is a player that knows how to flex around every unit in the game when it comes to holding this emblem, and just a comp in general in stage 4.
Yeah, and Memo, as of 6 months ago, maybe would have been stuck in the tunnel vision mindset, but this is one of the most improved players in the entire region over the past year or so, right? Like, he's been at the forefront of kind of getting this dark community together, creating, like, whenever we interview any player from the region, right, they're all like thanking Memo for him being such a connecting figure in the scene, right? And I think that kind of just speaks volumes to what he's actually trying to achieve here in the scene right now. But Azad here taking an angle out of the playbook of Schmoshma maybe here on the frequent flyer, David.
And on the Zed as well, IE and the Titan Resolve already slammed. Is this an item carrier? Maybe. Is this Azad saying, Schmoshma, I see you're pretty much tunnel vision on playing Zed. I'm sorry, my friend, but you're going to go down with me. And that might just be kind of a 1-for-1 blow with Doch versus rest of EMEA trying to trade positions there, and Assad saying, I don't have the greatest of starts. I'm on a 5 lose streak. I'm going to hold some of these Zeds anyway.
Yeah, and Frequent Flyer is such a powerful augment, right? I feel like this augment is just so brilliant. We speak a lot about the Academy provided by Level Up, Richer, stuff like that, but the continuous value from having the Frequent Flyer proc is so big. Like, for the rest of the game, your rolls are going to come at half the price. That is very hard to calculate how much the economy that actually provides, but it's an absolutely absurd amount.
Of course, you don't want to lean into that and try and play a comp that wants to reroll heavily, of course, to get the most value from that discount price, and that will be the case for Assad Fego. We'll see exactly what he wants to reroll and in what way, with what item carriers especially. But looking at Dark Hydra now, we saw earlier on, he had all that shimmers. He had the chance to have a very strong frontline once he's able to get these stacks going, and is now on 5, so we're getting there.
We are indeed here, and David, also something that we've seen a lot of over the course of the weekend here. I feel like it's the Gwen just randomly being thrown into comps now, right? I feel like we had the meta where it was all Aphelios and all challengers, and where understanding and identifying when you would have to carry a Gwen as an item holder instead of having to go into like just any other board in a greedy fashion was a very key skill. And now I feel like Gwen has come into her own a little bit more as a carry.
Yes, but also consider the emotional factor. Gwen is being rotated out. This is the last chance for these players to play Gwen in a tournament. Of course, they want to send her off in the right way. I think she's one of the funnest units in set 9. Snipping her way across the board. She was not very strong for most of it, so I think now finally she has that one chance to shine.
He has the like old school Riven factor, right? Like I whenever I see like Chrono or Dusk Riven, I get like, that's a cool unit. I want that unit back, right? I miss that like type of unit where it's like, okay, I can put tank items on her, she's gonna be great. I'm gonna put AP items on her, she's gonna be fantastic as well, right? But Gwen really has that fun dynamic, and again, actually, just a super fun unit to watch because it goes all over the board here. But looking at Daisy now, level 7, but only 40 gold to work with, David. 65 HP in the tank here. This rolldown has to be pretty big, but like honestly, it's not super likely he will hit here. So I guess it's just gonna be sitting on it for a while, sitting on it for a while, I assume.
And also has a pickup on Binary Airdrop, a prismatic that has not picked much throughout this set as well. Recent changes make it a little bit more appealing, it seems like, for someone like Daysik, who is sitting on Sniper's Focus in this last Whisper on the Zeri, but it's only a Zeri 1. His entire board is unupgraded. Will that be enough considering how much gold he's rolled down here? I don't think so.
No, and that's just kind of the catch-22 of the playstyle of Daysik. Has kind of found himself in this game, right? He opens up here and opens it up to a lot of potentially weaker board states, right? And we can see even the Yasuo here at such low HP, but the combination of the Edge of Night and the healing is super strong. Wait, it's actually, we have 2 binary airdrops, David?
This is something that if you put on my bingo sheet at the start of set 9, I would say we would absolutely never hit this in a tournament broadcast, but it is the case. 2 players have picked up binary airdrop at 3-2. Overall, lots of itemization-based augments have been picked up. Lucky Gloves, Giant Grab Bag, Cybernetic Bolt, Lucky Gloves again, Freaky Friday. Pretty much every single augment picked up except for that one Harm Assist from Assad Fuego relies on itemizing more units, and this is going to be especially important for comps that have those dual carries.
Yeah, and it also makes a lot of sense when you kind of think about like how binary airdrop, historically speaking, has been strong. It was with stuff like Scrap in set 6, right? Where you had a lot of additional components you kind of throw on here, and Bird Treasures kind of gives you the same thing. Like you get a lot of items here, you can kind of make 2 pretty decent items and wait for a third. And you have comps like Challenges, for example, or even a Seal Locks, right? Where getting those additional items in are super powerful across those 2 to 3 units that you need. So on paper, it could be strong, but again, if there's no proper combat augment coming through in the final augment for some of these players here, it could come back to bite them.
And Sl1ckz still losing. Seems like a run back from that game 2 we saw on stream. He was 8th place pretty much the entirety of stages 2 and 3. He had a miraculous comeback once he did hit that Z3 in that game and came back halfway through stage 4 to just barely eke out a few extra positions, but couldn't win out the game in the end. We'll see if the same can happen here. He has gold to work with. He's still waiting for that next big power spike surrounding the Darius, looks like more than the Zed, but we'll see how he's able to execute.
We'll see here. That is indeed the way to look at it here. But Freaky Friday is an augment that, first of all, I love the name, right? It's a fantastic reference. But it's also just a super interesting one to work with. I've mainly tried it out in challenger compositions, but I can see it working out in a setup like this where you have 2 carries that can really make use of all of the stats. But as we were talking about, David, there is a contest going on here between on this line, right? So where will Sl1ckz go here? That's the big question.
And the items are also not ideal. The extra cloaks, not fantastic, considering you don't have a way to build BT at this point in time. The tier can build into Hodge, of course, but then you already have a Hodge on the Darius. You want just more damage and not just Omnivamp. So all in all, nothing really going to plan for Sl1ckz here. The one I think saving grace is he has a dual Lotus for the entirety of the board, so that extra damage is at the very least there.
Slayer Darius here. Normally we see Slayer Katarina instead when you are on this line, but that is in fact more damage, right? It is going to help that execute potential of that Darius to get those resets rolling, because once you start hitting those sub 50% HP targets, that could be a nice boost to the damage here. But Sl1ckz running to Daisy here. We can see Daisy now has that Seri too, so a bit more stability across the line for them, but Sl1ckz slowly but surely falling behind.
Unfortunate matchmaking as well. Daisy just rolled down a lot of his gold, just hit his own power spike, has Sl1ckz in his player pool, and ends up taxing his own teammate right after that big power spike. We will see if the 4-2 augments can change anything, because right now, similar to that game 2 we casted for rest of EMEA, they are once again in the bottom of the standing. Ceremonials, Daisy, and Sl1ckz all here, and almost all 3 of them under 50 HP, just Ceremonials with that +4.
Yeah, also worth noting here, looking at Dark Hydra, he's kind of the divider between the 2 kind of sets of players we have, right? Because we have Assad Fuego right now, 72 HP. Fabulotus chilling at the top of the lobby, full streaking 104 HP. Meanwhile, Sl1ckz, Ceremonials, and Daisy are all looking in towards the top 4, and right now, Dark Hydra is kind of the primary bouncer in that area, so whether or not this board from Daisy will be strong enough, there's a lot of randomness in terms of which items gets airdropped in from the binary.
You thought Daisy was cooking with binary airdrop as a second augment? No, he is not done yet. Zon emblem comes on to this Sejuani. 4 Zon online, 0 gold to work with, despite having a fairly beefy bench here with a few 4 costs. And 53 HP. Is that going to be enough to withstand when he starts hitting the rest of the players that have also spiked in the start of this stage 4? A 0-2 is going to be a big pickup here, and another loss for Daisy.
Yeah, but it is a loss to a teammate, right? Fabulotus just full on streaking here. They just need to ensure they get one of these players in with a shot at that top 4, because if Fabulotus is able to continue this win streak, David, he will potentially be looking at a first place, right? And if they get the first place, that doesn't matter in terms like someone can go AF here. They could still take on a tiebreaker, but they gotta get that second place to the top 4.
Sl1ckz, another loss. 9 loss streak now. 2 more losses that could be end of the road. Very little goal to work with as well, considering he still needs so many more copies of both Darius and Zed to hit those true power spikes. Despite having 3 fantastic combat strength augments, if you don't have the units to really maximize those augments, you're not going to be doing anything in the stage 4.
It's an awkward position to be in, right? Like, again, Smudgeman has kind of showcased his prowess on playing this specific line a couple of times already. It has been, he's like the designated set player to a certain extent, right? But it's a comp that kind of goes, I think it goes ape quite a lot. It falls flat at times, and this is just one of those times where it ends up falling flat most likely.
And we see here, you missed your window. The Azir 2 is already coming into some of these boards that you're facing. The Zed is no longer able to have that massive agency in deciding how these fights go with that leap into the backline. And that just deleting those backline carries. These carries have already been upgraded. They're too beefy now for Zed to deal with by himself, especially as a 2-star.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of comparable to your favorite comp of all time, if I can call that. Your Talon reroll in set 7? Set 6?
Set 6.
Set 6, right? Like that when you get that 2-star, you got the 2-star Talon line, and the amount of pressure that it applied to the backline here, it's kind of the same thing. I think this comp has a little bit more top end, right, than the old school Talon comp does, but the concept's still very much the same. And when you miss your window,
Azir with a bow, last pick in stage 4 carousel. What is going on in this lobby? What is everyone playing that no one wants an Azir with a bow?
You see Dark Hydra smiling. I don't know if he realized what they've just done here, but I mean, Fabulosus will very much take that bow, I assume, right? It can be a Runeterra Hurricane, it can be a Titan's Resolve, it can be a Giant Slayer for that Kaiser as well, right? The options here are plenty in that regard here, and even just getting those 4 gold in the position where you can see that Fabulosus economy, I really needed that 4 gold as well to kind of rebuild towards a potential level 8 spike.
Smochma, we've seen this exact position before. End of stage 4, 1 single life left, 10 loss streak for Smochma now. He has to win this fight or he's out. And he's facing what is still not yet the final board for his opponent. Only the Akshan now is the item carrier, but it could be just enough. Zed is not quite on the right side just yet. The Rage Blade is stacking the speed at which this Akshan delivers his comeuppance. It's a 1v4 in the end, but the angle's good. Can the Akshan win this? No, he can't. The Nox and Guillotine comes through, takes out the Akshan, and gives Smochma at least one more chance before getting to this next PvE round.
Oh,
there it is.
but he has
That's what he needed.
He has to make the sacrifice of giving up his Gwen 2 potential, right? But that win is super important in a lot of ways, right? Sure, Smochma may or might not find a way to go into 7th place, but what it did do was he did put Azad under a lot of pressure HP-wise, and look at the makeup of the bottom half of this leaderboard right now. Dark Hydra in that bottom 4 right now, Azad as well, but double 3-star spikes coming through here from both players. Azad with the 3-star set, Smochma with the 3-star Darius. Both of these players now could start a win streak and put the pressure on the top end of the lobby.
And Smochma saying, please, Fabulosus, you're our MVP player. Do not eliminate me right after I've hit my spike. I think the Darius should be able to do enough. It's only Yasuo now against the world. The last breath can't quite do it. And Smochma buys at least 1 more round to accumulate some more gold in the next PvE round to maybe get some more items to finish finally itemizing his Zed.
Ooh, Dark Hydra here taking a hit, right? So double teammate hits for both of these players on their spike, and Kled free as well. Oh, okay. Echo free and Kled free.
Azad is just laughing. He's like, Mortog, thank you so much. And this is just the 2 sides of the coin. Smochma was trying to be that Zed hard forcer. Zed was not happy to be friends with Smochma in this game. Instead, Azad Fuego pivots into this line, and he's rewarded for it.
Yeah, look at the amount. Again, it might seem like a bit of a high roll, but realize Azad has double the amount of rolls of everyone in the lobby due to that frequent flyer, right? So that's something that just provides so much value time and time again here. Can even go for another strong item on towards this Echo now, can then put another item onto this Kled free, depending on the makeup of it here. So super good position to be in for this German player now. Dark Hydra, who has been the all-star of this Dark team so far. Well, he might be looking at a potential 8th place here, depending on the spikes coming through on his end, because both Smochma and Azad are in pretty decent spots right now.
A few upgrades. Shen 2 was found for the start of this stage 5. For Azad Fuego as well, Harm Assist and Vampiric Blade. So much healing to pair with this damage that you get naturally from the base stats on these 3-star units. We'll see how the next few fights go, but for Smochma, he's able to lift the Lissandra into the air. Does not matter. Both the Darius and the Aatrox funnel onto that unit and then go back to the right side, so stuck near the middle. If the Darius gets bursted down before he's able to get these Nox and Guillotine procs, it might be the fight for his opponent, but no. Too much damage coming through. a decisive win for Sl1ckz against a Memo who has already rolled down and is sitting on 10 gold.
Yeah,
no
and
Karma
one thing's
3.
also worth noting here, he's 1 Karma away. He does have the Aria, though. That's a big spike, but with the way the positioning landed up in that fight, it actually meant that the Kled 2 just ran directly to that Aria and just took her out before she got her first wave off, pretty much. So that's another thing you gotta keep in mind here, that yes, the Aria might end up being exposed, and that could be an issue, but he's also set on a Rice pair on the bench. I mean, at this point,
you need gold, you need the Karma 3, but no, it looks like you might be taking out Targon. Surely not.
No
This one has to be the one that we take out. You're losing some frontline though, and there's no Shen 2, so that could be problematic here.
And I don't like this play, right? Because you need the lockdown coming through, in my opinion, from the Lysandra. You're looking at Immortal, you're looking at Nox's Rise. This is not one of the CC Rises. This is one of the ones that will provide a bit of damage, a bit of items as well, right? So it is not necessarily the correct choice, in my opinion. I don't think this Rise provides enough to the board comparatively to the likes of that 2-star Lysandra.
In the win there for Sl1ckz once again in this challenger board, with Yasuo holding the Diamond Hands instead of what I was mentioning before with the Nasus and the Azir. I think those are the two main metacomps that have good users for this Diamond Hands. Now, Yasuo, as we know, he cannot really take care of himself unless he has Edge of Night. RFC no longer giving Yasuo the agency to just assassinate backline carries. Instead, he's going to have this kind of attrition fight where he's able to take down units and stay alive throughout his ults. Diamond Hands really does help with this.
Oh, Daysik. I mean, yeah, it definitely does, right? But also, now look, we can see why Daysik is full on win streaking. He has hand-picked stone mods, as well as the 2-star Jarvan, and he is going to get those items from the binary.
5 extra items.
He's going to be going directly on to Lotus. It's going to be a binary on binary fight, however, and now it's all about figuring out who. Like, this fight needs to not be explosive. It needs to be a long, drawn-out fight here. 1 to 2 unit loss on either side, just to kind of get
Yasuo. Huge ult into Zeri, gets the execute, and so little health on any of these units, but it's probably going to be enough, and it is. Daysik takes the loss. Kai'Sa sitting on like 10 HP, but still able to get the Archangel stacks. Gets the damage coming through for Dark Hydra. His Kai'Sa not able to do enough. Akshan, the comeuppance, and the Rage Blade stacking, allowing those very, very fast casts.
Yeah, as we were talking about here, Assad on a full streak now, right? That's kind of the expected outcome. Okay, interesting emblems here. Son emblem means that Daysik might be able to play a better unit. Ionia emblem for Memo could allow him to make a little bit of a move here, but picking up the Ari pair instead, getting that Morello into the mix on top of that here. But that loss of Daysik is actually pretty big in terms of the overall chances for the rest of the EMA team in this game, David, right? Because Daysik needed that streak goal to get towards level 8. Lotus was not necessarily on a notable streak, had a lot of HP to work with, literally double the HP of Zaza right now, right? So Daysik's level 8 here will be delayed by 1 or 2 rounds, whereas Lotus could have easily sacked the fight there. Again, they can't manipulate that at this point in the game, obviously, with only 1 player out, but for the overall story of this game, that loss is actually pretty big for Daysik.
The two sides of the coin on the Zed reroll players. Sl1ckz is out in 8th place. Unfortunately, could not withstand the outcome where he had just a single life for all of stage 4, all of stage 5, finally taken down. And Sadfuego, the opposite, 4 win streaks since he was able to hit all those upgrades in the last PvE round.
He gets a ghost here as well. That's big for the team here because it means that he's kind of not like Dark Hydra doesn't have to face this board that is very, very strong, and that is something that you got to keep in mind here. That the longer they can keep Dark Hydra alive, the easier it is going to be. Right? You should look at the HP totals.
Big Yasuo ult. Oh, almost able to take down the Zed with the Kai'Sa helping out as well, but the Kai'Sa could not kill the Zed, just barely. Can she do it now by herself? It looks like it might be the case. One last ult from the Zicathian range. The Echo is trying his best, but she's so slippery. She gets away yet again and kills the Echo. Assad Fuego's win streak finally comes to an end, still sitting at a fairly healthy 25 HP.
Yeah, this is actually very big when you look at what I was trying to project with the HP totals, right? Because Memo 14 HP, Dark Hydra 16. Then you have Ceremonials as well at the 16 point, but it is going to be the Dark team that's going to be under more and more pressure here comparatively to what you could expect from looking at this beforehand here. Memo again with another decision here, sells off his 2-star Soraka to make the Rise 2 instead, taking out Taka in the progress. All this healing, all this shielding now, a lot weaker team-wide.
and has the Karma 3, but he's missing the upgrades on both the Ari and the Shen, which are two crucial units for this strat to work out, for this comp to work out. He's facing off against a binary airdrop player, so much extra power onto all these units. The Kai'Sa is still very much alive. The huge Yasuo ult, the pairing of Kai'Sa and Yasuo, the extra takedown attack speed, too much to handle for Memo on that Invoker board. You could not get the damage ramping for the Karma. On the flip side, no Rage Blade on this Azir, but RFC seemed to be doing enough for the start of the fight. Can it do enough for the end of the fight? The answer is no, but just barely.
But he stays alive. That's the big thing here, because if Dark Hydra somehow manages to go out, this board looks very strong right now, has the Heimerdinger in the mix as well. That would be a big, that's a very good loss ticket, because we are going into the neutral round there, right? These players now will get the opportunity to find that final item to figure out what their next spike will be. But look at the goal counts on Azad and Fabulotus. Both of these players trying to look towards their next level spike. Azad always looking at level 8. Fabulotus has that potential at level 9 to go crazy with the legendaries.
For Ceremonials, he has to find this Nasus too. We talk about the Nasus being the key for the stalling element of this comp of Azir, who we've been seeing the entirety of the weekend. Most of those negative stats on Azir, most of those players going bot force because they're not able to find the Nasus 2 upgrade. He really does tie this comp together, especially with Anima Visage, with the Stone Plate. If this unit is a 2-star, it's going to have so much more value off of these items.
Assad finding the 2-star Gwen here. Still hasn't popped his item Anvil either, but he gets that ever so important spike to 5 Slayer, David.
Easy would have been fantastic on the Gwen, but already has the Edge of Night onto her. Could just be the Gunblade instead. Some extra healing to go along with the Harm Assist and the Vampiric Blades there as well.
This is a good 6th, by the way, from Ceremonials. Full 1-star front line on the side here. No 2-star Nasus, no 2-stars Jarvan either, right? So this is actually a bit of a rough one, but the 5-star just giving that extra shielding and the extra AP for the Lux and that Nasus, and as I see on the back line, is massive here.
Slow down.
This is big, right? Because this should be a win for the Azir, and Ceremonial stays in. Basic is out, however, so in the grand scheme of things for the rest of the EMA team here, actually isn't that big.
Ceremonials now has to finish in the top 4 to give rest of EA even a chance to win this match. Fabulotus, even if he gets first, if his entire team is in the bot 4, he won't be able to win it for his region. So very, very important to follow along with Ceremonials. Hits Teemo 2, not the upgrade he would have wanted, but it is an upgrade nonetheless. It's more about that Nasus, really, that will try and give him the biggest power spike you can hope for at this point in the game. We're in stage 6, Wita. That's a Nasus 1. That's not a good spot to be in.
And I also feel like it hasn't been that super consistent of a unit this game either, right? So that's a rough one for sure to really be looking into now. But Dark Hydra here trying to find that final little upgrade that could get him into a better position here. And it's going to be some very important fights here. The split screen on lock for this one.
And Ceremonials on the left is the player we have to watch out for, because his placement in this next fight, the outcome of this fight on the left, will decide the outcome of the entirety of the match for the rest of the EMEA squad. For now, the Lux and the Azir are untouched in their backline carries, but the frontline is almost melted. The upgrade did not come through in time. The Lux is now being targeted. Azir, without the Rage Blade, won't stack for enough. And looks like that's going to be the end of the road for Ceremonials. Dark Hydra as well taken down. Oh, Ceremonials top 4, but I think it will not matter with Germany 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th. I think it's just going to be a point ahead. I'm not mistaken for Fabulotus, even if he gets first.
We need our admins to do the math here. I do not do math. Contrary to popular belief, casters do not do math. But no matter what, here we got to figure out how this game is going to pan out. Now, you're looking at Assad, you're looking at Zaza here, and Assad, kind of insane again for him to be in this position. He was ever so close to really just falling fully off the cliff, but the power of that frequent flyer here cannot be underestimated in this game. The continual ability of him to just roll and get these upgrades here even after pushing the levels is big.
And Salsa and Sad Fuego now have to decide which one of them is stronger, especially in the matchup versus Fabulotus, and allow that player to fight for the win in this game to make sure that player has more HP and they don't eliminate each other in the process when it comes to the matchmaking with just 3 players left alive.
We do have admin confirmation that Dark has already won this game now, so it's all about those MVP points. And with Dark Hydra going out in 5th, well, there might be some openings in that department here for the involved players in that part of the game. So something to keep in mind now, David. Slayer emblem, Noxus emblem, interesting emblems to work with here on the carousel.
Some big spikes, but in the end, the result is already locked in for the teams, and now maybe even thinking about the mentality for that final game 3 as well. I'm very sad, Wita, you don't trust my math. I gave you some perfectly clear explanation as to why the game was over, but no, let the admins do the work. The admins have enough to deal with, Wita. You know it.
I mean, I don't trust your math, David. It's just that I don't trust my own math, and we're both casters, so, you know, it's kind of one of those things where I just generalize a little bit. In that regard, and also it's always just nice to get a second opinion, right? Because sometimes
that is true.
Because sometimes you get to the correct result, but your math is your equation was wrong, and you still get failed because
we're talking about addition here, Wita. There's no functions involved here. If there was functions involved, then yes, I need a second and a fourth and a fifth opinion as well.
Now we gotta get the V lookups in, we gotta get the sums in, David. We gotta, you know, remember to color code the table in Excel. A lot of things need to be made for very basic addition. Okay.
Fabulous. Level 9 binary airdrop on so many different units. As the game goes longer and longer, you get to get more and more free items when you have at least 2 items, an item and a component on these units. But okay, it's not going to be enough regardless. Too much to deal with. Transfusion value is giving Sl1ckz so much board strength. Fabulous now taken down to just 1 HP.
Yeah, just single. Okay, hammering at 2 here, David. How big of an upgrade is this going to be, even though, right? Because he only has 1 upgrade on the turret itself, and sure, hammering at 2 is nice and all that, but you kind of really want to have those free upgrades for those units to really shine.
You do have some extra attack speed thanks to his augments, despite not having something like a challenger emblem, for example, on the Heimerdinger. So it is kind of still double dipping into the Heimerdinger and the turret, with now some extra survivability as well, having the chance for more value. But all in all, it seems like AKAWonder and Sl1ckz have taken over the late game. They've hit their comps. They've found the ways to continuously power spike as we move along through stages 4, 5, and 6. And the final test now for Lelouch, just for some style points. Can this challenger board do it? The Zed maybe saying no. He's trying to hunt down the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa is running away. The Zed says, fine, I'll take down the rest of your team instead, and I'll finish you off at the end. And that will be the case. The Kai'Sa surrounded the Yasuo. He's a great swordsman, but he's not able to do all that. That'll be the end of the road for Fabulous for rest of UVA in this game too.
And also, a very fun dynamic there, right, was the fact that Fabulous actually tried to position around the rogue backline dive, and then Kai'Sa was like, where is the nearest open spot on the board that I can dash to? Ah, yes, my own backline. And then the set just came flying afterwards. I just found that interaction to be hilarious.
I think it's similar to Recon's last set. You have to pay attention to the same way. You want them to be in the spot where the rogue jumps, so they jump away from the rogue once that does happen. I think a similar teaching can be applied in this case with Kai'Sa's movement. She's very slippery, but sometimes in the wrong direction.
It's the same unit even, right? Like Kai'Sa just taking the exact same AI.
True. That's actually very true.
Just moved it over.
Just visually so different. I didn't actually even make that connection until now. Thank you, Wita, for opening my eyes. And now just the the handshakes all around for the Doc team. Once again, able to come back into the series where they were having a surprise loss in game 1. Coming back in game 2 was just some good TFT and hoping to apply the same for the upcoming game.
We have a 2-star Cassandra now found for Zaza here. I feel like his board is becoming way too strong to deal with, but this is the exact type of board, however, that the board on the left is create the deal with. He is actually selling down trying to find the Gwen free. But I was about to say that trying to hit these corner carries like the Azir, for example, is one of the biggest parts about playing this set comp and why it really works in these type of situations, because you can manipulate, as you were talking about earlier on, David. Oh well, okay, you can just get Cassandra away as well, I suppose.
Is Sl1ckz the best teammate of all time? First,
Probably.
Dark Hydra gets his win. Now, Sl1ckz might get his win thanks to the board being sold. Of course, trying to find Gwen 3, as we all know, a single Gwen 3 would definitely win this fight all by herself, which is why he was going for it, but won't be the case. Sl1ckz takes the win. 2-time GFC winner shows he can also do it in a team-based format, and Doc is able to tie this game 2 with some excellent play and some excellent spot recognition and comp selection as well. Sl1ckz especially navigating that Zed Riddle game really, really well.
Absolutely, and I think that was just kind of just showcases that there are some comps where you can't go two-way contestant, right? This is not the Azir lock situation. One player is more than enough on that composition. And Smarch Mayol, he just ended up drawing the short end of the stick here in this game.
Exactly right. And Smarch, again, it's I think unfortunate to see him. The same exact thing happen in game 2 and in this game as well. You have a line you're going for and just does not work out. But we have a break coming up, analyst desk after that, and then finally the last game of this day 2 will have after that game the 2 teams that will be advancing to tomorrow's final. So do not go anywhere.
I'm Nomi. I'm a streamer from the German community, and especially what I do is casting all the esport tournaments. So I think the new format for the SuperBrawl is quite nice. I like the 4v4 tournaments, especially did a league way back, like a couple years back, and it was a ton of fun. So I think the players will really enjoy playing it, and it will be fun to watch as well. So we just had the German league finals recently, the ESL finals, and we have a couple of very strong players representing Germany. Memo and Zaza keep practicing together. They are a very good team already. Assad was a bit of a surprise, but he performed very strongly, and also Dark Hydra is obviously like he's in the scene for a very long time. And also we just had the finals very recently, so I think they are quite well prepared. Well, there's also quite a lot of respect for the other regions, I think, especially the French and the Polish community. I think should be very hard to beat, so would be nice to not meet them before the finals. I really just enjoy watching the German community grow together, because we used to look up to the French that had like so many strong players, and the German community grew together and played more together, practiced together, and so a lot of players really got way better, and it's way more fun to watch them, way more fun to cast them as well. Yes, shout out to the German community in general.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and with this game there was a lot going on. Now keep in mind we are in our semi-finals, and both of the teams, I can leak as much, are gonna go into a third game. Now Peter, what struck me in this game in particular is how close it all got with the comps that players were picking up, and I think there's a special shout out for one of them, Assad, doing some naughty things.
That's one way of putting it. Absolutely. We know from much that we saw in the previous games we saw them playing. Even when playing their preferred Slayer Z composition, it was still a close thing. When a Fuego just comes in, swoops out the entire composition from underneath them, I think that's that's the difference maker. That's a little balance point you need to push here for Resomir to just send their entire game plan out the window.
And speaking of getting game plans that are being sent out of the window, as somebody that plays a lot of Karma reroll, I personally was very worried about Memo during this game. He did find the units he was looking for, more or less, but what he also found was a lot of backline access from enemy comps. The Yasuo, the Zed, the Darius, they're just all coming for this Karma, and this comp relies so much on Taric and Shen taking all the heat that if you have a unit that just ignores them and yoinks straight into your backline, you are basically being served to the hounds, and that's exactly what unfortunately happened there. The Karma not being able to withstand anything, unfortunately for Memo and Team Dach. However, they did manage to take a win.
I would like to point out that in the first lobby these two teams played, Sl1ckz got an 8th with a Karma 3 board. I think it was actually you who pointed out in the first place. And now to see it get a 7th place while still picking up most of what you'd expect to need to get that board online, I think it just reinforces what we got from day one, which is that Invokers, for the most part, are just not going to be it.
Absolutely true. And I am so excited with that very, very close end there between Zaza and Assad. Zaza taking it all. I believe we can have a look at our standings and see how it all turned around. I already told you that the same happened for the other team, Northern Europe and France. Northern Europe was able to turn it around. We were talking about them quite a little bit because they had such a strong showing and then were annihilated in their first game against France, but seems like they found a way to turn it around once more.
I mean, that was the biggest concern, wasn't it? You know, that France first victory was so incredibly brutal. We thought it could easily be a 2-0, but I'm glad all 3 games are going at the distance here. Because, again, absolutely they deserve it, particularly for the teams who've been together for a little bit longer and have been putting in hours after hours. But we do, of course, need to acknowledge our individual performances. Ineffable just ahead of Sasa there. So this end of this next game rather to come could well determine who will be our most valuable day 2 player.
It definitely is going to do that. I am so curious who's going to come out on top with that many players being so close to that 6-point threshold. Of course, the bigger target is going to be to stay in the tournament, but if for some reason you cannot make that, then MVP is all you're going for, and I'm sure the teams agree with that. Now, we are going to stay in the same formation that we did for the previous game. That means the alternative lobbies in the command center that we're covering France against Northern Europe before, you're going to keep on doing that. We're going to stay with the rest of EMEA versus DACH to check them out. And I believe we do have our favorite Morgan back. He did a run to a whole new studio because of a power outage, so show him some love. And here they are, Morgan, Wita, and Impetuous Panda for you guys, and with our last game of the day.
Thank you so much, Mix. Yes, well, I did make a run for it. I know that I'm about to tell you guys from this camera and from this setup, I'm being blinded by these studio lights because they don't have a ring light here for God knows what reason. It seems like I'm about to tell a horror story. But what's even more horrific is that now we're into our final game of the day where we decide who qualifies, either DACH or rest of EMEA. I'm here, Morgan, with Panda and Wita, these legendary duo that have been able to kill for the last game. Thank you so much for covering up. And Panda, what are we expecting from our final game of the day?
I'm just curious to see the comps. I think throughout this tournament, days 1 and 2, we've seen a pretty significant evolution in terms of the comps that players see as viable. Comps that should not be seen as viable, like Invokers, for example, has just not really been doing it. Day 1, you could think it's a fluke, not that many games were played, the stats might be lying. Day 2, but it's been the same exact story, 8th places and 7th places all around. In fights like these, where there's a lot of backline access with challengers and with Zed, you cannot be playing Karma.
No, and again, that set development, I think no one really saw coming, right? It's kind of been something that the rest of the EMEA team has kind of put forward into the meta to a certain extent, but we are going back into what looks like the Fleshing Arena unless the DACH team will be going to the Shadow Isles or the Orange Forge here. And I love this combination of little legends that they have. So basically, Dark Hydra is the MVP, therefore he's playing Burno, and then we have the Poros worshipping Dark Hydra.
Yeah, it is going to be Fleshing Arena, which I'm pretty sure that we've seen in another game today. I think it was the game that I casted. It was the 4th game. So we've seen this come up for the 2nd time today, and what this portal does is that it keeps giving you more and more units the more you advance. So it's really good for most players trying to figure out their composition. Again, sometimes if you're playing for a reroll composition going into stage 4, you might get some of these units that you're trying to get on. Panda, how are we feeling about this?
I think it's not too warping of an augment. It gives everyone roughly the same things. It is an augment that can lead to some amount of high roll, as you mentioned, Morgan. If you are sitting on 2 Zeers and you get an Azir off of Fleshing Arena, you're going to feel pretty good about yourself. Your opponents, not so much.
Yeah, it's not quite Halls of the Nine, right? Like, I think that's the pre-nerf Halls of the Nine was some of the...
This is middle tier chaotic.
Yeah, it's it's chaotic neutral, right? I think that's kind of where it is in the alignment chart. You have some various versions. So you have the God Willow's Grove. No, that's that one. But the one in the Ionia variant as well is kind of the Dreaming Pool, right? Yes, thank you very much. Where it gives you something that's tailored to your team. That's not quite the case here, right? So that's something you got to keep in mind as well. And David, something I feel like we haven't seen enough of today, or it might just be a meta development due to how poorly they performed yesterday. But Kayle and Tristana rerolls, nowhere to be seen today.
I think very first or 8th comps, I think the comps are maybe a little bit too risky for a team format where you have so much agency around, what comps you're playing, what spots are still open to play. And again, into things like Zed reroll, you'll be in big trouble with Kayle especially. She hates Yasuo, but she hates Zed even more.
Yeah, and with the current optimization given to Shmoshma, a player that earlier today tried to pull off the Zed reroll into Rogues with the Vampiric Blades, now we're going to see our first set of augments. I don't know why I almost said Prismatic. It's almost as if I knew that it was going to be. I almost said set of Prismatic, and then I took it back. We don't have it yet, but Panda, this is going to be a fun game.
It is, and Shmoshma is no longer on Veigar. Key difference here. We've seen him get 2 8th places, or at least 1 8th place in the last game, playing that Veigar, playing for that Jewel Lotus with Zed reroll and a few other comps that love to have Jewel Lotus as an augment. In this case, he's off of that onto Ezreal. Has a chance for Challenger Crown though, scouting, watching to see what his other teammates have, and deciding maybe Golden Ticket will be a more interesting option to open up the rerolls he just knows and loves. But no, Cybernetic Bulk will be the option in the end.
He's managed to kick the addiction to his set reroll. It seems like, right?
These places will do that to a man.
He did not take the bait, did not want the balloon. But I think that's on the opposite side of the field is going to be a potential one here. And also Days Ago with the birthday present, so no longer going to be that open fort setup that we've seen from him so far for a couple of games here, playing a much more tempo-centric approach.
Yeah, and the other prismatic lobbies that have been chosen in this lobby, just in case you haven't been keeping up. Shmochma went with Cybernetic Bulk, Dazik went with Birthday Present, Mima went with Ancient Archive, so that's gonna be 2 tomes for him. Wandering Trainer was the choice of Ceremonials, Golden Ticket on Fabulochus, Hydra went for Harm Assist 3. Now, Panda, what compositions Harm Assist 3 might be exciting to go on with?
Oh, we saw it do really well for Assad Fuego in the last game with that Zed reroll angle. Just anything that wants to heal quite significantly. But the 2 more important augments that you haven't mentioned yet, Assad Fuego's on Piltover Soul. So all of a sudden, if the French players would hear, you see no units on their boards. But in this case, we'll see what exactly rest of the NBA wants to do to counter this potential start, considering that there is going to be 1 less Piltover unit on the board. So you have to fully open fort to try and make sure that that player wins. And for Sasa, Invoker Crown, he's back at it again. 1 player on this German team every single game we're trying to go for this.
But wait, is it just me, or are these Wandering Trainer list of relics, or wait, what are they called? Yeah,
emblems.
The traits, emblems. Why the hell did I say relics? This is not Elden Ring, but Freljord, Shurima, and Zon. These are almost handpicked for you know what, comp Wita?
Are you gonna say a Seer? You're gonna guess what are you gonna say here? Because I feel like it's a very open-ended one, right? Like when you look at what's going on here. But
it started good, but the Shurima definitely sent you for a spin.
Yeah.
Some version of Akshan reroll with Freljord and Zon could be a pickup later on. Could just be 2 Zon. Of course, you don't have to go too deep into the Zon angle and just play around the Aphelios, around the Sejuani later into the game.
yeah, I suppose so, right? Get an exoskeleton or something else. Like get one of the tankier mods if you're down that route. But someone that is definitely on the reroll line here. And this might explain why we didn't see the golden ticket get picked up on the side of Shmochma here. Is Fabulotus now taking on the role of the resident re-roller and even sells out the Poppy in the front line here. He is in a position where it's all about that Kayle, David. And we have seen positions where they just go for the Kayle free and start playing Vertical Slayers instead.
He's trying to doom Assad Fuego's line with Piltover Soul. In this case, 2 kills would probably be weak enough to give that win to the Piltover player. Doesn't face that player, unfortunately, in the matchmaking here. Could still do so in the next 2 rounds. With the sell of the Poppy and the Maokai, I'm assuming he's not going to be playing Kill reroll, just kind of posturing it for now and could just go into a different reroll altogether with Golden Ticket. Not locked in too much, and the items are not really great for Kill regardless.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting in terms of its positioning here as well, it's very important in terms of trying to grief specifically Assad, right? Because by having them on the opposite side of the field here, there is no chance that these 2 units are going to kill the same unit, right? Because sometimes you see when people are trying to sack early game, they will like kind of set up a Congo line of like 4 different units going against, like, just waiting and just like hitting the same unit. That's not the case here. They're hitting separate targets across the field.
Yeah, now that we see at least Dark being very, very adequate with what they're trying to go for, not all of them are win streaking, not all of them are going for that loss streak. Looking at Ceremonial's board right now, he still hasn't been able to find a single win after the first one with that Wandering Trainer. The whole idea is to try and see what he can get your hands on. He also manages to have another possible Shurima SPAT, so we might be seeing a vertical Shurima board with maybe this SPAT being put on a Sejuani for the Freljord effect with the Wandering Trainer. He has a lot of options, and I think that's too many emblems he has, don't you think, though, Banban?
2 Cho'Gaths in the shop is what I'm seeing. Could this be a birthday present for Cho'Gath? A Cho'Gath reroll game to end things off for day 6? Probably not, considering that the stacks, I think, are not quite there. The feasting has not been done throughout most of this stage until now. But Asad Fuego, a definitive loss. It looks like here, 40 gold, 4 loss streak. Can he do it? Can he be the man that actually gets a Piltover 5 loss streak in a 4v4 tournament? We'll find out after the next fight.
Yeah, we saw it in the previous game and how it just shapes the game up fully, right, when we see that coming through. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that yet again be a very deciding factor in how the outcome of this game will be. And also, as we were talking about earlier on, there is now going to be 2 Shurima SPATs on the side of Ceremonials, right? And again, David, something we were speaking about a little bit yesterday, as well as the fact that when you have 2 SPATs in Shurima setup, you're able to kind of eliminate that awkward 5 Shurima spot you sometimes find yourself in.
All 3 players, rest of MEA, in Asad Fuego's pool. If they really want to end this streak here, they can do it. How much do they want to pay for it, though? Is it bait? We will find out. Papilotus sells his board, but all of a sudden, Asad Fuego faces a full board here. 5 units and a little dummy with some emblems as well. This should be the 5 loss streak.
Yeah, this is something that Asad Fuego wants. Again, in a Piltover Soul Augment, what you're looking for is that you have your Piltovers already on board so you can stack up these losses, and this is going very good for him. Now, the only issue is when it's a Prismatic lobby. We stated this multiple times, but I would love to say it again. You're going to be losing a lot of HP. These boards, all thanks to their Prismatic Augments, they cap out really quickly. They get to points and their power spikes very early in the game, so this automatically translates into him getting out of stage 2. Yes, it's 5 losses. Yes, you're very rich. Thank God you didn't lose your loss streak. But he's on 58 HP, so he bled out a lot. He might not be able to get to that sweet point where he can fully cash out the 10 loss streak with Piltover.
Well, look at Fabulotus. He's taking him down with him. 58 HP for both players, and only one of them has 5 Piltover or 5 loss streak with Piltover ends at the very beginning of stage 2. So we will see how Fabulotus can come back from this. He's now putting in Maokai after selling him off in stage 2. This game might be doomed, and it could be the same situation we saw earlier on. Everyone tries to lose streak against a Piltover player, and you lose so much HP in the process on the opponent's side.
Did he lose against Scruggs?
No, he doesn't. He wins this, but he could be cooking here, David. Right? Like we're looking at it. We are looking at a setup here that could be like some sort of KO-free plus step-free line.
Oh, thank God they only heal when the other Krug dies, not when they get another kill.
We're just maximizing fresh Sanctum value, right?
Hold up.
Wow! That's the earliest and the fastest skill 3 I've seen in my entire life.
There's no way he hits all of his upgrades after selling
so many copies.
There is no way. There is no way. He sells his entire board in stage 2 and still hits. We found Mortdog's chosen child. Fabulous, proving why he is the best player in the world.
Of course.
40 gold, David. He's 40 gold.
You know what they say? Soji's always said it. Just ask. He sold like 5 poppies, he sold like 5 Maokais, but he's still able to get that kill with a tremendous amount of gold still left in the bank. When you say someone sends it, you go like, oh, sending it means they're gonna go down to that 0 gold, try to amp up their board as much as they can. But he did it with 42 gold, and he still has more to keep on going for that kill. This is just, it's insane, and it's a great augment. If he gets the Tiny Titans here, oh my God, Wita.
You want something with combat power at this point in time, right? Because the extra HP from Tiny Titans, generally speaking, is used to buy yourself time to hit more so than buy yourself time to, like, just buy yourself time in general, right? So any upgrades to this board here. Needs to get that Jordan, get that Bobby going in the front line. These are massive hits here. Kled gets the Slayer online as well. Free Slayer in. Gwen 2 as Gwen 1, but Gwen as an additional to the board here is going to be massive. But still to get that Demacia online by going level 7 at some point. But the level 6 spike, David, is massive for Kale.
The biggest thing is the silver augment. Not a lot of power coming in for the rest of the comps that the opponents has. He's hit most of his power, which is getting the 3 cost. It's already on the board, so he's ahead of where he should be in his line. So going to be a very, very good stage 3. Just maybe even still losing a little bit, which would not be a bad thing regardless. But the chance for him to go level 7, level 8, and then level 9 to really cap out this scale is so high with how early he's hit all of his upgrades.
Yeah, that Gwen is such a massive hit again. Slayer's online, Yordle's online. This Bobby is going to be extremely strong, and this is where Fabulotus starts hitting his Velen arc. Now, this is going to be very good news for Assad again, which is currently the only player continuing with his lost streak era, and it doesn't even matter for him, because finally, he now doesn't have to worry anymore. If he faces Fabulotus, he will get that lost streak going, so he doesn't have to worry. The only thing he has to worry about is that he's on 34 HP. I think in stage 3, this should be more than 3 lives, so he can still go for 10 lost streak. But what if he tries to cash out and he goes against Dazik, which is currently on fire, Wita?
This is not a board that is looking very, very powerful in terms of being able to cash out here. But as we know and love there, right? 3-5 is the angle. You go level 7, you go all in here. Assad will be able to roll around the 30 gold breakpoint, right? Which should be enough to find the upgrades to this Rek'Sai 2, for example. Great units to cash out with a 2-star Jinx, say a Seri in the mix here. The options are aplenty, but it is not necessarily a given that he will be cashing out next round.
And Assad Fuego, I think, will be a pivotal part of this Dox team's comeback as a power player when it comes to the ultimate cap this board can reach if the cash out does come through. We have Dazik, who's still win streaking with Birthday Present, which is a very high tempo augment that can sustain that win streak throughout the entirety of stage 3 and 4 if played correctly, especially in the hands of an experienced player like Dazik, who plays creatively so often. It's a perfect pickup for him. And Fabulotus as well. With the upgrades he's hit, he has the projection to become a very strong player in the late game as well. Assad Fuego is all down to his cash out at 3-5.
Good loss here as well. Only a 2-unit loss. This could have been a lot worse when you see the rest of the boards in the lobby. So 27 HP. It is 2 to 3 lives to work with once the hit comes through, once the cash out comes through. But needs to be something good on the carousel here. No Jinx, no Seri, for example, here with good items. It will just be some of the other units here. But the big question mark now beckons, which route will it take for the cash out?
Yeah, he decided to go for that HP. There is not a single bow in this carousel, which is quite unlucky. You can maybe go for something like the Hurricane or whatever, but there is not a single Zeri. There is not a single unit that he can use in this composition. Okay, Jarvan is really good with the HP. That's very understandable. If he could get his own emblem from that 3rd augment, perfect. You got an HP item. You can maybe hope for the explosive Jarvan tech, but this carousel not having a single bow is quite unlucky. He's planning to send it right now, and that's a very good shot, by the way, for Assad Fuego, getting 3 of his core units. There goes the Jace upgrade. He's down 1 Zeri, so he's sending it. Also down 1 Urgot right now, and he's rolling all he can. And that's also
Elios
another...
as well. Elios pair, Zeri pair, Urgot pair. So many different pairs. Sejuani now as well.
He's 2 after pulled over. Does he realize? Oh, no,
I think he does. There's no cash that's going to be coming through here.
Yeah, he got way too caught in trying to make his board cash out. But look at his face.
He realizes now. It's a disaster.
Oh my god, if Assad Fuego wins this round, it's going to be absolutely chaotic for him because he wins without having built over in. And this is one of the worst things that can happen to you. He does win here. Look at his face. Does he know? No, he didn't. Now he does.
I think he found out a little bit before this moment right now, Morgan, once he saw the trades on the left, but definitely not where he wants to be. Now has to re-pivot the Piltover in. The tactical win there, of course. Finds the Urgot 2 for good measure. And he's still cash out now, sitting on 2 pairs of Zeys and Aphelios. Not quite there for the massive power spike. The Vi 2 can't help, but what did he sell here? I guess it's just a Jarvan, potentially?
He sold the Aatrox as well.
Oh, sold the Aatrox. He needs to find one of these upgrades. He might be selling the Aphelios as well and just committing to the Zeri here, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, and the thing here's worth knowing as well is that Ceremonials now has actually trying to spike people. Lotus going to level 7 here now is going to be stronger, and Dasig as well. He has only people from the other team in the matchup pool, but he catches Dasig at a point of transition here. A lot to be desired from this Series 1 here in the damage department. The Urgot 2 in the backline doing a lot of work, but will it be enough to cash out? It looks like it will be, and it is going to be a whoopsie for just a second, but Azad, a round delayed, does get his cash out going and actually cashes out into a neutral round, so no stress in terms of figuring out which way to go here. I guess that's the positive way to look at it.
Save. I would say that this is safe, Panda.
Took a while, but he made it there in the end. He was just making it memorable for our viewers at home, and memorable it was. We've had a crazy stage 3. First Heavy Lotus, now Assad doing a little oopsie, but coming back and making sure he can still fight for his team coming into this stage 4. A cash out here, we'll have to see. Not really the best of items for this area here for the third item, unfortunately.
None of these are really good for her, by the way, because the Gold Collector kind of interferes with her own executing ability, so it's not really a good combo. As well. It's very late as well. Okay, the Ranwin's Omen with the 24s could be such a perfect item here because it essentially gives you some more firepower on her. There's also an Infinity Edge, but the Trinity Force, it can go on that Urgot Wita.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this DFG here and figuring out, is there like an AP carry we can slot in here? He should be sticking with the Pilder now. Having the heart here means that he doesn't really have to make any sacrifices in terms of the board strength to have it in play. So that's something to keep in mind. We're currently 4 out of 3 Pilder over here. It seems like Assad is not super experienced playing around with the heart here, right? He's putting in, like, he's wasting a lot of space on units that he might not have to waste the space on at times, but the Ari here, for example, could be a DFG holder if he wants to move in towards that route on a level 8 here, but no Series 2 for now. That's the big kicker.
Breaker will be the final item. He's facing off against Ceremonials with that Wandering Trainer. Finally is committing to the Auction reroll combo, or at least has Auction on his board for now. We'll see if that evolves into something else as we move into stage 4. But it seems like Assad Fuego is strong enough despite the lack of some key upgrades, as you mentioned, Wita. Could this be an Urgot 3 game once again? We see 2 more on the bench.
He's not selling them. He also still has that Zeri pair. He still has that Jarvan pair, so sooner or later he's going to be rolling, and it's going to be another set of golden augments. Wita, so many options here. What is he missing?
Oh, Unified Resistance is always a good one, right? Tons of stats, also has a lot of value in compositions that have a lot of carry spread out here. It gives it the following kind of the same thing as well, the same concept, getting that in here, but Unified Resistance, generally speaking, tends to be something that's very hard to pass up, and especially when you have a composition that so naturally kind of just falls into 2 separate lines, that is just a powerful augment here, and no better options have been presented for Azad. So, Series 2 found, David, that means he can go level 8 as well, so things are looking up, and I guess that the one thing is also worth noting here is that the Transfusion will give a little bit more power to the board that he's currently producing as well.
Does it have the traditional tank upgrades? Sejuani still a 1-star, no items on her. Has a Jarvan instead holding the Vow, who at this stage in stage 4 will be very relevant with that 1 stun. He might be able to get off every single fight, at the start of the fight especially. But we will see now if he decides to go for level 8. I assume so. If he really wants to go for Urgot 3 as a win condition, that could be the angle. Looking at Sasa now, Loving Invocation as a final augment pickup. 6 Invokers online, but that is a Karma 2, and I don't see any more Karmas on the bench.
And it's not going to be coming anytime sooner. He only has 20 gold to save her. Maybe the Galio is a little bit close. He also has a Heimerdinger that he might want to put in. So going to level 8 here might seem quite appealing. Of course, something that could feel a little bit more appealing is getting maybe an AP item with that Lux. I mean, Soraka next time, more dogs, thank you. Because Deathblade, she doesn't benefit from that. These bananas do not hurt when they get some AD on them.
But I mean, Flash Banana didn't happen for nothing. Okay, you gotta believe in bananas.
I do believe
in him. But he is looking at
still win streaking in coming to the stage 4. I assume he hasn't lost a single time since he hit all of those upgrades. And we're seeing for Smudgepot once again near the bottom of the standings in stage 4. He's been here far too often on this stage, despite being one of the spiritual carries of this team in the qualifiers. And Memo hitting a few upgrades here as well. Has the Azir 2, has the Akshan, is playing that vertical Shurima who we've seen had such good stats in day 1. We'll see if Memo's able to have the same happen here in day 2.
I believe that this Wandering Trainer did have an emblem that was called Freljord on it, and it should have been made use of. He doesn't have any items that allow him to shred right now because that Wandering Trainer, yes, it might have given him... Oh wait, that actually that's Memo's board. He has the Tome of Ancient Archives. So
Ceremonials had the
yeah,
trainer.
We have 2 people playing right now with Shurima.
Yeah, and then actually, I was kind of waiting to get to this point, to the point where we got to see Ceremonials' board on our end of the screen here, because he's in a bit of an awkward situation where he's forced himself to slam a static ship while having the Freljord easily activatable, right? And that's something that is a bit of a double stack that not necessarily has to be super, not necessarily is super big, but it is something that you got to keep in mind here. So the spat is interesting to figure out which way it will go. We can't see any open components right now, so where that will end up will be a big thing to look at.
It's gonna be another Shurima spat probably, Wita. He already has one from the Wandering Trainer, and if he's going vertical Shurima, this could be the first 9 Shurima game that we see coming online. He also hits that Nessus 2 Panda, but does he have the HP enough to stand out and maybe make it to Fast 9 and make use of that spat? More importantly, is he getting another rod to make it come into the light?
Looking at this board now, Chonta trying to play a Fast 9 board at level 7. We'll see how it turns out for him. Heimerdinger 1, already won a lot of gold put into this turret. He does have a Kai'Sa with very good items, but she is a Kai'Sa 1 as well. The upgrades are only here for the Gwen, and the Gwen, I think, can't do all that much. 3 Challenger as well. It's a recombot board, which is why it is such a mix and match of different units, but will it be enough to allow Chonta to survive this stage 4?
That's a big question. Go ahead. It just feels weird to kind of work for this. You're like, on paper, the units look good, but then you realize you're kind of down in Augment, and he is kind of slowly but surely falling down towards the outer skirts of this lobby here. But Assad's win streak has also been broken now. The cash out may or may not be ever so powerful at the end of the day.
I'll be a little bit worried if I was vouching for rest of Amir right now, because Shmoshma's not looking good at all with this board. Again, Ceremonials has his 7 Shurima online, so his entire board ascends soon as the combat starts. Keeps re-rolling again, and that's Sejuani 9.
Yeah, looking for the 0-2, but instead Sejuani wants to run it back from what we saw a few games ago, where she was 3-starred with a Rabadon's hat. In this case, no hat for her. There is a Shurima emblem, though, scaling with her health, really helping out with the pairing with Renekton here as well. Is the front line good enough to hold out for what is only in a 0-1 and that much slower amount of DPS coming out?
And this could be the final fight for Shmoshma if he's fading against Lelouch just again, who's been able to get that kill very, very early. Was one of the best roll downs that we've seen. She also does manage to get a Giant Slayer that is very good against the board that he has, because it triggers, because most of them are too hard right now. The Ari is not putting in enough damage. The heal coming in from the kill is just way too strong, and Shmoshma will be the first person to leave us in that final game of the day for Doch. Now, everyone else does have to stay very, very aware, because Shmoshma is now out, and Wita is not looking too good for them.
I mean, we need to still figure out what that really entitles, right? Because, yeah, sure, Smartman might be going 8th here, but you look at Memo, you look at Sas, and you look at Assad, those are the current next in line to kind of fall out, right? They are currently set in 7th, 6th, and 5th, and if that's the outcome, well, then it doesn't matter if Smartman went out in 8th, right? So, Fabulotus has great tempo right now, on his way level 8, level 9, no stress for him. And Dasik sitting on 50 gold, trying to build together that level 8 board, maybe even look towards going level 9, David. There are a lot of very positive developments potentially waiting here for the rest of the MEA team.
And Sasa, just the entirety of the day, has been playing his spots so well, really understanding, hey, I'm not going to tunnel vision into playing Karma reroll if I have 3 copies of Karma and nothing else at level 7 with 20 gold. But Dasik on the opposite side, a big birthday present for him. Belveth 2 coming off of the Orb. You have Heimer and Cynar in your shop, a Scion pair as well. And this is going to be the board that Chonta was hoping for. The Fast 9 board, capping out with legendaries. Still in the midway transition, you have a Swain on your board, you have a Garen on your board. Came from a Azir, will probably cap out into legendaries.
He has a Rabadon's waiting outside. He might be able to throw that on the Lux and maybe aim for getting some more damage from the Demacia. But what's a little bit more scary right now is that Doch might be losing Memo here as well. He's playing against Sasa, which has not been able to make his board any weaker, just in case he loses, because he's also on very low HP. 26 is not the HP he would look into be making sacrifices for. Now, these Galio items might not be too good, but the Bloodthirster is doing God's work, keeping him alive again. Darakshan is not able to reach that Karma again because all of the Tekken is coming from the Shen. The Galio does hold, but Memo might not hold for another round as Sasa takes him out and Doch loses one contestant. It is now a 3v3 situation, Wita.
Yeah, but Assad wins that, right? And the Ceremonial is now down to 15 HP on top of that, so the big thing here for rest of EMEA would be to ensure that Assad will go out in 6th just to kind of break the AB model that's kind of taking place right now, right? The alternating placements coming from each team, just to kind of ease off the math here and try to have a bigger chance of winning. You can see Dasik hitting his upgrades. And that's something that we need to kind of look into, whether or not that will be the case here. Big fight potentially on the cards. Has Assad in this pool, and it's going to be that fight as well. But the Zephyr here could be a massive X factor for Assad.
Zephyr does hit the Azir in the end. The sidestep does not work out for Ceremonials. Rest of EMEA versus Doch in a fight that could be the deciding factor of the outcome of the entirety of this match, depending where this player gets eliminated. The Azir is almost dead. There isn't a Gunblade to heal him. The main DPS carry is out of contention, and Zeri is still so healthy here. Can the Zeri do it? I think it will be the case. There's just no DPS coming out for Ceremonials. A massive loss, a knockout as well in 6th place, and Assad stays alive.
Now we need to look into getting like, for if you are rest of EMEA right now, Fabulotus and Daisy, they just have to finish 1-2, and that's going to be the way for them to really look into how they're going to do this, because that is going to be the alpha or omega for them right now. They've lost 2 members. They can still win this, but they need a very specific scenario to unfold.
They can finish 1-3, and it's enough as well. But they definitely need to get a first place, since Schmelchma once again went 8th, unfortunately, in this game.
Yeah, he scouted, and that Senna stayed on that side maybe for a reason. This time it hits one of the carries. He's going to get Lux, and that is very good. It might have been a little bit more important to deny the Azir from stacking that rage blade, but still getting Lux is a very good catch. The Orchid has access to the backline. The Zeri is extremely safe, completely far away from danger. Orchid is tanking way too much damage with that Trinity, and the fully stacked items resolve on him now. The focus goes from Zeri on that Lux, but she slices through her, and Assad Fuego is gonna be taking his first loss ever since his first cash out, and now he's on 4 HP, 1 life. And Daisy is also very close from leaving this game.
Both Daisy and Fabulotus here, but now we kind of get to talk about the power level of Zephyr in this format right there, because when you have the Zephyr, you can kind of communicate, okay, I'm going to do this here to guarantee that we don't die, right? And by having the Zephyr in the correct spot here, and Dark Hydra started to a certain extent sacrificing the Zephyr and sacrificing his Lux to, like, meant that actually Assad ended up taking a good loss here and didn't take those 2 extra units he might have had if he'd had to do this in a regular game with the normal positioning mind games coming through.
Exactly so. With asymmetrical effects like Zed jumping to the back line, like Zephyr, you're able to last minute tell your entire team, hey, I'm going to position at the end on this side. Make sure to go to the opposite side, in the case of Zephyr, on the same side, so I don't actually penalize you guys as well if you're in my player pool. The roll down coming out from Fabulotus. Still level 8. He's trying to go for Gwen 3.
Golden ticket roll downs. They're so stressful there, right? His bench is also full right now, so we'd have to get a double check on the APM. One more needed, but he doesn't have time here. This fight is going to be going up again.
He gets it. He missed it. No, he gets it and he missed it again. Fabuloch just now. You did say it. Is the ABM on point? It was, but it wasn't that much. He did miss it, but now he needs to live for 1 more round. Luckily, rolls that static shift on the kill. Not the best because she already has that passive shard in her ability, but it doesn't matter as long as it triggers the damage, as long as it keeps him alive for 1 more round against Daisy, who's not going to be living for another round to tell the story for the rest of EMEA, as Fabuloch now is about to only get stronger with that Gwen 3 finally coming into action.
Yeah, but it actually wasn't fortunate enough here because he wanted to lose this fight. With 20 HP, he was the one with the HP to sacrifice David now. And this means that Dark is in the finals, even though that Gwen 3 comes around. It doesn't change a single thing.
Dark will be going through Fabulotus, showing us how to play a game of TFT, selling his units in stage 2, finding all of them regardless on his roll down, finding a Gwen 3 as well. And despite Fabulotus being the absolute carry for this team in qualifiers and on this day as well, they will not be advancing to the finals. It could possibly be that revenge match we've been looking for, Doch versus France, potentially in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, we can already celebrate a little bit beforehand that congrats, Doch, they've already won it. They have 3 players now in the top 3, but still getting more points, aiming for the MVP, aiming for the extra prize could be worth it, Wita. Now, Fabuloch is going against Dark Hydra. It is maybe the final hope of rest of EMEA that he's able to score a little bit more points, but it doesn't really matter. They're already out. Germany already won it. And Dark Hydra takes an L, but it doesn't matter. They're already smiling. They're already celebrating their win even before the game ends.
Right now, you're looking at the matchup between Zaza and Dark Hydra, right? Who of those will be the ones that are going to be fighting for that MVP title, right? Assad here, again, just the support player in this scenario. He has kind of had a situation where he has found himself in these final positions a lot, it feels like, and he's actually been playing very well in terms of being able to guarantee he's finds his way into his top 4s, but he just has kind of fallen a little bit flat to either Dark Hydra or Zaza in some of these situations, David.
Gwen 3 isn't the strongest 3-star forecast in the game. Is there anyone else that now that you have full agency, it's a 3v1 essentially, you can kind of change around who's taking damage and who isn't in these last few fights? Can anyone challenge this Gwen 3 and actually win out against Fabulotus here? Karma 3 comes in for Sasa a little bit late, but you know, it's the thought that counts, Karma. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, now with Fabulotus being the only one, you can already say that they're playing with their food. They already won it, and there goes Assad, hits the Urgot 3. This is the second time that we get to see that unit glowing in gold because it hits its strongest point. He does have the double Zeeks as well, Slam, Trinity Force on it, Titans Resolve, and that Zephyr, it doesn't even matter who he hits, that Urgot is just going to be ballistically blowing everyone here with all these cannons. He's not going to be receiving a single bit of damage, all thanks to the Bloodthirster, all thanks to his Chem Augments, as here gets absolutely barrage out of the way, as Assad stays for one more round and tells Dark Hydra, you're not going to be having the most points in Dach team.
I mean, he has the opening here for potential Locks free and Nasus free, but it's a little bit too far away. It's going to be a little too late, most likely as well here. Assad is going to have Dark Hydra in his pool again, and no matter where he will turn, there will be a 3-star forecast. He cannot match them, and we're going to have Fabulotus going up against Assad.
Every remaining player has a 3-star forecast. We'll finally find out. Is Urgot?
Okay, I say Nasus doesn't. I say Nasus doesn't. Panda, quickly.
He does have a shroud on him, so that might be, a little bit iffy. He is, in my opinion, the best 3-star forecast out of the 3. We've seen it, Urgot not being the best in the past few games, but he has Infinity Force. Maybe that'll change it. Nasus is all by himself already. Only the Lux trying to help. Can't you do enough? It looks like it might be the case. This Urgot is absolutely not it. He is just dancing from side to side. Nasus' health bar is not going down at all. The Stoneblade doing so much here. He's stealing so many stats.
Yeah, not enough maybe. It's the items, it's unfair. Urgot is a 3-star unit with maybe BIS, he has a Trinity, he has a Titan's Resolve, he has a BT, but what are you expecting from a 3-star dog? He's not gonna do that much when he has a Bastion emblem and a Shroud.
Assad Fuego, I have to say, the best wingman on this Dach team, letting his teammates, in quotation marks, win in the last few games, and now when they needed him most, gets the Piltover cash out despite some dizziness, and comes back, holds those Urgots all the way back in stage 4, knowing that if I believe in the crab will believe in me, and now has a chance to make a decisive first place finish in the game that qualifies them to the finals.
The Sl1ckz of TFT pretty much is what Assad is right now. I think it's that's the ample comparison to make.
Yeah, we already know that Dach won this lobby, but it doesn't really matter. At least maybe Fabulotus was trying to go for that one final win, but Assad
Gwen
takes it home. The Gwen is alive, he's able to deal a lot of damage, but again, Fabulotus lives for another day as he knocks Assad Fuego out, but it's going to be Dach in the grand finals after game 6, and we've been finally able to get them to reach the pinnacle of their strengths. It's going to be Dach in the grand finals already.
And props to Fabulotus, who I think as an individual player on the rest of the Miami team, every time I've seen him, he's been performing, he's been pulling off the craziest of plays, in this case as well, winning the game despite it not mattering for his team. At least for his own individual performance, it does matter to me.
Yes, a strong performance, right? And a team that looks good in terms of form for tomorrow as well, right? You're looking at this Germany team, this Dark team, and you're looking at them, and every single player here is a threat, right? Sure, Memo may or may not have had the greatest individual performances so far in the tournament, but you're looking at, knowing every single player on this team can pop off and have showcased that all throughout the day. And I think that is the biggest point about this Dark team. It's just so strong all around.
Yeah, they were really consistent for all of their games so far, and they've been able to secure a slot at the grand finals tomorrow. It is going to be a best of 7 against whichever team qualifies from Northern Europe versus France. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for tuning in. This was Morgan with Panda and Wita. I was very happy to be again with this legendary duo. We hope you guys enjoyed these games, but we're still not done with the day yet. We have a set to go with the analyst desk to again analyze all of these 3 cost units, all of that chaos, and maybe also for Makes to get to celebrate that Dach did win it. So we're gonna go to a break, and then we're gonna be meeting with our analyst desk for the rest of the day.
So my name is AKAWonder. I play TFT signed set 1 and I'm from Spain. I didn't qualify though, but I'm playing most of the EMEA circuit. Turkey and France have really strong teams, but I believe the Spanish one should be good enough to reach the finals or the top 4. For now, I would say Turkey and France, they both have strong representatives, strong teams. But my heart is with Spain, so I wish them luck. In the team that goes to represent Spain has 4 different players with different play style. I feel like Nico SM is one of the most underrated players in Spain. He has been playing a lot, consistently playing all the TRCs and performing very well. And I feel he's that kind of guy that plays really, really well, but no one has noticed it yet. So I feel like he's the underrated one. If I have to take one or pick one, I would say Nico. Nico is very underrated. He's playing phenomenal last few sets. Yeah, so shout out to everyone watching this tournament. We are also broadcasting in Spanish, supporting the Spanish players. Good luck to Aricia, Mogambo, Nico, and John Looking. They deserve. They can do it. They can win definitely. And yeah, thank you for watching this, and thank you for watching competitive TFT. Good luck.
And after a little bit of technical difficulty, I believe we are back after what can only be called a maybe scripted game towards that end. Peter giving us prismatics right from the get-go. The sheer amount of golden units we got in that final game was truly impressive.
I think it's become absolutely the calling card of the Dark team. You know, just even outside of extreme circumstances like this, they still seem to always find a way to bring an Urgot 3 into the mix. And always it proves to be slightly less impactful than we'd hoped for, but they just keep doing it anyway.
You know, if you can have a shiny crab, why wouldn't you want a shiny crab? And with that, let's have a look at our winning comp coming out of Fabulotus. Our in-game casters already alluded to it, but this was truly a very special rundown on this comp. First, open fording, being able to not find the other players that were trying to deny him this open ford. Then, getting that comp online, finding everything within like, what, 20 gold? It was impressive. And then towards that end, finding the Gwen 3 as well to make the dream fully come full circle and taking everything down. Now, that was not the only 4-cost 3-star. Like we already said, there was an Urgot 3, there was a Nasus 3, and then in the other lobby, there was actually a Kaisa 3. So if you've been paying attention, we've been giving you a lot of extra stars today.
Absolutely. It has been a very glittering day, but I mean, I think Fabulosus coming first was such a ridiculous comp, and the team still losing really exemplifies everything that team format is supposed to be. But ultimately, you know, it's about the team's overall performance rather than having one player just going absolutely off cracked. It was an incredible performance of Fabulosus to treasure for a long time, but sadly not a ticket to the finals.
And I was so worried for a long time about Assad on that Piltover. Then getting those losses, great. Then winning, but not having Piltover in. Then bringing Piltover back in, having to sell Aatrox. I was stressing, I was sweating, and even more than Memo must have been in that hoodie while it's like 30 degrees in Germany. I don't know. These fast players, I'm telling you, they're built different. Very cracked. Assad being able to drive this one to a second place, I think when it looked like it could have been a 7th in the meantime, was super cool. But with that, let's have a look at our standings, because of course we want to tell you what's been going on in the other lobby. Dach won this one, and on the other side we did have Northern Europe continuing their dominance throughout the entire day and taking down no one other than France.
I was afflicted by the curse of too little faith in my home region after that first game absolutely crushing. I mean, that was honestly truly amazing. I think we're going to get a glimpse of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, of course. Our best of 7. There is no better way to definitively determine which team is truly the superior.
That is something that we will save for tomorrow, but we do have more highlights for today because our individual standings will crown one MVP of the day, and I'm so curious who that is going to be as we are hopping on to the next page. There were a lot of players that were close to contention before, but drum roll please, as we are going to be looking at what should be our winner, and that's going to be an Effable off of 3 games.
Interest. I guess the average is pretty good when you've got 2 first places. It was actually mentioned a little bit earlier on.
All right, we are getting word it's not an Effable. It's just a confusing way to portray these standings. It's going to be Jedusor because, of course, he played the semis, and we will get that going. I believe we do have an interview coming up as well. Not sure if that is on the line. There were a lot of behind the scenes technical difficulties, so we are getting everything lined up right now. But Peter, I believe there was also a contest on the social media that we will reveal soon, so maybe still hop in if you can, or make sure you follow for the one tomorrow. But now we do have our guest with us. Jedusor is here with us, the MVP of today. Welcome.
Hi, you guys.
Hi, congratulations. How are you doing?
Thanks. Unfortunately, we lost, but I'm still happy by the MVP, of course. But also, I think we had lower matchmaking, and we deserve also to go in finals. But it's TFT.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the tournament, we know last time round you and the Dark team, were denied playing against each other. It's such a shame that it's just going to be the other way around this time. But I mean, now now that the competition is over for the squad, what kind of insights can you give us on the Northern European team? Why do you think they did so well?
Yes, I think they all play as will legend, and they all play strongboard. And especially they go on Azerlux and Challenger, and they played really well this composition, so they deserve to win this.
All right, that's really nice. Now, yesterday from Kenobi, I learned that your name is actually the name of he who shall not be named, Mr. Voldemort. Now, talk to me a little bit about that name choice. I'm super intrigued by it.
Yes, I'm a big fan of Harry Potter, so one day
Why are you then choosing the bad guy?
I don't know. It was honestly, I don't know. I feel it was a great name.
Yeah, it's a really cool name. I appreciate the kind of Tom before it as well. I thought it was very nice.
You got to be a little bit scary with your name. If you call yourself Dobby, no one's going to be, quaking their boots to play against you. But to look back to the tournament itself, now we know what the finals is going to look like. Of course, you've got the most direct experience of Northern Europe there, but how do you think the finals is going to go? Like last time round, of course, France able to run through the finals and make it a 4-1 victory. What's your prediction?
I'm not sure. It's German won the other semifinals.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, I think German will win this, but it will probably be close because they are two good teams, and good luck. But I put a piece on German.
All right, we'll see whether or not that holds true. I, of course, cannot jinx my own region, so I'm going to hold back here. But you now have the chance to greet someone, thank your team, thank your grandma for watching our broadcast. Whatever you want to do, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you to all the viewers on the mainstream, on Doki channel, on Tarteman, my teammates. And yes, we do all we do our best. We don't go to finals, but I think we represent well France today.
I think so too. I'm sure we're going to see more of France later down the line in set 9.5. We all know how strong you are as a region. Don't be worried. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's been our pleasure. Have a great evening. Celebrate that MVP title. And Peter, I believe we have more winners today. We do have a contest on our Twitter that has been going on for a little while now. And somebody has done the mathings.
Well, last time around, of course, we saw a lot of our players manage to pull it off. This time, Shredden was here to lure you in and to do some maths. As you can see, the problem got a little bit more complicated this time around because we figured you all needed a little bit more of a test. We'll reveal in a second who it is who not only managed to do the maths, Ryulo, who actually even went forward and explained, who walked us through their working out there, which I think is honestly absolutely fantastic. We wanted to be sure that they didn't just guess it.
Yeah, I mean, who would guess math problems? Not me, right? Congratulations to Riolu for getting that one done there. I hope you enjoy your eggs. And for everybody that's now hoping for more eggs and treats later down the line, we are going to be coming back tomorrow. We'll be starting at 4 p.m. CEST with game number 1. Our pre-show is right before that, of course. And if you do want to make sure you never miss a future tournament, Peter, we do have social media, I heard.
Yes, TFT Esports EMEA over on Twitter, Play TFT everywhere else, the main channel. So you can make sure that you can find every contest and make sure that you can let your voices be heard about what you're looking forward to for day 3.
And if you want to check out the casters, I'll have the easy ones here because Peter and I have it right under our name. So if you can read, you can also type it off. And then we have Impetuous Panda, we have Wita Casts with an S, and Morgan Casts with an S at the end as well for today's casters. We're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. It's been our absolute pleasure. We hope to see you tomorrow again.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. controlling, taking names. I just speak my truth, babe. You should follow suit.